136. Marvel Main Universe. Suspended above the high seas in a giant black aircraft carrier. Inside the conference room, the multi-universe Asgardian gathered all the members of the Avengers, as well as the multi-universe Asgardians summoned by observers from the hypothetical universe, were sitting behind the conference table with serious expressions. On the screen in front of them, videos of the battle were playing. The content of the video spanned several months and included countless battles. It's just that there is only one teenager in the protagonist, that is, Chen Tian. In these videos, Chen Tian has grown to where he is today in just a few months. In addition to having memorized all the relevant information, Tony, who was not present beyond Stark. Everyone else, when they saw these video materials, were amazed, and then as the video played, their mood began to become shocked, and finally they were stunned. When Chen Tian finally single-handedly slaughtered the entire SHIELD, everyone present fell into a long silence. At this time, if the world's Black Widow slowly spoke, everyone, in fact, the strength of Chen Tian now is far stronger than when this universe finally strikes. Saying that, she pursed her lips, appearing to be eager and righteous. Then, suppose Black Widow slowly recounts everything that happened to his universe. Tony of their world. For the sake of world peace, Stark built his artificial intelligence butler into a robot with a physical body. I intend to use Mind Gem to breathe life into him. However, the robot with artificial intelligence awakening Ultron's consciousness, and then it gathered 6 infinite gems to obtain extremely powerful combat power. It easily wiped out the Black Widow of their world, almost all of humanity. And when she was desperate, the Observer and Chen Tian appeared. Subsequently, Chen Tian fought with the Observer and the AO-257 creation at the same time, directly destroying the entire world. When speaking of this, if Black Widow couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes welled up with strong fear, so, I'm sure that Chen Tian today is 1,000 times stronger than the strength shown in the last video we saw. The scene when he shot was too terrifying, and he directly shattered the whole world with one punch. As soon as she said this, in the conference room, the atmosphere that was already unusually silent became even more gloomy for a while. Everyone had already developed a deep fear of him before they saw the target they were about to confront later. And Dr. Banner of the main universe noticed that the current atmosphere began to become sluggish, and immediately forced out a smile. It is precisely because this Chen Tian has grown to such a point that so many of us are needed, Leah. In a gentle voice, he slowly spoke. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people took a deep breath and came back to their senses. That's right, according to Chen Tian's terrible growth rate, if it can't be solved as soon as possible, then wait for time to pass, he will definitely become stronger. Black Widow, the main universe of Marvel, who had been in contact with Chen Tian, said solemnly. The rest of the people also seemed to agree with his words. As for Thor, next to Thor, he usually maintains full confidence in whatever he faces, and now he also recognizes the terrifying and powerful opponent. A rare serious expression finally appeared on his face. It seems that this guy named Chen Tian has to be taken seriously. Then, Dr. Banner's face showed a somewhat tangled expression. However, this Chen Tian has the ability to travel through elusive dimensions and can appear in different universes at will. So how can we determine when exactly he will appear after that? If we can't even know where Chen Tian is, it will be harder to deal with him. Black and Dr. Strand said, I have a trick to be able to sense Chen Tian's presence. In the book of Cagliostro, he learned many magic with special uses. The doctor is the most powerful person among us, and he is really reliable. When British Captain Carter heard this, he couldn't help but praise. Advertisement. Captain America, the main universe on the side, listened, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. After a period of contact, although the two people come from different universes, Captain America and Carter discover that in addition to the other being injected with super soldier serum, the person on the other side is no different from the person in his memory. So, although Captain America is not a stingy person, it is still strange to hear Carter praise other men for being reliable. However, he still did not understand the voice and did not express it. On the other side, others also cast expectant glances after hearing that Black and Doctor Strange could perceive Chen Tian's position. Without further ado, do you want to try it now? Star-Lord T'Challa, whose temper had become cheerful, immediately suggested. I think so. Gamora, who had inherited Thanos' power, nodded. Good. Black and Doctor Strange also had no problem with the proposal. He then stood up, then I'll start. The voice fell. He stretched out his hands, and the rich dark red magic energy of the Deo surged out around his body, slowly condensing a series of mysterious magic patterns. In an instant, everyone in the conference room felt that an invisible fluctuation spread out from themselves. Looking back at Black and Doctor Strange, his whole body was cross-legged and in mid-air several meters above the ground. The whole person also exudes a certain solemn temperament at this time, making people feel that they can only be viewed from afar. With those dark red magic patterns around him, it began to rotate constantly. Black and Doctor Strange's psychic fluctuations spread out in an instant, shrouding the entire 9 realms in the cause of his perception. I will start looking for traces of Chen Tian from the earth, little by little, it may take some time. He said slowly. Good. Captain America heard this and nodded. As for the others, after hearing his words, no matter how much they looked forward to finding Chen Tian's location, they could only temporarily suppress the excitement in their hearts and wait patiently. Right at this moment, Black Panther Eric looked around. Why didn't you see Tony Stark's figure? The previous meeting was hosted by him. Ancient One magician gave him 2 stones with unlimited energy, and he's been busy lately figuring out how to invalidate them into the battle suit. Dr. Banner immediately replied, after all, Chen Tian is still too strong no matter what he says, and we need to be prepared to deal with him. Indeed. When Black Panther Eric heard this, he nodded and said no more. Meanwhile, New York. Stark Building. Tony Stark is in his underground laboratory, with the help of artificial intelligence butler J.A.R.V.I.S, trying his best to add 2 infinite gems to his battlesuit. And since the beginning of the experiment until now, he has worked tirelessly to rule out hundreds of options. After all, the energy contained in infinite gems is too high, even if it is just one, the energy contained in it is not something that ordinary conductor materials can bear. Not to mention 2. But Tony Stark naturally won't give up. Chen Tian's cold gaze that day, and the oppressive aura, even if several months have passed. Tony Stark still remembers it vividly. I'll definitely stop you, Chen. With a firm gaze, he tried to set the gem in his hand into his newly developed battlesuit. Then, the voice of the artificial intelligence butler J.A.R.V.I.S sounded, I must remind you, sir, you have not rested for more than 36 hours. Your body is overloaded. When I succeed, get some good sleep. Tony Stark didn't turn his head, and slowly set the gem hole left by the steel battlesuit towards the steel battlesuit. Advertisement. The other side. Black-robed picket world. Chen Tian took all the mutants from Utopia to the building he had prepared for the Walt Company in advance. This is a newly developed duplex apartment belonging to Walt and was originally about to be put up for sale. However, because of Chen Tian's meaning, he specifically stayed. Buzz. In the air, ripples slowly arise out of thin air. As time passed, thousands of mutants appeared in the garden in front of the apartment at the same time. And Walt was also very thoughtful, buying all the streets around the apartment in advance. As a result, if there is no other thing on weekdays, there will be no idle people and others to interfere. this. It's incredible. Iceman Poppy couldn't help but marvel after experiencing a cross-dimensional shuttle, even though dimensional teleportation had ended. Mr. Chen, what a powerful mutant. Burning Man John also sighed at this time. Actually, except for them. The huge number of mutants around them were all in awe when they looked at Chen Tian. At the same time, there is hope in the heart. With the existence of Chen Tian, the mutant may really be able to walk in the sun with their heads held high one day. Chen Tian noticed their expectant gazes. Immediately laughed loudly, "Friends, welcome to this time. I can responsibly tell you that at this time, you can freely reveal the fact that you are a mutant. It's worth mentioning that no one will discriminate against you because you are a mutant, and even treat you as a respected superhero." Saying that, he paused. And those mutants, hearing such a statement, for a while, Chi-Chi became in a trance. Unbelievable. Chen Tian continued, "Definitely, provided that you don't do something against the law and hurt others just because you have extraordinary abilities. Here, you will be treated equally." A word fell. Many mutants couldn't help but cheer. However, more mutants, after hearing Chen Tian's words, couldn't help but burst into tears. Not to be ostracized by the whole world, to be treated fairly like everyone else, how long have they been hiding in their hearts? To be able to be here, there is a real day of realization. Chen Tian looked at their reaction and laughed softly, "Definitely, our goal is more than that. As long as we are given enough time, then not only this universe, but all the worlds that exist in the multi-universe, one day, we mutant will be able to live with our heads held high." As soon as these words were spoken, the emotions of those young mutants were instantly ignited. "Open." He chanted Chen Tian's name. And Magneto next to him also looked at Chen Tian with mixed feelings. "Chen, your appearance is really the dawn of our mutant." Phoenix, who had regained his senses, and Twinkle, Shadowcat, and KD also looked at Chen Tian with adoration. Then, at the entrance of the community, several extremely surprised figures appeared. Eric. Charles, looking at that familiar and unfamiliar face, rarely showed a surprised expression. And Magneto was also shocked to see the rejuvenated Charles. Charles. Advertisement. "Haha, Eric, I'm an old friend from a different space, we haven't seen each other in a long time." With Charles's wisdom, he quickly understood the current situation. That's when Chen Tian brought back these mutants in other parallel worlds. And Charles and Magneto, when they were young, were old friends who talked about everything and had always fought for the cause of mutant. It was only later, because the two had differences over whether to coexist by peaceful means or force, and finally parted ways. And now, Charles has let go of his previous insistence, and has begun to understand his old friend's previous thoughts. I was very happy. Walk up with a smile on your face and say hello to Magneto and the others. Wolverine Logan, seeing the once familiar X-Men comrades appear in front of her with a younger appearance, is also a burst of trance. "Chen, you are really incredible," he muttered. At the same time, the eyes were on Cyclops, Storm Girl, Phoenix, and others, for a while. This old wolf, who had just recovered his youth and was actually nearly 100 years old, was a little tearful for a while. The members of the X-Men on the opposite side saw that in their universe, Logan and Charles, who had died early, appeared again in a young posture. The face is also full of surprise. Logan. Storm Girl, who had the best relationship with Wolverine, is unclear what the situation is now. Only because of Chen Tian's strength, he brought his old friend back from the dead. Now, in the impression of these mutants, Chen Tian has become the representative of omnipotence. Directly with excitement, the Storm Girl trotted up and hugged Logan. "Logan, are you the worst?" she whimpered and asked. 4.9. Storm, It's been good lately, long time no see, we now have hope." Logan muttered after a moment's trance. The other X-Men, at this time, also gathered around and happily greeted Logan and Charles. Then, Laura, who came with Logan and them, looked at so many strange mutants, and was a little at a loss for a while. Chen. She was both excited and timid, as if meeting a little girl from distant relatives for the first time. Quietly walked up to Chen Tian and shook his hand. Chen Tian smiled and silently looked at the other party's head. No. At the same time, I sighed in my heart that Laura has changed a lot recently, and when she first appeared in the institute, she would not have such a little girl's appearance. Subsequently, wait for Charles and Magneto to finish their talk-ups. Chen Tian decided to throw a welcome party at night on the largest luxury cruise ship by the sea. As soon as the idea was spoken, it was unanimously agreed. After giving all mutants, Duan was hospitalized. The time soon came to evening. The party organized by Walt is naturally the highest standard, and all kinds of top-quality drinks, music, food, and performances take turns. Let the mutants, who have been worried about whether the next day will come, completely immerse themselves. Chen Tian, on the other hand, ran to the top of the cruise ship to breathe in the sea breeze halfway through the party. Then, Wanda quietly followed, looking at the teenager next to her with bright eyes. Chen, what will happen to us after that? After that, we naturally live the way we want. Chen Tian smiled confidently. There will be fewer and fewer things that can stand in front of us. Until it disappears. Advertisement. 137. Black Robe Picket World. Let the mutants come to this time and relax with the party. The next morning, Chen Tian gathered everyone together again. After showing his strength, he now has a very strong voice among all mutants. Just a few minutes after the assembly command was issued, all the mutants were ready to assemble in front of him. Chen Tian stood in front of thousands of mutants, his eyes scanning the past, and he could see that everyone was looking at him with great energy. It seems that they are thinking about the teenager in front of them and what new surprises they will bring next. As for Charles and the others, who had been with Chen Tian in the morning, their expressions were much more solemn than the others, and at the same time, there was a stronger sense of expectation. They could already vaguely guess what Chen Tian would take them to do next. And Chen Tian withdrew his gaze in the next second and said with a smile, "Guys, did you have a good time last night?" The words fell. All the mutants on the other side had smiles on their faces. Last night was the most relaxing night since they became mutant, completely let go, and did not worry about the arrival of Sentinel who attacked mutant. I even felt that last night that experience was a gift from the Creator God. Shadowcat said with a twinkle in her eyes. The people around her also nodded their heads again and again for her words, which was in agreement. How long have they not experienced such a life? Can't remember. Even in the well-guarded utopia, the mutants will not feel truly secure. When Chen Tian heard this, he clicked lightly. Next second, his expression suddenly became serious. That's not a gift from the gods. It's not anyone's gift, it's what we mutant were born to have. This statement came out. The mutants gathered together all felt the atmosphere in the surrounding air suddenly become solemn. They also vaguely felt that Chen Tian would take everyone to do something next. The smile on his face slowly became serious, but the expectation under his eyes did not decrease in the slightest, but became extremely high. After all, there is no such thing as a god in this world, there is no such thing as a gift. Chen Tian continued with a serious face, we have changed into 15 types of humans, and we are born with no distinction between us and other humans, and even mutant will be more powerful. However, why is it that we mutant are ostracized and suppressed by everyone? As he spoke, his gaze swept over those faces that had become solemn. Because they're afraid of us. Magneto slowly took over at this time, we have power, but obviously we don't do anything, but out of fear of power, so in our world, those people will be afraid of us. That's right. Chen Tian nodded slowly, and his momentum increased sharply. Mutant is born powerful and has an independent consciousness, so those people will fear us. A male lion with strength will be afraid of a male lion if it cannot be tamed into a well-behaved cat, even if it never actively exposes its minions. And yet hurt it? But what is the fault of the lion? Why should you bear such powerful malice? With Chen Tian's highly infectious words and the influence of momentum, the negative emotions that had been accumulated in the hearts of all mutants present were ignited. Yes, we have never done anything to hurt others, why should we be excluded? We were born on Earth, and we should be entitled to walk safely in the sun. Born to be a mutant, it's not wrong. Time. Countless mutants shouted their thoughts. Before that, they never dared to expose. Because, except for the mutant companions around him, everything in the world seems to remind them all the time that mutant should be clamping his tail in the gutter. A day that never looks up. But today, in their minds, the absolute strong Chen Tian appeared. He said, "We are never wrong." Advertisement. As it should be, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, everyone has the right to pursue the ideal life in their hearts. Charles, standing in front of the crowd, listened to the passionate words behind him. The heart stirred, so much so that there was some trance. He decided to make mutant recognized by the world, giving almost all of his life. Isn't it so that the children of mutant can freely say their ideals and then have the motivation to fight for them? I have seen this scene countless times in my dreams. He muttered. Old friend, I expected it too. Magneto smiled softly, his eyes complicated. If they could, who would want to live in the struggle all the time? But the malice of the world, for our mutant, is so heavy that it is almost impossible to breathe. Saying that, he paused and said with a wry smile, I also once wondered if the road I pursued had no end. I'll never see the day when mutant can hold his chest tall. Between words, Magneto's gaze fell on Chen Tian, and his eyes flashed, but today, I saw it. Logan on the side was speechless, fell silent, and his eyes were complicated. Why shouldn't he? Logan has lived through struggles all his life. For the family, for the country, for the race. In the end, the world tells him that everything you do doesn't make sense. Mutant should be evicted. There is no place for you above the world. Until now. Logan's thoughts fell, and he slowly clenched his fists, recovering his young peak body, bursting with infinite force zones. He had another chance to start from scratch. And Chen Tian looked at the ignited mutants in front of him, raised his hand and pressed. Everyone immediately retracted their voices and continued to look at him with burning eyes. Where I was born, there is an old saying, heaven and earth are not benevolent, and all things are dogs. Chen Tian slowly spoke, the whole world actually belongs to everything that exists in this heaven and earth, and no one has real power to control everything. The world belongs to everyone. And in the current world, you should also see what it should be like to have no malice towards mutant. Hear his words. The mutants immediately nodded their heads one after another, and sighed at the same time. The peaceful life they had pursued before was within reach in the world of black-robed pickets. Everything makes them feel unreal. Chen Tian continued, but all this is not enough today. Except for a very small number of worlds, in many universes, there is still a lot of malice towards us mutant. We need to change, not to dominate the world, but for all of us mutants to have the right to live equally in any world, in any corner. In a word, it's like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. All the mutants, touched by Chen Tian's words, shouted Chen Tian's name. We will walk through all the world, all the corners. Chen Tian said in a deep voice, it's not to conquer anything, it's just to remove the malice that those worlds have against us. Take back the right we were born to live in peace. The voice fell. The space in the sky suddenly ripples and folds in space that seem like substance. A huge amount of space crack slowly took shape. revealing worlds separated by different dimensions. There. It's Marvel Overworld. The other side. Marvel Overworld. Avengers temporarily served as a base on a suspended aircraft carrier. Black and Doctor Strange, still sitting in mid-air, surrounded by endless dark red magical energy, surging and churning like black flames. Advertisement. The endless patterns full of mysterious aura formed a series of magical formations, coiled around its flight. It can't be. His brows were locked, and his whole face was constantly changing at an extremely strange speed of concentration, and his face would flicker more than a dozen times every second, as if every moment, he would see countless scenes. It's been a night since Black and Doctor Strange started casting. However, he didn't even stop the movement. The other people in the conference room, seeing this scene, couldn't help but have nervous expressions on their faces. Doctor Strange, doesn't it mean that his magic can observe all the timelines of the entire universe? Shouldn't there be no trace of Chen Tian at all? If Thor, who had a jumpy personality, after patiently waiting here for so long, he finally couldn't help but ask a worried question. Merely. The other people at the scene actually had the same worries as him at this moment. So, did not answer his words. A lot has passed. Dr. Banner keenly noticed that the expression on Black and Doctor Strange's face became more and more solemn, and the speed at which the whole face kept changing direction became faster and faster. Suddenly, I felt bad in my heart. Nothing really went wrong, right? He couldn't help but worry in his heart. The expressions on the faces of the others did not seem relaxed. Time passes slowly. Every minute and second that passed was an unspeakable torture for those present. Whew. Just when Thor finally couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to continue to say something, Black and Doctor Strange, who had been floating in mid-air before, surrounded by a dark red magic array, finally dispersed the majestic magical energy on his body. The changer fell to the ground and opened his eyes. "Steven, how's it going?" If Black Widow first came closer, he asked. After all, his own world will be destroyed because of the war between Chen Tian and Ultron. So, she really wants to change the outcome of other universes that will be destroyed. However, as soon as the inquiry came out, she found that Black and Doctor Strange's whole breath was very weak. His face was pale, his body was trembling, and he was even a little unsteady on his feet. Seeing this, if Black Widow quickly stepped forward to help the other party. "Is it a bad result?" she asked worriedly. Others also noticed that Black and Doctor Strange was in poor shape and frowned as well. "Chen Tian is not in our current universe, so I can't be sure where he is today." Black and Dr. Strange took a deep breath and adjusted it slightly before opening a slightly weaker opening. In one night, he probed all the corners of the universe and found no trace of Chen Tian. This is where this conclusion was reached. In the conference room, when the others heard his words, their faces changed slightly. "Can't even determine Chen's location." Thor spoke in a complex tone. Dis said, "Then how to deal with him?" Black and Doctor Strange shook his head. "However, I later rummaged through the entire universe, all possible timelines, and determined when and where he would be in the future." Appear. Captain America's eyes lit up. "So, we still have a chance to prepare in advance to meet him, right?" "No, it's too late." Black and Doctor Strange raised her eyes and looked at him deeply, her eyes full of exhaustion. "He will return to this universe in half a day. And it will carry thousands of mutant troops." When the words were spoken, Black and Doctor Strange's already pale face suddenly saw no more blood, like a blank piece of paper. Even his eyes trembled a little. "Most importantly, I saw Chen Tian make a move." Advertisement. His voice trembled louder and wider. "His strength is too terrible. Even I'm nowhere near as good as him." This statement came out. In the room, whether it was Dr. Banner, Captain America, Thor, or anyone else, their faces were stunned. Arguably, Black and Doctor Strange is by far the most powerful of them all. After all, he is also the existence that destroyed a universe. Previously, everyone had pinned most of their hopes on Black and Doctor Strange. Where did he think that the other party actually said such a thing after observing all the timelines? 797 And when others are speechless because of accidents. Black and Doctor Strange, helped by Black Widow, sat down in a chair at the conference table. I looked at nearly 100 million timelines after we went to war with Chen Tian. Each has a different development process. He spoke with difficulty. Then the result of all the timelines is the same, is it Chen Tian leading mutant to victory? Dr. Banner couldn't help but ask. It's just that neither he nor anyone else feels that they can actually get the answer to the question from the expression of Black and Doctor Strange. That's an answer that no one wants to admit. In the development of the infinite timeline, we have almost all suffered miserable failures, and there is no history of fighting back. Black and Doctor Strange said in a heavy tone. Sure enough. After receiving his answer, the rest of the people felt like a crow in their throats, and even their breathing felt depressed. In that case, there is no point in any preparation we do. Suppose Black Widow muttered desperately. She had already witnessed the destruction of one world, and now she was going to witness the destruction of the entire multi-universe? Wait, you're saying that it's almost always failure, doesn't that mean there's still the possibility of success? However, Captain America frowned, but found a glimmer of hope in the words of Black and Doctor Strange. Of all the timeline possibilities, we still have a chance to win. Black and Doctor Strange lifted his bloodshot eyes to Captain America. It's just that the chances of victory are extremely slim. Less than 1 in 70 million. That's enough. As long as there is no hope at all, even if it is very slim, we still have to try our best to catch it. Captain America said aloud. He is a man who will never give up. Yes, we can't give up so easily. British Captain Carter agreed. Then he said, let's tell everyone and the country first, and prepare for Chen Tian's coming. Dr. Banner replied with a serious expression. The rest of the people are also staring. Subsequently, the news of the imminent attack of super mutant Chen Tian soon spread to all countries on Earth. In an instant, the whole world began to boil. Meanwhile, boom boom. The world outside the Avengers' suspended aircraft carrier has changed abruptly. A black line stained with thick ink quickly extended from the sky. But in the blink of an eye, the entire suspended aircraft carrier was already full of thick dark clouds churning. Endless thunder flashed and roared, and everything trembled with it. The sense of horror and oppression that was so rich that it almost crushed everything spread out between heaven and earth. Everything is trembling. P.S. Why are the comment areas asking what to stop the protagonist? Definitely is that he broke the balance of the universe, and disrupted the multi-universe, and whoever goes to destroy other universes will be killed. The sanctions were explained earlier. Advertisement 138. After Black and Doctor Strange magically predicts that the terrifyingly powerful mutant Chen Tian is about to return with the mutant army, the remaining members of SHIELD, as well as the people of Avengers, delivered the news to the high level of all the countries of the planet at great speed. It is also accompanied by a record of all of Chen Tian's past battles, as well as an analysis of his possible strength upon return. All the information, through the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. members, turned into electromagnetic signals and was transmitted to all national high-level hands in a very short time. Just half an hour. All the countries of the planet have had extremely heavy meetings at the top. Definitely, other countries are more skeptical of the news they receive. After all, the entire world, and even the entire universe, will face destruction, and the source of that so-called destruction is only a single mutant individual. Such news, if not from S.H.I.E.L.D. in America, would probably only be considered by other countries, but it was just a joke that came out of nowhere. However, the news about Chen Tian, since it is America's high-level organization SHIELD, is transmitted through the official special encryption channel. Therefore, other countries on the earth still used a very serious attitude and began to study the authenticity of this matter and related treatment measures. And America, the country that really saw the horrors of Chen Tian, received a message from SHIELD. All the high-ranking officials of the country with enough voice soon gathered in the White Room at a very fast speed. Thereinto, General Ross, who had had several close encounters with Chen Tian, was among them, and he was in charge of chairing the meeting. When all the senior American executives gathered in the White House conference hall and sat down in their seats. As you can see, the expressions on the faces of all the American White House counselors are very complicated. After all, others may not be clear. But everyone present had a meeting not long ago because of this mutant named Chen Tian. At that meeting at that time, each of them has seen with their own eyes what a miserable end was for SHIELD who fought Chen Tian. At that time, the meeting was at the end. All lawmakers unanimously approved the arrest warrant for Chen Tian, America's supreme military power. However, none of them expected that after such a long time, not only could they not capture the slightest trace of each other. Now he actually brought them the news that the world was facing the destruction of Chen Tian? Can anyone tell me that this is nothing more than a joke started by SHIELD? The expression on the face of Counselor Yuhakia was not good looking, and his face was even a little pale. He seemed to be like a helpless child, his gaze constantly swept over the faces of those present, but he was disappointed to find that the expressions of the people he met were not relaxed. The atmosphere in the entire White House conference room froze terribly. It seems that all the air, at this time, has become viscous glue. It's hard to breathe. General Ross stood in front of everyone with serious eyes, and gently pressed the projection button of the computer in front of him. The next moment, all the videos about Chen Tian were shown on a projection screen in the middle of the conference hall. All those who can sit in the White House and decide the major decisions of a country may be bad or have other bad qualities. But it definitely can't be a fool. They looked at the screen, Chen Tian's growth trajectory along the way, and then saw the analysis of this mutant ability behind. I immediately understood that this Chen Tian really had the ability to destroy the universe from the outcropping. Take 10,000 steps back. Even Chen Tian now has no growth compared to when he slaughtered SHIELD. But the strength of the other side at that time alone was enough to cause turmoil and panic at the national level and even the world level. So, if the information given by those Avengers is accurate, then what should we do? Advertisement. Even SHIELD, which is all composed of the most elite agents, will be slaughtered by the mutant named Chen Tian, and replaced by ordinary people. I am afraid that there will be no backhand at all. A member of the parliament said with a serious expression. This statement came out. The entire conference room in the White Room fell silent. And General Ross glanced around the scene and said squarely, until now, I have to confirm that those Chen Tian are an extremely dangerous guy for the whole society. Let's not talk about whether he really has the ability to destroy the universe as stated in the data. But what is certain is that the destructive power he has shown is completely not inferior to nuclear weapons. Therefore, to deal with him, we must at least prepare corresponding weapons. Listen to what he says. The people at the White House meeting, after some thought, nodded in approval. The chairman of the meeting frowned, since now, what we have to do is to gather the top military weapons in the country, and protect the lives of all the people as much as possible. After a moment of silence, he continued, let all the people evacuate the ground of the bomb shelter. No one knows what the consequences will be if Chen Tian really leads the mutant army to attack. At this time, some counselors snorted coldly, I always think that you guys are making a fuss, but it's just a mutant. I admit, the crisis at mutant is really big, and once we all of America had losses at the national level because of Mutant's influence. But it's too much of an exaggeration to raise Mutant, who has been emerging for less than a year, to directly elevate him to a crisis at the world level. Saying that, he turned his gaze to the conference president. Sir, with all due respect, if that Chen Tian is not as terrible as this alarmist information by then, who should bear the excess economic losses and the opinions of the people? This statement came out. Many members present felt that it was very reasonable. The atmosphere in the conference room began to become subtle. Then, a man wearing a black suit with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked into the room. The one who came was none other than Tony Stark. After days of research and development, at this moment his eyebrows revealed a strong sense of tiredness. Now that he's the interim leader of the Avengers, he can appear at such high-profile meetings after applying. Gentlemen, listen to me. He just received all the contradictions in the meeting. Chen Tian's horror may be far beyond your imagination. According to the proposal of Mr. President, to deal with Chen Tian, in fact, it is not too much, or even enough. But that's the limit of what we can do. Tony Stark said word by word, very seriously, what is certain is that even we Avengers have done everything we can to the extreme. The chance of winning Chen Tian is no more than 40%. Saying that, he looked at the congressman who had raised the objection before. Mr. Congressman, definitely if according to what you said, Chen Tian did not have the terrible loss in the data, and we Stark Industries can fully bear it. Everything is said in one breath. Tony Stark shut his mouth. And now, as he finished speaking, he fell into extreme silence. You mean? Even with all the preparations, our winning rate is only 40%. Some parliamentarians couldn't help but ask. Yes. Tony Stark nodded seriously, reached out and touched the battle suit with 2 infinite gems inlaid under his clothes. Moreover, this winning percentage was only improved when I came out of Stark Building just now. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly let all the people take refuge, and then prepare all the military forces. Some lawmakers shouted in a bit of panic. As for other countries, when they see our actions in America, they must have their own judgment. There is only so much we can do. Yes. General Ross nodded solemnly and began to prepare to go back and mobilize all military forces. As for the rest of the Hakia parliamentarians, they also signed the Treaty of Publication. Not often. All corners of America, shrill air defense sirens could be heard. At first, the people didn't react what was going on. Later, they saw all kinds of military weapons and tanks begin to drive out of their respective military districts and gather together. Meantime. Advertisement. There are also countless warplanes whizzing across the sky. Everything tells that something very serious is about to happen. Even if a mutant strikes, please all people enter the bomb shelter to take shelter. Even if a mutant strikes, please all people enter the bomb shelter to take shelter. Next second. Then there were fighters carrying megaphones that flew over all the cities. And all the electronic devices and news on the TV have also become a notification that something big is about to happen, so that all the people can evacuate into the nearest bomb shelter as soon as possible. The people of America, who have always advocated freedom, have seen such battles. Immediately began to prepare to evacuate in a panic. The tide carried panic people, and they rushed out of the various buildings. No need to explain much to them, just look at the various planes and tanks whizzing past the window, and they already know the seriousness of the matter. But in the blink of an eye, all roads are already crowded with a wide variety of people and vehicles. All train stations, terminals, and airports were paralyzed. Looked at. The military personnel immediately arranged for the armed forces to dredge up to avoid stampedes and improve the efficiency of the evacuation of the people. But in just half a day, even New York City, the most prosperous city in America, has become an empty city. In every street and alley, in every building that looks extremely prosperous, except for the figure of the army, there is not a single citizen to be found. Everything at the moment can be described as a stern formation. Only, is that enough? In the sky, on the whistling plains. The main universe Black Widow, looking at the ground, prepared for the American military. Can't help but frown and mutter. This is just a backup means, if we can't defeat Chen Tian in the end, then no matter where we hide in the universe, it will be just a wasted effort. If the Black Widow of the world sighed. She was someone who had seen the horrors of Chen Tian. It was while the two were talking. Boom! Above the heavenly dome, a terrifying explosion that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next moment, rolling dark clouds quickly spread from the sky, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was dyed thick black. Meanwhile, in all the space as far as the eye could see, it seemed that with such changes, it began to be filled with terrifying and amazing power. The two Black Widows looked at the mutated sky and frowned. What's going on? Could it be that Chen Tian is coming back? Suppose Black Widow said a little nervously. I don't know, let's hurry back to the Vengeance headquarters and join the other teammates. Black Widow suggested. Who? The voice fell. The two flew the slash and suddenly joined and left for Avengers Base aircraft carrier flight. The other side. Black and Doctor Strange, after touching the timeline, took a break. Then he continued to cast deductive magic. To catch more information about Chen Tian. The rest of the Avengers and the multi-universe Asgardian also gathered around him at this moment. Captain America and Carter put on their own vibranium shields. Advertisement. Star-Lord T'Challa constantly innovates her gun, while Gamora wiping the two blades she inherited from Thanos. As for the two Thor, they sit side by side, elbows on their knees, brows furrowed, and Mjolnir at their feet. The action expressions are almost identical. At a glance, it is the same as shadow duplication. The rest are also constantly debugging their weapons. Right at this moment. What is this thing? Black and Doctor Strange, who was surrounded by endless dark red magical energy, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with deep horror and nervousness. The surrounding patterns and magic arrays formed by the condensation of red energy all fluctuated layer by layer this time. What happened? When the rest of the people heard his sudden birth, they all stood up abruptly as if they were electrocuted, with horrified expressions on their faces. Black and Doctor Strange, who was floating cross-kneeled in mid-air with both hands pinched, abruptly put away the magic he was doing. Slowly land and step on the ground. A fine layer of cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. I feel an extremely huge energy. That energy is terrible. Far more than me. Black and Doctor Strange said, his pupils vibrating, his heart beating violently in his chest, and his breathing unconsciously became heavy. Good damn. The whole person looked extremely nervous. Since he devoured countless lives and dimensional demons of the old dominators, it was the first time he had seen such a huge energy body besides observers. It can even be said that even the energy possessed by observers of the universe is completely inferior to that of the right craftsman. It's Chen Tian. Black and Dr. Strangle reacted abruptly. He had stopped observers before and said that all the energy that Chen Tian possessed was much stronger than himself. Even he himself witnessed the horror of Chen Tian while observing the timeline. But it was Black and Doctor Strange's first personal encounter with Chen Tian's horrors. It was also the first time he felt such a small presence of himself. Even in the face of the collapse of his universe, he had never felt so powerless. Is this Chen Tian? Black and Dr. Strand muttered for the rest of his life. The others, after hearing Chen Tian's return, the expressions on their faces were even more nervous. Did you finally show up? Tony Stark touched his body, the battle intent specially created to deal with Chen Tian, and muttered in a deep voice. The gaze in his eyes is even more solemn. Meanwhile, in some corner of the earth, The surrounding air began to ripple, and then an extremely long spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The coercion that rolled like substance then enveloped the entire planet. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth trembled slightly because of this terrifying coercion. Next second, the distorted spatial passage slowly heals. On the ground, thousands of more figures have appeared. The leader is an oriental boy with a well-proportioned figure and a beautiful face. He raised his eyes to look at the sky, and there were endless red lights flowing under his eyes. Just standing there, doing nothing, all exuding rolling power, as if the protagonist of heaven and earth. Ready? Marvel Main Universe. He muttered in a low voice. I'm back. Advertisement. 139. After Black and Doctor Strange magically predicts that the terrifyingly powerful mutant Chen Tian is about to return with the mutant army. The remaining members of SHIELD, as well as the people of Avengers, delivered the news to the high level of all the countries of the planet at great speed. It is also accompanied by a record of all of Chen Tian's past battles, as well as an analysis of his possible strength upon return. All the information, through the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. members, turned into electromagnetic signals and was transmitted to all national high-level hands in a very short time. Just half an hour. All the countries of the planet have had extremely heavy meetings at the top. Definitely, other countries are more skeptical of the news they receive. After all, the entire world, and even the entire universe, will face destruction, and the source of that so-called destruction is only a single mutant individual. Such news, if not from S.H.I.E.L.D. in America, would probably only be considered by other countries, but it was just a joke that came out of nowhere. However, the news about Chen Tian, since it is America's high-level organization SHIELD, is transmitted through the official special encryption channel. Therefore, other countries on the earth still used a very serious attitude and began to study the authenticity of this matter and related treatment measures. And America, the country that really saw the horrors of Chen Tian, received a message from SHIELD. All the high-ranking officials of the country with enough voice soon gathered in the White Room at a very fast speed. Thereinto, General Ross, who had had several close encounters with Chen Tian, was among them, and he was in charge of chairing the meeting. When all the senior American executives gathered in the White House conference hall and sat down in their seats. As you can see, the expressions on the faces of all the American White House counselors are very complicated. After all, others may not be clear. But everyone present had a meeting not long ago because of this mutant named Chen Tian. At that meeting at that time, each of them has seen with their own eyes what a miserable end was for SHIELD who fought Chen Tian. At that time, the meeting was at the end. All lawmakers unanimously approved the arrest warrant for Chen Tian, America's supreme military power. However, none of them expected that after such a long time, not only could they not capture the slightest trace of each other. Now he actually brought them the news that the world was facing the destruction of Chen Tian? Can anyone tell me that this is nothing more than a joke started by SHIELD? The expression on the face of Counselor Yuhakia was not good looking, and his face was even a little pale. He seemed to be like a helpless child, his gaze constantly swept over the faces of those present, but he was disappointed to find that the expressions of the people he met were not relaxed. The atmosphere in the entire White House conference room froze terribly. It seems that all the air, at this time, has become viscous glue. It's hard to breathe. General Ross stood in front of everyone with serious eyes, and gently pressed the projection button of the computer in front of him. The next moment, all the videos about Chen Tian were shown on a projection screen in the middle of the conference hall. All those who can sit in the White House and decide the major decisions of a country may be bad or have other bad qualities. But it definitely can't be a fool. They looked at the screen, Chen Tian's growth trajectory along the way, and then saw the analysis of this mutant ability behind. I immediately understood that this Chen Tian really had the ability to destroy the universe from the outcropping. Take 10,000 steps back. Even Chen Tian now has no growth compared to when he slaughtered Shield. But the strength of the other side at that time alone was enough to cause turmoil and panic at the national level and even the world level. So, if the information given by those Avengers is accurate, then what should we do? Advertisement. Even Shield, which is all composed of the most elite agents, will be slaughtered by the mutant named Chen Tian, and replaced by ordinary people. I am afraid that there will be no backhand at all. A member of the parliament said with a serious expression. This statement came out. The entire conference room in the White Room fell silent. And General Ross glanced around the scene and said squarely, until now, I have to confirm that those Chen Tian are an extremely dangerous guy for the whole society. Let's not talk about whether he really has the ability to destroy the universe as stated in the data. But what is certain is that the destructive power he has shown is completely not inferior to nuclear weapons. Therefore, to deal with him, we must at least prepare corresponding weapons. Listen to what he says. The people at the White House meeting, after some thought, nodded in approval. The chairman of the meeting frowned, since now, what we have to do is to gather the top military weapons in the country, and protect the lives of all the people as much as possible. After a moment of silence, he continued, let all the people evacuate the ground of the bomb shelter. No one knows what the consequences will be if Chen Tian really leads the mutant army to attack. At this time, some counselors snorted coldly, I always think that you guys are making a fuss, but it's just a mutant. I admit, the crisis at mutant is really big, and once we all of America had losses at the national level because of mutant's influence. But it's too much of an exaggeration to raise mutant, who has been emerging for less than a year, to directly elevate him to a crisis at the world level. Saying that, he turned his gaze to the conference president, Sir, with all due respect, if that Chen Tian is not as terrible as this alarmist information by then, who should bear the excess economic losses and the opinions of the people? This statement came out. Many members present felt that it was very reasonable. The atmosphere in the conference room began to become subtle. Then, a man wearing a black suit with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked into the room. The one who came was none other than Tony Stark. After days of research and development, at this moment his eyebrows revealed a strong sense of tiredness. Now that he's the interim leader of the Avengers, he can appear at such high-profile meetings after applying. Gentlemen, listen to me. He just received all the contradictions in the meeting. Chen Tian's horror may be far beyond your imagination. According to the proposal of Mr. President, to deal with Chen Tian, in fact, it is not too much, or even enough. But that's the limit of what we can do. Tony Stark said word by word, very seriously, what is certain is that even we Avengers have done everything we can to the extreme. The chance of winning Chen Tian is no more than 40%. Saying that, he looked at the congressman who had raised the objection before, Mr. Congressman, definitely if according to what you said, Chen Tian did not have the terrible loss in the data, and we Stark Industries can fully bear it. Everything is said in one breath. Tony Stark shut his mouth. And now, as he finished speaking, he fell into extreme silence. You mean? Even with all the preparations, our winning rate is only 40%. Some parliamentarians couldn't help but ask. Yes. Tony Stark nodded seriously, reached out and touched the battle suit with 2 infinite gems inlaid under his clothes. Moreover, this winning percentage was only improved when I came out of Stark building just now. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly let all the people take refuge, and then prepare all the military forces. Some lawmakers shouted in a bit of panic. As for other countries, when they see our actions in America, they must have their own judgment. There is only so much we can do. Yes. General Ross nodded solemnly and began to prepare to go back and mobilize all military forces. As for the rest of the Hakia parliamentarians, they also signed the Treaty of Publication. Not often. All corners of America, shrill air defense sirens could be heard. At first, the people didn't react what was going on. Later, they saw all kinds of military weapons and tanks begin to drive out of their respective military districts and gather together. Meantime. Advertisement. There are also countless warplanes whizzing across the sky. Everything tells that something very serious is about to happen. Even if a mutant strikes, please all people enter the bomb shelter to take shelter. Even if a mutant strikes, please all people enter the bomb shelter to take shelter. Next second. Then there were fighters carrying megaphones that flew over all the cities. And all the electronic devices and news on the TV have also become a notification that something big is about to happen, so that all the people can evacuate into the nearest bomb shelter as soon as possible. The people of America, who have always advocated freedom, have seen such battles. Immediately began to prepare to evacuate in a panic. The tide carried panic people, and they rushed out of the various buildings. No need to explain much to them, just look at the various planes and tanks whizzing past the window, and they already know the seriousness of the matter. But in the blink of an eye, all roads are already crowded with a wide variety of people and vehicles. All train stations, terminals, and airports were paralyzed. Looked at. The military personnel immediately arranged for the armed forces to dredge up to avoid stampedes and improve the efficiency of the evacuation of the people. But in just half a day, even New York City, the most prosperous city in America, has become an empty city. In every street and alley, in every building that looks extremely prosperous, except for the figure of the army, there is not a single citizen to be found. Everything at the moment can be described as a stern formation. Only, is that enough? In the sky, on the whistling plains. The main universe Black Widow, looking at the ground, prepared for the American military. Can't help but frown and mutter. This is just a backup means, if we can't defeat Chen Tian in the end, then no matter where we hide in the universe, it will be just a wasted effort. If the Black Widow of the world sighed. She was someone who had seen the horrors of Chen Tian. It was while the two were talking. Boom. Above the heavenly dome, a terrifying explosion that was enough to shake the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next moment, rolling dark clouds quickly spread from the sky, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was dyed thick black. Meanwhile, in all the space as far as the eye could see, it seemed that with such changes, it began to be filled with terrifying and amazing power. The two Black Widows looked at the mutated sky and frowned. What's going on? Could it be that Chen Tian is coming back? Suppose Black Widow said a little nervously. I don't know, let's hurry back to the Vengeance headquarters and join the other teammates. Black Widow suggested. Hoo. The voice fell. The two flew the slash and suddenly joined and left for Avengers Base aircraft carrier flight. The other side. Black and Doctor Strange, after touching the timeline, took a break. Then he continued to cast deductive magic. To catch more information about Chen Tian. The rest of the Avengers and the multi-universe Asgardian also gathered around him at this moment. Captain America and Carter put on their own vibranium shields. Advertisement. Star-Lord T'Challa constantly innovates her gun, while Gamora wiping the two blades she inherited from Thanos. As for the two Thor, they sit side by side, elbows on their knees, brows furrowed, and Mjolnir at their feet. The action expressions are almost identical. At a glance, it is the same as shadow duplication. The rest are also constantly debugging their weapons. Right at this moment. What is this thing? Black and Doctor Strange, who was surrounded by endless dark red magical energy, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with deep horror and nervousness. The surrounding patterns and magic arrays formed by the condensation of red energy all fluctuated layer by layer this time. What happened? When the rest of the people heard his sudden birth, they all stood up abruptly as if they were electrocuted, with horrified expressions on their faces. Black and Doctor Strange, who was floating cross-kneeled in mid-air with both hands pinched, abruptly put away the magic he was doing. Slowly land and step on the ground. A fine layer of cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. I feel an extremely huge energy. That energy is terrible. Far more than me. Black and Doctor Strange said, his pupils vibrating, his heart beating violently in his chest, and his breathing unconsciously became heavy. Good damn. The whole person looked extremely nervous. Since he devoured countless lives and dimensional demons of the old dominators, it was the first time he had seen such a huge energy body besides observers. It can even be said that even the energy possessed by observers of the universe is completely inferior to that of the right craftsman. It's Chen Tian. Black and Dr. Strangle reacted abruptly. He had stopped observers before and said that all the energy that Chen Tian possessed was much stronger than himself. Even he himself witnessed the horror of Chen Tian while observing the timeline. But it was Black and Doctor Strange's first personal encounter with Chen Tian's horrors. It was also the first time he felt such a small presence of himself. Even in the face of the collapse of his universe, he had never felt so powerless. Is this Chen Tian? Black and Dr. Strand muttered for the rest of his life. The others, after hearing Chen Tian's return, the expressions on their faces were even more nervous. Did you finally show up? Tony Stark touched his body, the battle intent specially created to deal with Chen Tian, and muttered in a deep voice. The gaze in his eyes is even more solemn. Meanwhile, in some corner of the earth, the surrounding air began to ripple, and then an extremely long spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The coercion that rolled like substance then enveloped the entire planet. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth trembled slightly because of this terrifying coercion. Next second, the distorted spatial passage slowly heals. On the ground, thousands of more figures have appeared. The leader is an oriental boy with a well-proportioned figure and a beautiful face. He raised his eyes to look at the sky, and there were endless red lights flowing under his eyes. Just standing there, doing nothing, all exuding rolling power, as if the protagonist of heaven and earth. Ready? Marvel Main Universe. He muttered in a low voice. I'm back. Advertisement. 140. I hope things don't go in that direction. With extremely deep concern in his eyebrows, the observer took a deep look at Chen Tian through the dimensional realm composed of countless prisms. The weapon in his mouth that is capable of destroying the multi-universe is the observer metal. The ultimate weapon that has existed since the beginning of the universe. Even the technological evolution of the observer family is still due to the existence of the observer metal in some ways. There was a being called Rune, and after obtaining half of the observation metal, it had the power to stir multi-universe. With the blessing of half of the observer metal, he wiped out the planet Devourer, one of the strongest in countless single universes. The corpses of countless planet devourers piled up into mountains that day, and even the space of a single universe could hardly be placed. And if the full observer metal exerts its strength, the effect is even less self-evident. It can easily destroy the multi-metaverse. Observers thought that as long as Chen Tian was directly wiped out before he launched the copy ability, then even if Chen Tian was powerful now, there would definitely be no room for resistance. It's just that because of the observer's self-demand, he no longer uses that weapon in the first place. If you really do it, observers have not only intervened in the development of multi-universe, but directly changed the pattern of everything. This is something that observers do not want to see. It's just that if Chen Tian really threatens the safety of the multi-universe and there is no other suitable person to stop it, the situation will become uncontrollable. Then it's up to him to do it. After all, they are responsible for observing changes and developments in the universe, but if the entire multi-universe disappears with it, then the so-called observation will lose its meaning. Between thoughts? The observer responsible for observing the Marvel main universe galaxy suddenly appeared around his body, and the dimensional space around him began to change and distort constantly. It turned into a colorful color block of Luli, and constantly flickered faintly. Then when everything began to slowly take shape and calm returned. This observer has come to the stars of another universe. He raised his head and looked at the twinkling stars scattered in the boundless dark universe, and made a little recognition. I found the solar system in this universe. However, the target of this observer is not the Earth, or other planets with civilizations. Whew! In the next instant after determining the direction, his body flickered again. But in an instant, he had already crossed the space distance of infinite light years and arrived on the moon outside this cosmic Earth. Uruk, you're not making your observations. What are you doing here looking for me? Do you know how many file-size events in the universe you will miss just by leaving for a while? An observer, also with a strangely large head, almost the size of his body, stood on the far side of the moon and slowly turned his head. Looking at the observer clan who suddenly appeared behind him. The observer is not a single body, but an existence with countless individual races. Each observer is responsible for observing what is happening in a galaxy. Similar to the existence of a historian responsible for recording history. The multi-universe is vast, and the galaxy in it is innumerable, as are all observers. The previous observer who was responsible for observing the main universe of Marvel and deeply understanding the dangers of Chen Tian was Uruk. He traveled to another universe to the far side of the moon to find his people named Uetu. Uetu, I am naturally aware of my duties, but I have more important things to talk to you about now than to record history. Uruk said in a heavy tone. The clan member he came to find this time was an elder-level mission in the observer family, and he had lived for hundreds of millions of years, or even longer. Therefore, Uruk came to Uruk specifically to explain the situation. The latter heard the other party's words, was silent for a while, and slowly turned around and said, "This matter is actually not tricky. Marvel main universe. After the heavens and the earth change, Black and Doctor Strange perceived Chen Tian's location. He led the crowd to a plane. I realized that the location where mutant Chen Tian came was over here. Advertisement. I think it won't be long before we can meet officially." Black and Dr. Strange said with a solemn expression, while his eyes were constantly looking in every direction around. Today, the magnetic field on the entire Earth has changed dramatically. He even felt that the magical energy in the air was becoming chaotic. Having seen the ending of facing Chen Tian countless times through timeline magic, Black and Dr. Strange at this moment said that he was not nervous, which must be a lie. As for the members of the Avengers who followed behind him, as well as the people of the If world, the expressions on their faces were also ugly. Chen Tian. Tony Stark was wrapped in his specially built steel battle suit, looked up at the thick ink-stained sky, and muttered to himself. On both sides of the reactor, 2 brilliant infinite gems are inlaid. Palladium poisoning caused by nuclear reactions before has now been fundamentally changed because of the power of gemstones. It's an amazing experience. At the same time, he felt the power of infinite gems. Even the energy contained in an infinite gems is more terrifying than the sun that has existed for a long time outside the earth. And now he has 2 infinite gems at the same time. Although the battle suit that is being built now can only be maintained with infinite gems at half its power, it can maintain safety and control. Tony Stark muttered, "But if necessary, I'll directly induce the full power of the 2 gems." He slowly raised his eyes, which flashed with a complicated light. "Chen, if it comes to that time, I am afraid that I will have to let you and I be buried with everyone." Tony Stark has studied that if the full force of 2 infinite gems is excited at the same time, the energy burst may even smash the entire solar system. And now, he does not have the technology to control such a huge energy area. If enabled, then the furious energy may directly destroy the entire solar system, and may even collapse space, generate black holes, and cause more far-reaching effects. So, this means was used by Tony Stark is the last hole card when he is forced to do so. As for the others, the expressions on their faces were also extremely solemn. After all, no one knows what the outcome of this battle will be. If they fail to stop Chen Tian, everything will disappear. Friends, take it easy. If Thor felt the atmosphere around him, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. I kind of figured out that no matter how nervous we are, it will only make us uncomfortable. It's already so hard anyway, it's better to have a party and relax. In a word, it is incompatible with the surrounding atmosphere. VR. Thor looked at himself from another world and stopped talking. You're in a good state of mind. This is definitely. If Thor shrugged indifferently, no one knows what tomorrow will come, surprise or accident. I kind of understand this sentence completely. Saying that, he also sighed heavily. I already knew that this was the case, and last night I shouldn't have waited for Steven's prediction to come out, but went to have a good drink. The words did not fall. Thundered. Above the sky with endless thick dark clouds. A violent pillar of energy light pierced through the clouds, and with a banging power, it fell straight in front of everyone. Colorful pillars of light fall from the sky. The dazzling light shone on everyone's faces, and in a pair of surprised pupils, brilliant colors were reflected. What is this? Although Dr. Banner is usually gentle, he has actually been in a state of tension since he learned about Chen Tian. After all, the boy's violent beating of him, but it left him with a deep shadow. Now the other party has become an existence that is about to die. So, when he saw that brilliant pillar of light falling from the sky, Dr. Banner's tense spirit was touched. The muscles on the whole body suddenly swelled, and all the skin faintly turned green. There seems to be a tendency to transform at any time. Advertisement. However, he immediately found that the two Thors standing in front of him did not show any nervousness, and even some surprise. Only then did he react, and he calmed down and did not have a body shape. Wait until the light dissipates. Where endless rays of light could be seen, a circular mark was burned on the ground. It is covered with ancient and esoteric patterns. On it, thousands of divine court warriors exuding rolling battle intent stood figures. A raging divine power came to the surface. The moment they appeared, the 10 miles around were enveloped by a powerful coercion. And standing in front of everyone was a tall figure that was burly and majestic. The majesty that diffuses from it is even stronger. It makes people watch, and even have the urge to bow down. So the people of the Avengers were slightly stunned when they looked at each other. Only Thor exclaimed in surprise, "Father." As for Thor next to him, he looked strange at the other side. After all, in his world, he was most afraid of the god King Odin. Every time you gather partners for a party, you will inevitably encounter a bit of education from each other. But he always enjoyed it. Then, Thor proudly introduced to the Avenger companions beside him, "Everyone, he is my father, Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms. Behind him are the strongest and bravest warriors of my divine court." Hearsay. Tony when Stark and the others looked at the old man again, their eyes were filled with awe. It was a heartfelt awe. At this moment, the sky was dim, but the old man had endless brilliance. Ask for flowers. This is the Lord of the 9 realms, the divine king worker. Perhaps, with him and the warriors of the divine court appearing, our chances of winning can be much higher. If Black Widow's eyes shine. When Odin led the divine court warriors and appeared, she felt that the oppression everywhere had eased a lot. It gave her hope. And the others on the side basically feel this way. Only if Thor raised his eyebrows, pulled Thor, and whispered, "It seems that your old man is also not a person who likes to party." Thor looked back at the other party, the corners of his mouth tugged, and he couldn't swallow it with a groove stuck in his throat. God King O. Ding looked around at the Avengers, before he could speak. Hearing Thor's words, his solemn and majestic face couldn't help but darken slightly. In comparison, the current Thor is still much better than Thor in this parallel universe. He couldn't help but think. As a matter of fact, Odin, the god king who has been paying attention to the earth, naturally knows about the parallel universe if Thor. Before coming, he was also looking forward to seeing what this if would be like, but at the moment, it was better not to see it. It seems that the self in the parallel world is not as thorough as himself in the education of his son. But now is not the time to dwell on this matter. There are more important matters to deal with. Gentlemen, the war is ready to begin, and we need to take it with the utmost seriousness. God King Odin slowly spoke with great majesty. Advertisement. I believe that as long as my father is there, all crises can be passed safely. Thor said seriously and confidently. As for the others, after hearing his speech, there was a faint expectation in their hearts. Even if Thor did. I think that no matter which world's crisis, the God King can easily solve it. He laughed. Nope. When God King Odin heard this, his body was still majestic, and his expression was dazzling, but his face couldn't help but dim a little. He shook his head, even I'm not invincible. As I said, this is a war, not a trouble. War. That is, no one can know what the final result will be, and all that can be done is to let go and fight for everything. This statement came out. The surrounding air, which had been a little more relaxed, suddenly became solemn again. Father, are you saying that Chen Tian is even as powerful as you? The expression on Thor's face stiffened on his face. This was the first time since he was born that he had seen such an unconfident expression on his father's face. If Thor was also stunned in place. It's a war. God King Odin's words turned into a heavy hammer and smashed into everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely heavy. And Tony Stark involuntarily took a deep breath. The hand unconsciously stroked the infinite gems on his chest. I hope it will not come to the point where jade and stone will be burned and destroyed. He muttered in a low voice. Then, God King Odin and the other divine court warriors looked abrupt. Turned back in unison. A sky-like divine light erupted, and the power was rolling. And the people of Avengers, and the people of the what-if world, have also made gestures of preparation. Everyone's body is tense, like a full bowstring, tense, ready to go. Everyone's eyes were also focused on the same direction. At the moment, above the firmament, there was a backlog of rolling clouds that could not be dissolved at all, and the atmosphere was gloomy. There was a constant cool wind, blowing on the plain with dim skylight. The flat horizon, stretching all the way to the end of the line of sight, intersects with the gray sky. And it was between the lines of communication between heaven and earth. A dense crowd of figures slowly emerged. The strong fighting intent soared into the sky, turning into a raging wave-like substance, and pouring down towards the location of everyone. The divine court warriors and the Avengers, the moment they saw each other appear, their eyes flickered, slowly rising their fighting spirit. Boom 1. It seems that in the air that is invisible to the eyes, there are two rolling fighting intentions that are opposing each other, and the needle points are like wheat, and they are slamming together fiercely. The wind between heaven and earth, at this moment, became more noisy, whistling and bringing up the sand flying. The dark clouds on the firmament were all stirred by the battle intent after the collision, and a heavenly gap collapsed inside. Are these all mutants that Chen Tian brought back from other worlds? Tony Stark battlesuit hands and feet, spit out flames, the whole person slowly floated up, looking at the menacing crowd on the opposite side. His face was solemn. His gaze kept glancing, as if he was ready to find the most feared figure in it. And the divine court warriors, as well as the Avengers, are also ready. This war, it began. God King Odin said in a heavy tone. 141. Above the firmament, dark clouds are like ink, thick, gloomy and churning. The light between heaven and earth is gloomy, and the atmosphere is so dignified and oppressive that people can't breathe. The entire plane fell silent. The Avenger, the god King Odin, and the divine court warriors all looked solemn and rose up with a determination to die. Together with the surrounding air, it also stirred at this time. At the end of that plane, at the horizon stretched in a straight line, thousands of figures with the same fighting intent slowly appeared. Tony Stark took in the faces of the people on the other side, and slowly frowned. These people, he had seen. They are all former and famous X-Men members. There's even Wolverine, who is still young, and Charles. Are these the mutant legions that Chen Tian brought back? How did he manage to bring these people back? Tony Stark looked at these people on the opposite side, and a sense of horror suddenly appeared on his face. In this universe, these mutants were in the limelight in the world when he was young. At that time, I had heard of the name of the X-Men, and at the same time, I had experienced the international impact caused by the mutant trouble. However, later, all mutants, with the government's mutant restriction law, added drugs that restricted the mutant gene to food, and mutant gradually withdrew from people's view. And now, those mutants, who once made the whole world tremble, have reappeared in the world with the posture of their peak. He was amazed. Everyone behind him also felt that it was not easy. The same is true for Odin, the God King. He felt that those mutants in front of him, each of them exuded a powerful momentum, even compared to the warriors of the Divine Court. When did Midgard have so many powerful warriors besides that Chen Tian? Odin muttered. One heavy time. Powerful pressure comes from the surface. He previously felt that even if he brought the people of the entire Divine Court over, he might not be able to become Chen Tian's counterpart. Where would he have thought that the person brought by that young mutant would also have such amazing strength? The others, as if they expected this, all frowned tightly. Then, a figure exuding a terrifying aura slowly rose from behind the group of mutant troops. This moment, everything around us seems to be no longer important. The protagonist of heaven and earth seems to be only that figure left. That figure, just looking at the appearance, is just a well-proportioned figure, not tall or strong, a beautiful oriental boy's face. Short black hair floats with the wind. The gaze is also extremely calm, without the slightest extreme emotion. But this is how he floated and stood between heaven and earth. The body is constantly facing in all directions, exuding an endless sense of oppression. He didn't have to do anything, everyone just looked at him thousands of meters away, and they all felt that the despair of the other party could easily destroy everything spread in their hearts. Like a stirring tide, it is constantly rolling in his heart. Chen Tian. Tony Stark gritted his teeth and said the boy's name in a deep voice. After working tirelessly on research and development, he finally successfully integrated 2 infinite gems into his battle suit, and he thought that seeing Chen Tian again would be more or less confident no matter what. But seeing each other at the moment, Tony Stark still felt an unbearable sense of oppression. Turn into a big wave and shoot it towards your head. As for Thor, who had been laughing before and had a very good attitude, the expression on his face also became solemn at this moment. The smile froze directly on the face. Advertisement. He looked at the figure floating in mid-air and felt the terrifying pressure like a mountain. This kind of pressure is even countless times more terrifying than the anger of Odin when he quietly brings his friends, parties on other planets, and then faces. If Thor couldn't accurately describe that feeling. I only noticed that I was holding Mjolnir's hand, shaking unconsciously. He just. Chen Tian. Together with Black and Doctor Strange, who devoured endless creatures and demons, and reached the level universe in strength, he also slowly narrowed his eyes. This is like prophetic magic, one closer to Chen Tian. The teenager, who had seen countless times when he was already foreseeing the future, finally entered his field of vision at this moment. It still makes him feel endless nervousness. Boom. With the appearance of Chen Tian with the mutant army, the thick dark clouds that had been brewing for more than a long time in the sky dome finally began to produce rolling thunder. Let the already breathless atmosphere add 3 points of depression. At this moment, as the footsteps advanced, Magneto and the others also raised their heads and looked directly at the Divine Court warriors and Avengers on the opposite side. They have already gone through countless wars in order to survive. Therefore, no matter who you face, you will not be afraid in your heart. As the distance between the two sides gets closer, on the blank plain in the middle of the confrontation between the two groups of people, a golden point of light suddenly appeared. Space is constantly shaking. The golden point of light immediately turned into a circular dimensional gate. A figure dressed in dark orange walked out of it. It was a woman. The troubled silk on the head was all cut off, and the exposed skin was as smooth as jade. In a pair of deep eyes, there seems to be a vast and boundless river of stars, giving people a sense of spaciousness that is enough to encompass everything. It's the Earth Timeline Asgardian, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Hello, Ancient One Magician, I didn't expect you to come and welcome me back in person. Chen Tian looked at the magician who suddenly appeared, a smile appeared on his face, and said hello softly. The smile on his face was very relaxed. It seemed that the oppressive atmosphere around him did not have much impact on him. The tone of his mouth did not look like greeting the enemy, but an old friend he had not seen for a long time. But, in fact, in Chen Tian's heart, he did not regard these people as enemies that must be eliminated. As long as the other party does not make a move on his own people, then he is also willing to solve it without fighting. Violence and fighting are nothing more than means. If he could, he wouldn't be willing to use more. If he could choose, Chen Tian just wanted to live a peaceful and free life. Thinking, he set his sights on the army of the Divine Court and the Avengers in the distance. Then again, I just came back with friends, how could so many people gather together? And they don't seem to welcome me very much. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, then sighed and asked Ancient One Magician, did I do something wrong? You should be clear. Ancient One Magician looked at the boy calmly, but his tone couldn't help but bring a bit of solemnity. After all, the boy in front of him has the power to wipe out the entire multi-universe. Huh. Faced with such a cold response, Chen Tian smiled lightly and did not say more. He naturally knew what the purpose of those people was assembling. When he returns to this universe with the mutants, he will already have everything about this universe. Everything that happened. Chen Tian had learned that the observer was not actually dead. Advertisement. Moreover, it was also learned that after the big-headed baby picked up a life, he actually gathered all the people of the world to deal with himself as if he should have dealt with the 6 gems Ultron. Pity. In the original world of IFs, these people come together and are able to defeat the 6 gems Ultron. It's because the 6 gems Ultron is powerful, but after all, infinite gems is not its own ability. Through various schemes, those who gathered together, called multi-universe Asgardian, pried the infinite gems off Ultron. Finally, relying on Black Panther Eric, using Ultron's helmet to become a cage, he and the other party will always contain each other and be imprisoned in the cage. Only barely solved the problem of the 6 jewels Ultron. And now Chen Tian, but directly copied the power of the 6 infinite gems into his own ability. There is no longer a situation where infinite gems can be snatched away by means. The thought fell. Chen Tian looked at the Ancient One Magician in front of him coldly, and said in a deep voice, in that case, take a step back, I just want me and my friends to have a normal life. I don't want to cause war in this world. Saying that, he paused, his eyes scanning Odin and Tony in the distance. Stark, after all, there are actually no real winners in wars. We could all coexist in this world, there is no need to fight you to death. Every life is precious. In a word, The Black Widow of the If world on the other side narrowed his eyes and immediately asked loudly, "If you are really a pacifist, then why destroy my world? I ruined your world." Chen Tian raised his eyebrows. "Didn't your world already be blasted into ruins by the 6 gems Ultron after it was born? Everyone else was also killed by it, but only you. And I believe that even if I don't fight it, the 6 gems Ultron will just destroy everything with his hands. I never thought about actively hurting anyone." Ancient One magician, who was standing in the middle of everyone, slowly frowned. "Chen Tian, we definitely cannot treat you as enemies, but you must leave this universe." "Impossible." Chen Tian's tone was very serious. "I was born to be a person in this universe, and the universe has never been dimensional. I can come and go if I want, as long as I don't take the initiative to hurt anyone. This is the right I should have. Why do you deny it?" The expression on Ancient One magician's face also began to become more and more ugly. "But you should know that the single universe cannot withstand the existence of multi-universe. Your appearance will only plunge the universe into chaos." Chen Tian slowly raised his chin and his eyes were calm. "I can solve this problem. Now you see, I appeared in this universe, and soon there was no chaos. Why do you have to think that I will destroy the entire universe? Aren't all my counterattacks based on the premise that others attack me? Why do you face me with the same attitude as you treat the perpetrator?" Ancient One retorted, "The gods will not agree to you staying in this universe, they will sanction you." When Chen Tian heard this, he slowly narrowed his eyes. He knew who the gods in Ancient One magician's mouth were. The only god in the Marvel world is the cosmic god. For example, the 5 gods and the group of heavenly gods, the firmament, the court of life, and so on. Only these beings who are truly beyond everything can be regarded as gods. Even in the Observer family, except for the original, the rest did not dare to call themselves gods. "You mean, the people who set the rules for the world to their liking?" Chen Tian thought for a while, and then said with a smile, "I admit that the rules they constructed in order to maintain the peace and stability of the entire universe have some truth. But I didn't destroy the universe. Even if the so-called gods come, I won't be convinced." He didn't say a word. The strong make rules to limit the weak, and sooner or later he will become the one who makes the rules. "I said, the whole world will not collapse because of me," Chen Tian finally said seriously. "Nope." Advertisement. When God King Odin heard this, he took a step forward and said with serious eyes, "I will not allow the balance to be broken." "You won't allow it?" Chen Tian smiled contemptuously when he heard this. "Who are you again?" "God King Odin, so you can't allow it? It can't happen." "What is balance? What you recognize is balance. What are you?" A word came out. The pressure between heaven and earth became more and more dignified, making people breathless. And the expression on Odin's face began to become more and more ugly. "It's useless to talk more." His brows furrowed, and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. An arm with muscles like the roots of an old tree was raised abruptly, and 5 fingers were lightly clasped. At this time, the endless golden mang suddenly gathered towards his heart. A spear wrapped around the behemoth energy, like a spear that could penetrate some, appeared out of thin air in Odin's hand. The blade of the spear is divided into 3 strands, and the inscription on it is endless, mysterious and complicated, exuding endless noble wrinkle or a divine pattern. At the moment the gun fell into Odin's hands, every stripe on the spear, suddenly, burst out dazzling and incomparably dazzling 10,000 meters of golden rays, which seemed to dye the entire world into a golden ocean. God King Odin's momentum is also rising at this moment. Everything in heaven and earth trembles at this moment. The next moment. Boom! He did not hesitate and directly faced the people of Tianshu. That golden spear even roared. Heaven and earth, space, all existences, trembled violently because of the spear that came out towards Chen Tian's treasure. A rolling golden torrent of time rushed up with an indomitable terrifying might. Together with the endless dark clouds that were rolling endlessly before, it was reflected in a dazzling gold at this moment in 5.7. The space was even shattered piece by piece under the pouring of the golden torrent. Heaven and earth changed color, and everything seemed to have lost its color, leaving only a terrifying shot that exuded Odin's swing and was full of endless power. Boom! Space is crumbling wildly. That golden torrent bombarded Chen Tian with unstoppable terrifying power. This is Eternal Gun. Thor watched Odin strike abruptly, feeling the endless coercion emanating from the latter's body, and then watched him directly use the Eternal Gun. His face was surprised. The name of the Eternal Spear is known to everyone in the 9 realms. This is an existential and legendary weapon. He once accompanied the god King Odin, crushed countless strong enemies and conquered the boundless star domain. There is even a legend that the god King Odin once relied on this eternal spear to directly penetrate a planet. However, those all happened before Thor's notes. Until he grew up, the god King Odin no longer needed to do anything. Therefore, he has been looking forward to the moment when his father really makes a move. I have made up countless times in my heart, the picture when Odin struck. And at the moment when Thor saw the god King Odin for the first time, he was angry. Feel the rolling pressure. Only then did he understand, the true strength of my father is far beyond the so-called legends, and my imagination. Is this terrifying power really not directly shattering the entire universe? Tony Stark was also shocked. The rest of the Avengers felt a shot that seemed to tear everything apart. Everyone, even more unable to say a word. They only have one idea now, and that is this shot, no one can stop it. 142. Boom. At the moment when Odin made a move, the eternal grab in which the tip of the gun in his hand split into 3 strands burst out of dazzling golden light in an instant. The endless majestic divine power shone out on the spear. Every sacred and mysterious pattern on it also flickered, blooming with an extremely brilliant immeasurable golden light, illuminating everything, and everything in heaven and earth was shining into a vast golden expanse at this moment. Together with the dark clouds that had piled up in the sky before and seemed to never melt away, they were also dyed dazzling gold at this moment. With God King Odin's face angry, he suddenly raised his hand. The eternal spear, which was wrapped in his 5 fingers, suddenly emitted a long sound, and it seemed to feel the owner's agitated mood at the moment, and responded from afar. Chen Tian, I can't let you do whatever you want. Odin, one eye is covered with a golden blindfold, while the other eye is wide in anger. Just by looking at it, you can feel the boundless anger in it. Since he claimed to be a god king, no one has dared to provoke him, let alone question the peace he has always upheld. Chen Tian's speech undoubtedly provoked Odin's backlash. Under the roar, the gun in his hand had not yet been shot, and every word he said turned into a substantial rolling sound wave at this moment, towards Chen Mo and the mutant beside him. Click. The strongest god king of the 9 realms was angry, and it was only a roar, as if the entire heaven and earth began to tremble, giving birth to dense cracks. The people in the mutant camp felt these changes, and their expressions changed slightly. Merely. The next moment, Chen Tian, who was floating in mid-air, stepped into the air for thousands of steps. Airplanes. Footsteps on the air, gently falling, when even ripples like ripples towards that round of sound waves. Rumble. 2 invisible forces, first in the air, collided head-on with endless might, and the fierce wind that frightened the world roared out. In those spaces, the slight cracks born suddenly became denser. The next moment, God King Odin didn't say more, he just wanted to directly solve the young mutant in front of him who didn't know the sky. Eternal gun. Through. All the muscles in his body were raised high and bulging at this moment, and under his skin, he could see the majestic divine power surging wildly. Endless thick divine power erupted around the whole person. 15. All the momentum can be urged to the extreme. The eternal spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely in the direction where Chen Tian was before, roaring madly. Rumble. In the huge tremor of the roaring heaven and earth, a majestic boundless golden torrent that was furious to the extreme, under the roar, directly towards the roar. Odin faced Chen Tian's shot, and directly used his strength. The space that was already trembling was now trembling, and the amplitude of the tremor became even greater at this moment. The cracks that spread out in the space became denser at this moment. Suddenly, in everyone's eyes, there are no other things in sight, only that shocking and dazzling, indomitable shocking shot. Father has made a move. At this moment, Thor saw Odin finally make a move, and his face couldn't help but show a look of pins. As for the other Avengers, they didn't know what words to describe the shock in their hearts, and they were directly shocked by the terrifying power that came from that round of paving. Is this the means of the God King? Tony Stark muttered with a solemn face. Such a terrifying power, even now he feels terrifying. And those divine court warriors who have fought with God King Odin for endless years and protected the long years of peace, seeing God King go all out, it is even more exciting. God King! God King! God King! Round of loud shouts erupted like a landslide tsunami. With such a strong power, maybe even Chen Tian can't eat it. If Black Widow can't help but look forward to it. Such thoughts are not limited to her. In fact, it has already been born in the hearts of everyone. Dr. Banner stared at the direction where the golden torrent rushed out, and said with a happy face, "Perhaps, the war we were nervous about before, just one round, will be directly solved by the God King Odin. I'm looking forward to it." Carter and Captain America stood side by side, their eyes twinkling, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Rumble. Advertisement. The next moment. Like an endless wave, the unstoppable torrent of terrifying golden has already bombarded Chen Tian. However, the young man stood in place like this, raised his head slightly, and the golden wave was reflected in his clear and calm eyes. God King Odin. He laughed and muttered softly, "I remember when I first touched Mjolnir, he also looked at me from a distance through time and space. At that time, I was still terrified of his gaze. And now?" Chen Tian smiled and gently raised his hand, "That's all, I don't even have to use much effort." The voice fell. Battle detected, rewarded, Odin power, God King Odin. The sound of copying ability sounded in his head. Meantime, Chen Tian's body had an extra surging endless divine power. Even if it had reached his current level, his strength had skyrocketed a little. Moreover, that divine power also reached Chen Tian's bloodline that had endless potential before. Accelerated his growth. Not bad. Chen Tian felt the changes in his body, raised his eyebrows, and praised slightly. Odin's power, but a zone of power passed down from Gaia, the mother of the earth. This bloodline can gradually improve itself with the inheritance of generations. It also gives the owner endless potential. And when passed on to Thor, it became the power of Thor. It is the Asgard royal bloodline that Chen Tian copied before. However, in terms of the excellence of the bloodline, Thor is stronger than the God King Odin. However, no matter how good the bloodline is, it takes time to turn into strength. So, when it comes to strength, Thor is no better than his old house. After all, God King Odin is a legendary figure who has existed for endless years. Therefore, Chen Tian will get such a large bonus after copying the other party's ability. And Odin's bloodline, although a little worse than Thor, is under Chen Tian's powerful replication ability, Dr. Some of the excellent parts were absorbed by Chen Tian, thus completing the improvement of bloodline potential. In that case, the smile on Chen Tian's face became even stronger. "Then use your moves to defeat you." He blurted out his last word. Rumble. His hand suddenly erupted with endless brilliant golden brilliance. Compared to the momentum on the body of the god King Odin, it is even more dazzling. Suddenly, the already dazzling endless golden rays between heaven and earth became more intense at this moment, so that many people couldn't help but close their eyes. The next moment, Chen Tian shot. With the hand of endless Odin's power, the wolf slapped forward. Boom! A golden torrent containing immeasurable power rushed out from his palm with his movements. The momentum is simply unstoppable. Indomitable. Rumble. Momentarily, though, the two golden torrents that were competing against each other were bombarded together head-on. Whew! Only for a moment. Where it collides, there are endless winds and airflows roaring out. Like the terrifying aftermath of the monstrous waves, round after round without stopping, it spread towards the 8 laws. The ground where it passed was directly shattered, exploded into powder, and swept away by the mutual wind, forming a sky of sand. Even in the sky, the dark clouds that were thickly stacked together were also blown out by the aftermath of this moment. Heaven and earth tremble. The space that was already full of cracks was directly shattered, revealing the void chaos space. Everything on the planet is shaking at this moment. Even people on the other side of the planet felt the ground tremble. Advertisement. Rumble. 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 Countless volcanoes on the earth erupted under such a tremor. From the universe, you can even see the performance of the earth, and a golden light spot visible to the naked eye appears, which is where Chen Tian and Ao met. Together with the entire surface of the earth, it was densely folded. If you are on the surface of the Earth's sea, you can know that those are terrifying waves up to 100 meters high. True gods fight. Rumble. The next moment, it was clearly a blow from the god King Odin, and even used his strongest legendary weapon, the Eternal Spear. After colliding with Chen Tian's attack, it was easily bombarded into a starry dot in the sky, and it didn't cause half damage to Chen Tian at all. How is that possible? Rao is the god King Odin himself. Looking at this scene, he feels incredible. Most importantly, he also felt his breath during Chen Tian's attack. That's an energy fluctuation that is no different from yourself. That mutant, how did you do it? Meanwhile, after all the aftermath fell, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The Avengers and the Divine Court warriors were stunned and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In their imagination, the scene of Chen Tian being directly killed did not appear directly, so forget it. Odin's moment, why didn't it even have any effect? Even Chen Tian didn't even move half a minute to the place where he was floating. Ancient One magician watched this scene, and Ben's brow tightened. Others may not feel it in the impact just now, but she could see clearly. That is, the moves used by Chen Tian are completely Odin's ability. Observers have said that Chen Tian has the ability to copy and can easily copy the ability of others without limit. Ancient One suddenly remembered what the observer had said to her earlier. At the time, she didn't directly understand Chen Tian's horror. After all, even if you can copy ability, the same ability can be placed in different hands to achieve completely different effects. But now, Ancient One understood that Chen Tian's copy was a complete copy. Even stronger than the original owner of ability. After all, when he crushed Odin just now, he didn't use any weapons. Chen Tian is even more terrifying than I thought. Ancient One magician finally realizes how terrifying the monster he decided to deal with really is. She even faintly found that even she had a wisp of fear. The other side. Dark Doctor Strange looked at Chen Tian's horror suddenly. Also tightened brows. I'll try it. As he spoke, his whole body rushed out towards where Chen Tian was. Whew! Next second, the body of Dark Doctor Strange turned into a blurry trajectory and quickly rushed towards Chen Tian. In the process, his hand was changing wildly, and dark red magic energy hovered around his body, and soon condensed and outlined one occult magic array after another. Dark Doctor Strange, the black cloak behind him, also changed into a pair of red membrane wings exuding the power of flame at this moment. This is after he devoured a purgatory fire dragon and gained wings. Meanwhile, the changes in him are not completely over. Hairs and scales of various colors grow from all corners of the body. A pair of deep eyes turned into red vertical pupils that exuded a terrifying aura. Advertisement. On the handsome cheeks, in different positions, eyeballs that obviously belonged to different strange creatures grew. Firstborn double horns. At this moment, the whole person of Dark Doctor Strange seems to directly transform into a demon crawling out of hell. He learned dark magic in order to resurrect his girlfriend, and spent centuries devouring countless creatures and demons. Thus, the regiment has its current form. Chen Tian. Dark Doctor Strange, after approaching the other party to a certain distance, roared out his hand, and pointed forward fiercely with both hands. Whew! Behind him, countless densely packed grey tentacles directly exploded. This is the Dark Doctor Strange gained the posture after devouring the old Dominator, Dimensional Demon Chima Glass. 053. With a burst of air fluctuations, a dark red magic array appeared in front of each tentacle. Those tentacles probed into the forward formation at an extremely fast speed. Whew! Around Chen Tian, who was a few kilometers away, a dense dark red magic array suddenly appeared. Inside, dense grey tentacles immediately burst out. The number of those grey tentacles is extremely large, almost completely sealing all the angles they can hide. Every tentacle exudes an aura that is enough to corrode everything. Even the space has been corroded into deep traces. This is the terrifying magic that belongs to the old dominators. Pity. The expression on Chen Tian's face in the face of this attack also did not change at all. Huh. Just chuckled and raised an eyebrow. The next moment. Whew! Behind Chen Tian, dense grey tentacles also erupted. He had already copied the other party's ability when the Dark Doctor Strange rushed towards him. Bang bang! The tentacles on both sides collided violently at the same angle, and Doctor Strange's offensive was completely defused. With one's eyes shut? How is that possible? When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened in unison. If the collision between Odin and Chen Tian just now was too loud, they were not sure. So this time, they can be regarded as seeing clearly. Chen Tian. Can you copy someone else's ability, and you don't have to do anything, can you copy it directly? If Thor exclaimed. Thor, who was next to him, thought of the scene when Chen Tian picked up Mjolnir and cast Thunder Law. It turns out that his ability is so terrible. He said to himself. The other side. Chen Tian after breaking the attack of the Dark Doctor Strange. The figure suddenly blurred and flashed. In an instant, he crossed a distance of thousands of meters and directly flashed in front of the Dark Doctor Strange. It's too weak. He spoke deeply, reached out with his hand, easily pinched the neck of Dark Doctor Strange, and slowly lifted it up. Since you have decided to be my enemy, why are the people who came to fight me so weak? Chen Tian raised his eyes and stared coldly at the Dark Doctor Strange in front of him. Or are you just lining up to find death in the name of crusading against me? As I said, I have no intention of being an enemy of you, but you always want to push me. The cold voice fell. The mutants behind him immediately felt excited, and their eyes lit up. And everyone standing opposite him, the expressions on their faces were extremely stiff, and they felt a sense of suffocation. Chen Tian's strength is too strong. He can even copy the abilities of the strongest two of them, and he can easily suppress them. How can this be crusade? Time. Boundless despair hovers among all the people on one side of the earth. P.S. I have a whole vote on the PC web page, you go to see, give some comments in the comment area. Advertisement. 143. Call. The dark clouds above the sky, after the terrifying collision just now, have all dispersed, and the blue sky is like a wash. Together with the great day of noon, it was also completely exposed at this moment. However, the wind blew, which made everyone in the Avengers shudder. A cold feeling penetrated through the skin and muscles, and spread all the way to the bones in the body. The whole person is a cold feeling from the inside out. Every time the heart beats in my chest, I feel extremely heavy. All the surrounding air seemed to be extremely difficult with the heavy heart. Dash. In the blink of an eye, all the breathing sounds present became heavy. Although they had been mentally prepared before, knowing that the other party they were about to face would be extremely terrifying. Even prepared to pay with life and see death as home. But at this moment, the terrifying strength displayed by Chen Tian tore through the hearts of everyone present. That is, even if they try their best, they will not be able to win even a single victory. What people fear most is not the lack of hope. In fact, human beings are this magical species, even the slightest bit of hope can make people burst into unimaginable willpower in a desperate situation. Fight your best towards that goal. But, if you are afraid, reality tells you, it is useless. There is no point in what you do, you are surrounded by bottomless cliffs of terror, solid walls that cannot be broken no matter how hard you try. If the Black Widow of the world feels this way right now. She looked at Chen Tian's indifferent face from a distance, and felt that her whole person was immersed in a feeling called powerlessness. Can you really win? She muttered weakly. And beside her, the Black Widow of this world, the expression on her face is exactly the same as her. The same paleness, the same pupil concussion. We should always try. Then. Tony floating in the sky Stark slowly spoke, don't forget, our winning rate at the beginning was only 10 out of 7,000. But we're still standing here today, and we're going to hold on for that 70 million. Between words. His complexion gradually became resolute. Yes, you can't just sit on it. Star-Lord T'Challa took out his interstellar gun and slowly loaded it, trying to do it anyway. Gamora, who inherited all the power of Thanos on his side, also wore the armor that should have belonged to Thanos, holding a double-sided blade and shining eyes. Since you are here, let's do your best. After all, we can't retreat. Captain America and Carter looked at each other while removing the vibranium shield from his back. Meanwhile, Dark Doctor Strange, his gaze gloomy at Chen Tian, who was pinching his neck. Chen Tian. You are strong, but we will not give up easily. He said slowly with a firm gaze. The voice fell. Whew. Dark Doctor Strange's body suddenly erupted with endless dark red magical energy, which swirled around his body like a sky-high flame. The terrifying heat suddenly swept away. At this time, his body seemed to assimilate with those shapeless magical energies, losing its shape, and instantly detached from Chen Tian's hands. Subsequently, in the surrounding space, dark red spatial fluctuations began to flicker. The body of the Dark Doctor Strange suddenly flashed backwards for a long distance. Odin. Advertisement. He shouted loudly behind him, and at the same time raised his hands, condensing two rays of dark red spatial energy. A burst of terrifying energy fluctuations erupted in one of the rounds. On Dr. Dark's forehead, those dense eyes from different demons also bloomed with a strange luster at this moment. Come on. In the distance, Odin also heard the call of the Dark Doctor Strange, raised the eternal spear in his hand, and the whole person was surrounded by dazzling golden power. Bursting out with terrifying speed, he rushed towards Chen Tian. The entire space was shaken by his simultaneous movement with the Dark Doctor Strange. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to be occupied by two different lusters, dark red and gold. Kill. The Avengers and the warriors of the Divine Court were also infected by the determination shown by Doctor Strange and Odin at this moment, and the fighting intent in their hearts suddenly erupted. With an unknown loud snort, everyone raised their weapons and burst out a round of dazzling endless divine light, as well as the light of thermal weapons. Like a wave that began and never turned back, it rushed in the direction where Chen Tian and Mutant were. The sound of dense footsteps suddenly trembled on the ground. The shouts like a sea of mountains resounded in the sky. In that case, Chen Tian felt the pressure of the waves pouring towards him in front of him. His face was calm and unchanged, and he just raised his hand and gently beckoned. War. With his movements. Behind him, the army of mutants, who had been patient, finally couldn't bear it and swarmed out. Each bursts out with a terrifying variant ability. Phoenix flew into the sky, his arms were raised flat, and the Phoenix Force was released, lifting a huge earth and rock with a diameter of 100 meters from the broken ground, and the wolf smashed it in front of him. Rumble. In the next instant, two laser cannons containing endless power cut through the air and directly slammed into the huge amounts of earth and rock, shattering it, and small earth and rock fell like rain. It was Iron Man who made the move. However, they had just shattered the huge amounts of earth and rock, but they saw two cold waves and a sea of fire like endless surges bombarding towards them. Thundered. Thor and Thor looked at each other, and at the same time, they shot out, guided by the violent thunder and lightning, and bombarded out. At the same time, he resisted the powers of Burning Man John and Iceman Poppy. Right at this time. Rumble. The entire battlefield roared. It's Chen Tian's magic cannon with Black and Doctor Strange, and Odin's shooting. Endless aftermath swept the entire battlefield. It's just that the rest of the people have no other ideas at the moment, and they are focused on fighting the enemy on the other side. Wolverine Logan's expression was hideous, and the claws on her hands flashed coldly, and she directly struck at Black Widow in front of her. He recognized this woman and was part of the original SHIELD. It's just that Logan hasn't had time to make a move yet. Just listen to the hoo-hoo. A shadow enveloped him, and when he looked up, it was Dr. Banner, who turned into the Hulk, jumped up and slammed down at him. Hulk. The Hulk roared and slammed down, smashing the surrounding ground into a deep pit and splashing. Fortunately, Wolverine sensitively dodged sideways, and then his eyes flashed cold, waving his claws and killing the other party. And behind him, there was Cyclops, who rushed up together. He turned on the power on his glasses to the maximum. Rumble. The crimson laser immediately roared and burst out. Captain America and Carter raised the vibranium shield in their hands at the same time, which was able to resist, and even was pushed back by the powerful laser, leaving 4 marks on the ground. Whew. Then, Iron Man looked solemn, raised the energy cannon in his hand, ready to bombard Cyclops, where to think, Magneto in the mutant camp, gently raised his hand. Advertisement. Airplanes. Iron Man was directly held in place, unable to move at all. Seeing this, Ancient One's face was solemn, and she had just condensed a magical desire to make a move, but the next second, she was targeted by Phoenix. The Phoenix Force swept and bombarded Ancient One, which had no choice but to resist. Today's Phoenix, but beyond the existence of the Omega-level mutant, there is no problem dealing with Sorcerer Supreme for the time being. Meanwhile, in the mutant camp, the figure flickered dexterously, and Shadowcat Katie also found a Black Widow in the gap between the big battle and grappled with each other. The other side. The rest of the mutant army faced the Battle 10 Great House of the Divine Court. At first, they fell into the downside due to their lack of combat experience. However, as Charles turns on the mind ability, the psychic fluctuations envelop all the Divine Court warriors and interfere with the minds of these gods. The mutant army also began to gain the upper hand. As for Chen Tian, Dark Doctor Strange and Odin, they are also constantly colliding in this process. Dark Doctor Strange and Odin, when facing Chen Tian, can be described as doing their best. All kinds of magic, divine sleepiness is an explosion of all efforts. However, no matter what they used, Chen Tian would instantly copy their ability and then fight back in exactly the same way. In this teenager, Dark Doctor Strange and Odin, neither saw the feeling of half a stress. "He's teasing us at all." Dark Doctor Strange gritted his teeth. Odin, who was attacking with him, did not speak, but his expression of incomparable anger also explained the thoughts of this Lord of the Nine Realms. And Chen Tian naturally noticed the emotions in the hearts of the two people on the other side, and a smile was gently outlined at the corner of his mouth. If he wanted to, he could easily end a normal war. But such blind violence does not mean anything at all. Even if these people are physically destroyed, they will never be convinced mentally. He wants to kill people. Chen Tian is ready to build an empire of mutant. Therefore, he needs to show everyone that even if it is not him, the mutants, they should have the respect of the world. Let not only the world know, but all mutants as well. In his thoughts, boom! Chen Tian shot out one after another, using the same dark magic and Odin's power to suppress the two opposing sides. If at the moment looks at the entire battlefield, you will find out. Except for Chen Tian and the two people opposite. For the rest of the battle, mutants' side began to have more advantage. The Divine Court warriors, suppressed by Charles's psychic fluctuations, were suppressed by the other mutant armies. Although Wolverine can't slaughter the Hulk in a short time, he can also right this big guy with speed. Burning Man and Iceman, on an equal footing with the two Thor. Cyclops alone can suppress Captain America and Captain England. With the Flicker and Shadowcat Katie who has the power of space travel, it is also easy to suppress Black Widow, who actually has no special ability in addition to immortality. Just praise their fighting skills, which are already at the pinnacle of ordinary humans. As for Iron Man, needless to say, it is controlled by Magneto from the reason that the battle suit is essentially metal, like a rag doll casually slammed on the ground. If the battle suit hadn't been blessed with 2 infinite gems, it would have fallen apart a long time ago. And Tony Stark had absolutely no other way, after all, he couldn't use any means other than self-detonation. But the current situation is obviously not the last time to use 2 infinite gems to self-detonate. Right at this time, Ancient One Magician, who fights Phoenix but still has some energy for the time being, notices the situation on the entire battlefield, and the expression on his face begins to become ugly. Suddenly, his hands froze, and a golden magic array condensed into it, with dense and mysterious magic patterns on it. Next second, whew! In the magic array, countless golden magic ropes were instantly shot, firmly binding Phoenix. Then, Ancient One Magician continued to strike, shooting a magic rope shining with golden luster towards Magneto. Advertisement. Temporarily suppress the 2 mutants. However, Magneto and Phoenix are not simple characters, but in the blink of an eye, the ropes on their bodies struggle and countless cracks appear. Seeing this, Ancient One rushed to Tony Stark shouted, "Give infinite gems to Dark Doctor Strange." Among those present, the only people who could withstand the energy of 6 infinite gems were Dark Doctor Strange, Monday and Odin. Tony Stark regained his mobility because Magneto was temporarily controlled. He knew the core of this battle, or defeating Chen Tian. Hearing this, he did not hesitation, and took the 2 infinite gems embedded in his chest. Then the armor on the arm suddenly broke away from the entire set of armor, and under the impetus of the 4 thrusters stretched out on the forearm, held the infinite gems and flew towards the Dark Doctor Strange. Past. Meanwhile, Ancient One Magician also took out the remaining 4 infinite gems and began a golden circle dimensional gate. Send the remaining infinite gems to the Dark Doctor Strange. Odin roared when he saw this. Rumble. The body erupted with majestic divine power, and it was suppressed towards Chen Tian, creating opportunities for the Dark Doctor Strange. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. This should be your last resort. He muttered, this farce should be over. The words fell. Chen Tiantu did not stretch out his hand, easily grabbed Odin and burst everything, stabbing his spear. Clang. In the sound of gold and iron, Odin was shocked to find that the eternal spear in his hand that was caught by Chen Tian, Li's, could no longer move, no matter how he exerted his strength. And not far away. Dark Doctor Strand has just activated 6 infinite gems at the same time, and his body bursts out with 9 colorful powers that soar into the sky. The whole person's momentum is rising. It's over. His eyes were shining with brilliant divine light, and his body was amazingly powerful, and he slowly spoke. At the same time, he raised his hands and prepared to condense an energy mass that directly killed Chen Tian. The next moment. Boom. Whew. Everyone present sounded a violent explosion in their ears at the same time, and the terrifying sound directly hit the entire battlefield. Immediately afterwards, a sharp tearing air sound was heard. Ancient One Magician turned his head to look, but saw that Chen Tian directly crushed Odin's eternal spear. Then the figure flashed, meaning that he stood directly in front of the Dark Doctor Strange. It's over. Chen Tian smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. I like this sentence. The voice fell. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, he pinched the energy mass condensed by 6 infinite gems in the hands of Dark Doctor Strange. 5 fingers as slender as jade, gently tightened. Boom. The endless energy was on the verge of erupting, expanding abruptly, and then it was directly pinched into scattered bands of light, scattering and falling. An energy mass with such a terrifying sense of oppression was like a squib, easily crushed. Followed by Chen Tian's other hand slowly lifted up. I saw that the hand did not already have a golden infinity gauntlet. It was the infinity gauntlet, representing the 6 powerful energy zones in his body. 6 infinite gems shine on it. The next moment, he snapped his fingers lightly. Rumble. The power of the endless, majestic and furious infinite gems instantly surged and spread out in all directions. Like a terrifying giant hammer, it slammed towards the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court. 145. Hoo-hoo. A mighty torrent of energy gathered from all directions, overwhelming the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court. Everyone who faced such a terrifying offensive did their best at this time, squeezed the last trace of energy in their bodies, and condensed into the energy shield in front of them. At this moment, the surging energy formed an arrogant protective shield that was enough to protect half of the firmament. After Chen Tian snapped his fingers, the boundless torrent of energy condensed had already slammed down fiercely. Rumble. The terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the boundless and endless strong wind formed an endless terrifying airflow, spreading towards the 8 directions. The layers of ground soil were blasted to pieces by the terrifying aftermath, and the underground rock layers were all lifted up from the sky. The whole earth, all the space is trembling at this moment. All the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court felt great pressure. It was as if it was not an individual who was fighting them at the moment, but the rolling universe was crushing them. Even if you try your best, as long as you are not careful, it will turn into powder and no longer exist. Right at this moment. There are no other thoughts in everyone's hearts, shocks or other emotions, there is no longer there. Only desperate and desperate are left to survive. Rumble. Boom. I don't know how long it took, the torrent of energy rushing towards them between heaven and earth finally completely dissipated at this moment. The energy shield that gathered the power of everyone and condensed, which was already covered with dense cracks, shattered. The Avengers and the Divine Court warriors looked at the protective shield that shattered into scattered points of light in front of them, and then at the fragmented ground around them, and fell into a trance. What kind of existence are you fighting against? They raised their heads and looked at the young figure on the opposite side. Even if the other party did nothing, they would feel that he was exuding rolling coercion in all directions. The danger is extreme, and it is terrifying to the extreme. A cold feeling of invisibility suddenly spread out in the bodies of those present. The mutants, on the other hand, looked at all this with a smile, full of pride born from being with Chen Tian. As for the god King Odin, Ancient One and others, they felt the scattered energy that still existed in the air. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he couldn't stretch at all. After all, Chen Tian had just made a move, and the power caused by it was felt in their hearts. According to the situation, if this dangerous guy really wants to go crazy, not only the Earth, it will be easily wiped out. Even the entire universe, even the multi-universe, will be affected. Ancient One took a step forward, without saying a word, and gently raised his hand. The magical energy containing infinite power gathered in her hands in an instant, outlining mysterious magic patterns. She was hatching the ultimate killer move. Meanwhile, Dark Doctor Strand and Captain Marvel, the two of them erupted with 9-colored infinite gems magical energy and golden cosmic energy. 2 pillars of light rose up into the sky, exuding endless coercion like a tidal wave towards the surroundings. On the ground, the fragments of earth and rock shook with it. Odin, who holds a half-broken eternal spear in his hand, thinks the same thing in his heart. Today's Chen Tian has grown to such a terrifying bottom, if he continues to let it go, everything in the multi-universe will be shattered under his hands. As he spoke, Odin raised his hand, and the scattered fragments of the eternal spear around him immediately bloomed with brilliant golden divine power, instantly condensed together, and recovered intact. Boom! The next moment, God King Odin's body also erupted with divine power that soared into the sky, and the condensed auras suddenly scattered in all directions. Calm the fear and hesitation in the hearts of the surrounding Avengers and Divine Court warriors. This is the end of the matter, no matter what the cost, he must be organized. For the future of the entire multi-universe. God King Odin's tone was unquestionably firm. Everyone behind him was inspired. We can't back down. In their hearts, they all gave birth to such a sentence. Do everything you can. The next moment, all the warriors of the Divine Court burst out their residual energy, and everyone bloomed with dazzling divine light. They gathered together, dazzling like a river of stars gathered. Followed by advertisement. Everyone pinned their hearts on the God King Odin. Chen Tian. God King Odin felt their gaze and slowly floated up, revealing once again the endless God King majesty he had always possessed in the past endless years. I, Lord of the 9 realms, God King Odin, vow to kill you here. His words were sonorous, and his deep eyes were full of determination. Fight! War! War! All the warriors of the Divine Court were infected by his momentum. Including Thor, who acts casually on weekdays, is inspired from the bottom of his heart. With a resolute face, he followed the others, raised his hand, and shouted loudly. The body also erupted with dazzling divine power. For the universe. Odin also raised the eternal spear in his hand. All the Divine Court warriors, the light of divine power that bloomed from their bodies suddenly turned into brilliant beams of light and gathered on him. Suddenly, the infinite divine light that bloomed from the body of God King Odin suddenly became more and more brilliant, and it seemed to turn into a round of huge amounts of the sun, shining through the entire wasteland. Round after round of tidal terrifying power once again spread out in all directions. Chen Tian. This is the blow I have gathered the entire Divine Court. God King Odin roared, his gaze and breath firmly locking Chen Tian. After seeing the incomparable power of the latter, he already held the idea of putting everything together. Next second, he raised the eternal spear in his hand that gathered the power of all the Divine Court warriors, and the eternal spear that bloomed with endless divine light flashed towards Chen Tian on the opposite side. Boom! As he moved forward, the entire air was wrinkled like a series of substantial ripples. The boundless divine power is like a terrifying wave, surging wildly, spreading in all directions. This blow gathered the divine power of God King Odin, as well as all the divine court warriors. Give it all. Just one hit. Even far beyond the galaxy, you can feel his unparalleled power. The distant stars are trembling and shaking. Even the sun looks dim compared to the brilliance that blooms on its body. Boom! The space in front of God King Odin was directly shattered layer by layer, and the spear that reflected the dazzling divine power in his hand rushed towards Chen Tian. Whew! The eternal spear hadn't really bombarded Chen Tian yet. The power emanating from it has already been oppressed in advance. Feel the unparalleled power of the paving. Chen Tian smiled. Why, until now you don't understand. As he spoke, his face turned abrupt, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and the surrounding space froze. Even the brilliance of Odin's spear dimmed. I've given you enough respect. But you're still obsessed. Repeatedly provoking me. Chen Tian's tone was suddenly gloomy, and the mighty power of the Han Hai on his body swept away. The already dignified and terrible oppression was opened again. But your appearance was a mistake. Odin growled, speeding himself up again. Boom! Rounds of equally majestic aura erupted out from his burly body, slamming fiercely with Chen Tian's breath. Create a mighty power. The eternal spear in his hand suddenly bloomed with the intention of infinite shattering, and he leaned forward like an unstoppable roll. Chen Tian's eyes reflected the boundless golden torrent, he was too lazy to say, and snorted coldly. He actually raised his hand, ready to directly take this blow that condensed all the power of the divine court with his hand. Will it work? Time. The people of the divine court and the Avengers were all in their throats and eyes and extremely nervous. The next moment. Rumble. Advertisement. Chen Tian and the god King Odin, Wolf, and Wolf magnetism together. The terrifying aftermath suddenly swept in all directions. The already shattered ground collapsed deeper again. Half of the solar system was dyed golden by the golden light shining from the earth because of their collision. The earth shook again. Then a dense cracking sound was heard. Click. The eternal spear, which collided head-on with Chen Tian's fist, was once again covered with cobweb-like cracks. Then it exploded. As for the boundless golden energy rushing towards Chen Tian, he ignored it and let it wash over him. However, the majestic energy that could directly smash countless planets fell on Chen Tian, but it did not have the slightest attack effect. For him, it was the same as being washed by an insignificant stream, there was no difference at all. Abominable. God King Odin's eyes reflected the fragments of the eternal spear flying in the sky, as well as Chen Tian's calm face, and his heart finally spread with a thick despair. Next second. Chen Tian stepped directly forward and raised his head. Rumble. A punch fell. The boundless force slammed into the chest of God King Odin. The breastplate made by the strongest craftsman on his body was no different from a paper shell at this moment, easily under Chen Tian's fist, shape-shifting, collapsing, and full of cracks. Together with all the bones in the chest, they were also directly shattered and collapsed at this moment. Poof! God King Odin only received one punch, and his burly and strong body flew backwards like a rag bag, and the red blood in his mouth spurted wildly. Father! Seeing this scene, Thor hurriedly ran forward with the other divine court warriors, ready to catch the Agong whose breath was rapidly becoming weak. Meanwhile, Dark Doctor Strange has finished brewing magic and is ready to strike. Airplanes. A dark red magic array with the power of infinite gems instantly formed in front of him. A terrifying aura of darkness permeated through it. That breath seems flat enough to corrode everything in the world. Ask for flowers. In the next instant, however, an identical magic array appeared on the solace of his feet, instantly forming on the solace of his feet. Boom! Endless dark magic energy erupts from under the feet of Doctor Strange. Damn it! He cursed secretly. However, it was too late. Chen Tian has the same as him. Dark magic, and the speed of casting, as well as the power of magic are stronger than him. The dark red magical energy that erupted from it engulfed him in the blink of an eye, constantly corroding the body of the Dark Doctor Strange. He had no room for other movements at all, and could only do everything he could to resist the might of the magic array under his feet. It's just a second. On the side of the Avengers and the Divine Court, the two strongest were easily solved by Chen Tian. Look at this scene. Fang had just mentioned the will to fight, and the hearts of the people who were determined to die fell to the bottom again. Cold and relentless despair wrapped them in death. Is there any hope? Suppose Black Widow muttered to himself as if he had lost all his strength. She couldn't find any angle to resist. Chen Tian's strength is simply impossible to find. The same goes for the expressions on the faces of the rest of the people. The low mood in the heart is no different. Even Hulk, the Hulk who remained angry forever, lost all his fighting intent at this time. Advertisement quickly shrunk into a dazed Dr. Banner. And Tony, who looks domineering on weekdays, Stark, after facing such a situation, could not say a word. The entire steel battle suit fell silent. An Ancient One magician noticed all this. Things have come to this point, I'm afraid it's not something we can stop anymore. She realized the gravity of the situation. Brow furrowed. Since the situation has come to this point, there is only one option. Reinvent time. In despair, Ancient One magician found the only viable breakthrough. Stephen! She shouted at the Dark Doctor Strange. And the latter also thought of a place with her. While resisting the devouring of dark magic energy, he broke up and threw Time Gem at Ancient One magician. Syllable. Chen Tian watched all this, raised his eyebrows, but did not make any movement. Watched Time Gem fall into the hands of Ancient One magician. Chen Tian, I will change the mistakes you made on the timeline. Ancient One magician looked back at Chen Tian with a frown and whispered. Then, the Time Gem in the palm of his hand instantly burst into a brilliant green luster, and everything around him began to become distorted. Everything that was destroyed around was quickly recovered at this moment like a movie playing backwards. Yet the next moment. Ancient One. Do you think that the so-called time can still form a limit on me now? Chen Tian's indifferent voice sounded in his solemn tongue. The latter turned his head in amazement, but found that all the time around him was going backwards, but Chen Tian was completely unaffected. He is out of time. How is that possible? Ancient One cried out in disbelief. If Chen Tian was already strong enough to transcend time, then she couldn't find any way to deal with this guy. At least in the 9 realms, there was no one who was his opponent. Is there no hope anymore? The Supreme Ancient One magician also felt despair for the first time. The power of Time Gem, which was still being urged in his hand, also stopped. Chen Tian, on the other side, looked at her indifferently. This is a stupid ending that you chose by yourselves. The voice fell. Chen Tian still slowly raised his hand. Right at this moment. Rumble. The whole heaven and earth shook out of thin air. The boundless and terrifying sense of oppression, like boundless rain, fell from the sky. Boom. The whole earth was shaking wildly at this moment. Huh. Chen Tian's brows frowned slightly, obviously feeling that the target of this oppressive feeling was himself. He slowly raised his eyes. In this process, you can see that the space as far as the eye can see begins to fold, shape-shifting because of the terrible oppressive force that falls from the sky. The light between heaven and earth quickly became dim, and the temperature dropped and began to become cold. Next second. Rao is Chen Tian, all because of the picture that entered the eye. His pupils shook, and his face was solemn. He saw that from the distant universe, some behemoth was rapidly approaching the earth. Even through the firmament, you can feel the other party's majestic breath. Boom. That behemoth is getting closer and closer to earth. The shaking of the whole earth became more and more terrifying, everything was shattering and shaking. Meanwhile, an endless rift suddenly spread across the firmament. A huge head that occupies almost the entire sky, and a silhouette looms from it. Long. 146. Boom. The terrifying sense of oppression that is difficult to describe in words instantly overwhelmed the sky and fell to the ground. Everything that could be seen trembled under the oppression of this terrible coercion. Everyone, all the people on the planet, felt an earth-shattering suffocation at this moment. It was difficult to breathe, and even their thoughts became blank. All the winds, the turbulent sea, under this unparalleled sense of oppression, fell into absolute silence. Everything is in fear, everything is trembling. Even the inanimate ground is constantly shaking. Because Chen Tian has detached himself from the shackles of Time Gem, Ancient One Magician, who is desperate, also feels a little instinctive fear in the sense of horror and oppression. Then, she seemed to realize something, her eyes lit up, and there was a little surprise in the depths of her eyes. Suddenly raised his head. In his clear eyes, a huge face that occupied almost the entire sky was reflected. The original earth was half immersed in shadow, and the other side was bathed in the rays of the sun. And now, the whole planet is plunged into a dim darkness. A terrifying sense of oppression that rushed to the sky fell from the sky, making everything in the air tremble. Chen Tian also raised his head and saw the huge head in the sky. "Is this guy coming?" he muttered in a low voice, slowly narrowing his eyes, but his expression was already calm, and he couldn't see the slightest panic. "I didn't expect that the high-dimensional gods in the universe would be eyeing me so soon." Chen Tian whispered to himself, but the corners of his mouth hooked a smile. He was just starting out, but he was afraid that he would provoke the high-dimensional beings in these universes. It's just that at this moment, Chen Tian suddenly found that he seemed to have grown to the point where when he faced them, but his heart was still intact. When his thoughts were not falling. The rest of the people, 527, were naturally attracted by the horror and oppression at this moment. It's terrible. What kind of existence is this? I felt powerless and suffocated. Phoenix lifted his fair-skinned, beautiful facial features, and his jewel-like eyes kept shining. That huge face that was so terrifying that it almost broke the entire sky, and the endless oppression that came from its paving. The beautiful body that made her wrapped in tights trembled gently at this moment. On the delicate skin that was originally as white as jade, it also shivered, and there were fine goosebumps. The other Omega-level mutants were also terrified and shocked in the face of the terrifying existence descending towards the earth at this moment. Damn it! Isn't this really an illusion? How can there be such a big face? I feel that he can swallow the entire earth in one bite. Cyclops instinctively sensed the extreme danger, subconsciously raised his hand and constantly adjusted the output power on his eyes, but did not dare to launch any attack on this guy who suddenly appeared. He didn't have to think at all to conclude that if he provoked the other party, this big guy would pinch him to death, no more difficult than stepping on a bug to death. I never thought in my life that anyone would have such a big reminder. He's bigger than a planet, right? Iceman Bobby turned pale, raised his head and said in a fighting voice. The rest of them couldn't say a word. Magneto and Charles looked at each other, and both saw solemnity in each other's eyes. Because of their two big parents in the mutant, they obviously feel that this big guy above their heads is Chen Tian. I don't know if they mutant pinned all the hopes on the young people and could withstand the pressure of each other. The other side. The Avengers and the people of the Divine Court also changed their faces greatly because of the arrival of this god. Generous gift crab. What's going on with this guy? Is there really a creature that grows so big? Tony, as soon as Stark looked up, he was attracted by the huge face that occupied almost the entire sky. That terrifying face that radiated indifference entered his field of vision for a moment. Advertisement. Tony Stark instantly felt his body wrapped in a steel battlesuit, and involuntarily trembled. It's an instinctive fear. In the face of such an existence, he couldn't afford to resist a little. I couldn't breathe anymore. The main universe Black Widow gently covered his neck, his face was ugly, the center of his chest jumped extremely hard, and his face was bloodless. If Black Widow on the side saw this, he reached out and helped her, although his face was not very good looking. Banner's hands were shaking, and he found that the Hulk personality in his body was already hidden in his heart at this time. Hulk, this guy, turned out to be completely hidden at this time, and did not dare to show his face at all. And Captain Marvel is even more dignified, without saying a word. Time. Tony Stark noticed the excitement on Ancient One Magician's face. Magician, do you know the identity of this big guy? He immediately asked, judging from your reaction, the arrival of this big guy seems to be a good thing. The Comer. One of the most powerful gods in the universe. Planet Devourer. Galactus. Ancient One Magician's eyes flickered, looked up at the huge face in the sky, and smiled. Galactus is the god of world destruction, planet killer, eternal brother, and Asgardian, representing the balance between the universe. He will appear at the moment, it must be to judge you. Everything is about to turn around. Her next two sentences were addressed to Chen Tian, and each word had a strong sense of warning. This statement came out. The Avengers and the Divine Court suddenly fell into a deeper shock. Perhaps some of the Avengers don't know. But for the gods, the warriors of the Divine Court, they know the same too well. Although on weekdays, in the 9 realms, they will also become gods. But the gods of Asgard can only maintain peace in the 9 realms. And the cosmic gods are high-dimensional existences. The next day with unparalleled strength. Every cosmic god has the ability to destroy multi-universes. With ordinary cosmic creatures, it is impossible to compare with it. Cosmic gods. Dark Doctor Strange's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Since it is the arrival of cosmic life, it seems that Chen Tian's problem does not need to worry too much. In addition to him, the rest of the people next to him also thought of this. Chen Tian's problem will be completely solved after the gods come. And these thoughts of theirs were naturally all taken into account by Chen Tian, who had the ability of the soul not far away. He definitely also knows the horror of the planet Devourer. The planet Eater has immeasurable power, and in the full power state, the planet Devourer has infinite power. And being able to use his huge amounts of power, increasing his strength to far beyond the limit. At the same time, none of the planet Eaters have the ability to change the molecular structure. He also has powerful telepathic powers that allow him to read any mind he encounters, no matter how alien or how advanced a creature is. The body of the planet Devourer can expand the size of the infinity file size. When he was hungry, Kun Chang's planet was nothing more than a hungry snack in his eyes. Such a terrifying guy, its strength is self-evident. A true cosmic god. Time. After knowing the identity of the other party, everyone now fell into absolute shock and anticipation. Shocked by the majesty of the gods, and expected the gods to solve Chen Tian once and for all. As for the Mutant Legion, there was a strong sense of worry. I don't know if Chen Tian will be able to get through this difficulty. However, Chen Tian's face was still calm when he faced the planet Devourer approaching the Earth. Advertisement. It seems that the so-called gods are nothing more than that in his eyes. An Ancient One Magician has been paying attention to Chen Tian's movements, and then added, what has descended at this moment is just a duplication of the planet Devourer, and the single universe cannot withstand all his power. This statement came out. The surrounding Avengers and the Divine Court suddenly felt that the hope in their hearts had been shattered a lot. However, Ancient One Magician continued, and the appearance of the planet Devourer means that eternal and other cosmic gods will also notice Chen Tian. It's also possible. Being targeted by all the gods, I don't believe Chen Tian still has a chance to resist. When she said the following, every sentence seemed very confident. The rest of the people, also infected by Ancient One magician's words, had expectant looks on their faces. Then, the planet devourer, whose entire face exuded an endless sense of oppression, also entered the atmosphere. A pair of behemoth eyes that seemed to be circulating with vast rivers of stars locked on Chen Tian. In the process of the planet devourer's eyes, his gaze seemed to turn into substance at this moment, that is, he couldn't even withstand the space, and it cracked every inch. By the time he looked at Chen Tian, the space around him was already covered with dense cracks. Chen Tian. The planet devourer slowly spoke, the sound was like Hongzhongdalu, everything was trembling, the mountains and the sea were shaking, and the galaxy was shaking. Why do you frequently break the balance of the universe and break the absolute point of time in other universes? You should know that all your mistakes are unforgivable. Boom. Every word that came out of his mouth turned into a rolling wave of substantial sound waves, and the wolf slammed into Chen Tian. Even the other people who were not targeted by the planet devourers felt their whole bodies tremble. Body and soul sway together. This is the majesty of the gods of the universe. The Avengers and the people of the divine court, seeing this, were all under pressure, raised their heads and flickered, waiting for the scene when Chen Tian was judged by the gods of the universe. The mutants, on the other hand, have their worries climbed to the extreme. Even the cosmic gods have appeared. Is Chen Tian really okay? If he really loses, where do we go? Magneto's brows furrowed, and between his eyebrows, there was a rich melancholy. The mutant finally waited until Chen Tian, this existence that can bring miracles. Why so many hardships? Charles said with relief, relax, old friend. I've seen too much impossibility in Chen Tian. Maybe it's enough to worry instead of worrying, but to put everything behind and believe in him. When Logan heard this, he also nodded with a firm expression. As for Chen Tian, hearing the other party's question, he only raised his eyebrows, and did not feel the slightest pressure at all. What is balance? What is an error? Who will customize the right standard? He raised his eyes, and almost occupied. The planet devourer of the entire firmament looked at each other. The boundless power erupted from his body. It is clearly contrasted by the current body size. Compared to the devourer of the planet, Chen Tian is no more than a speck of dust. But the power that erupted from his body turned out to be a rival to the latter, and he did not lose to the other party. Everything in heaven and earth, at this time, was shaken even more terrifyingly. It seems that everything is collapsing at this moment. The space was distorted, and the light dimmed a little again. Every world and universe should have a set course of development, which is determined from the beginning. The planet devourer continued to speak. Perhaps because of Chen Tian's attitude, his tone inevitably carried a bit of anger. If every existence acts recklessly, then everything will collapse. Advertisement. Honkai. Chen Tian smiled contemptuously. If that's the case, then why can you act as a judge from above? Could it be that the universe has chosen it? I will not let the universe collapse, because I will continue to exist. You, a planet-devouring guy, are also worthy of preaching me. The last word blurted out. Rumble. Chen Tian's body suddenly erupted with endless monstrous power, soaring into the sky, turning into a substantial pillar of momentum, facing the planet devourer. Next second, Chen Tian's feet gently left the ground, the whole person floated up, and the brilliant and dazzling nine-colored brilliance suddenly shone out on him, which will gradually fall into the dim world and bring light again. Bright. He raised his head and looked directly at Galactus, his eyes full of indifference. You are so high, I am because I have not been hurt by how. Perhaps you should know your powerlessness so that you are not a true god. Chen Tian slowly spoke in a deep voice, or maybe you god is not worthy to look down on me. As for the so-called trial against me, it is even more ridiculous. You are not qualified. On the ground. The Avengers and the people of the Divine Court looked at this scene, and their eyes jumped wildly. This Chen Tian can actually be so arrogant that even the gods, one of the strongest beings in the universe, do not pay attention to it. The other side. There was also obvious anger on the face of the planet Devourer's behemoth. Chen Tian. His tone was extremely gloomy, and he opened his mouth to spit out a rolling sound wave that fell down like substance, shrouding Chen Tian. Where the sound wave passes, the space is crazy and densely rippled, folded, and churning. The power emanating from the earth is also becoming more and more terrifying. The atmosphere that reverberated in the air of 0.0 became more and more acute. Whether it was the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court, or the mutants, they all felt the exhaustion of the paving at this moment. Deeply aware that in the confrontation between Chen Tian and the devourer of the planet, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. It's terrible. Is this the wrath of the Supreme God? Even if nothing has been done yet, it gives people the feeling that the world is about to overturn and everything is about to be destroyed. The warrior with the Divine Court sighed uncontrollably. Then, in the space between Chen Tian and the planet Devourer, a huge amount of space crack suddenly appeared out of thin air. Two figures with huge heads and white daoist robes slowly walked out one after the other. It's two observers. Chen Tian recognized one of them, the observer who had been beaten by himself, Uruk. The observer who appeared behind him, he did not know, but he could clearly feel the second observer, and the aura on his body was more powerful and ancient. What are you going to do with this guy? Chen Tian narrowed his eyes at the other party. Chen Tian, it's all coming to an end. The observer Uruk looked at Chen Tian, his eyes gloomy, and then said to his companion beside him, Elder Uedu, I will leave it to you next. Observer Uedu nodded, didn't say anything more, just slowly lifted his sleeve. A bland metal was lying in his palm. But the moment they saw the medallion, Planet Devourer, Odin, Ancient One, and Dark Doctor Strange all changed their faces. Next second. It's time for the same drama to end. Observer Uedu looked at Chen Tian and slowly spoke. The words fell. That metal suddenly erupted with boundless terrifying aura. Shrouded in Chen Tian. 147. I'm here for you, it's time for this farce to end. Uedu, an observer who exudes an aura of antiquity and power, condescendingly ignores Chen Tian. He is one of the oldest elders in the family of observers. During this trip, persuaded by another observer, Uruk, he realized Chen Tian's threat to multi-universe. Only then did he decide to violate the rules of the observer family and make an exception to deal with Chen Tian. At the same time as his words fell, Uedu slowly raised his hand and spread out his palm, and a metal that looked quite ordinary and ordinary was lying there quietly. However, it was at the moment that metal appeared. Odin, the god king who had just recovered his ability, lay on the ground, his pupils shrunk, and felt huge amounts of fear. Is this the legendary weapon? He exclaimed in amazement. As the most ancient and powerful existence in the 9 realms, God King Odin has naturally seen a lot of things. He had heard that in the family of observers, there was an ultimate weapon that would directly destroy the multi-universe if it was activated. It can be called one of the most powerful and terrifying weapons in all the universe. But Odin never imagined that he would one day be able to see the existence of that weapon here. Except Odin. Then there's Ancient One Magician, Dark Doctor Strange, and Captain Marvel when he sees the mundane metal in the hands of the observer Uedu. It is also instinctively felt a sense of urgency that is extremely dangerous. They were all other strong people who had reached the level universe, but the moment they faced that metal, they still felt that they were as small as ants. Even the behemoth planet Devourer in the sky saw this, and the originally surging terrifying power was a little disordered at this moment. You actually got this thing here. He spoke a little unexpectedly. The words did not fall. Next second. Airplanes. The ordinary white medallion lying in the hand of observer Uatu suddenly began to vibrate gently. On it, there was an instant of power and momentum, which quickly emanated. Like endless raging waves, everything is enveloped. Different from the previous furious power, the aura that the moment in the hand of observer Uatu was not so hideous. Instead, it gives a feeling of complete silence. That's a 16 absolute indifference, quite a sense of destroy you, nothing to do with you. Moment. In the entire space, everything was shrouded in this boundless indifference and destruction. The calm intention of destruction, the unstoppable feeling of crushing, was like a thick ink dripping into clear water in an instant, spreading rapidly. To everyone present, it brought a tremor from the depths of the soul. In the mutant camp, Phoenix only felt that the surging and endlessly violent Phoenix force in his body was rare to calm down the moment he touched the breath emitted by that medallion. Even herself, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Such a terrifying power, I feel that as long as that head huge amounts of guy is willing, he can directly annihilate everything with one thought. Phoenix said with a trembling voice. What a pure sense of destruction. Magneto muttered. Charles, beside him, was pale. As for Mutant, he was wrapped in a thick sense of almost substantial fear, and he couldn't even say a word. Even some mutants, who have always been relatively fragile, can't even stand, and their legs are soft and they sit directly on the ground. And on the side of the Avengers and the Divine Court, the situation is not much better. In that terrifying aura, from that small medallion, the moment emanated. Advertisement. Everyone felt the chill of an ice cellar. From head to toe, every inch was so stiff that it was impossible to move. The expressions on his face began to become dull. Fate is completely out of their own control, whether they are dead or alive is controlled by the powerlessness of others, suppressing them in place, unable to move at all. Snap click. Many people could not even hold the weapons in their hands, and many cold weapons that exuded Asgard's divine power, as well as various firearms, fell to the ground at the same time. There are also many people who faint directly because they can't bear such fear. Among them, Tony Stark was also dumbfounded and stunned, not knowing what he could do in the face of such momentum. Then, "Sir, I detected an extremely strong energy fluctuation 5 kilometers in the air directly ahead." The icy electronic voice of Jarvis electronic synthesis sounded in his ears. The energy value in it is still increasing. It has far exceeded the limits of intellectual brain computing power. Warning. Warning. This energy value is immeasurable. Tony Stark heard this prompt, and immediately came to his senses, looked up against the majestic pressure, and looked at the voices of Chen Tian and the Observer, as well as the planet Devourer, in the sky. The pupils concussed, and he sighed. Whether it was Chen Tian, the cosmic god, or the two big-headed babies who had just appeared, the power they displayed was beyond the limits he could imagine. This war is no longer at all accessible to ordinary people like him. Even the steel battle suit that has poured all his heart and soul into his body is just a layer of scrap copper and rotten iron that is not worth mentioning at this moment. The other side. Chen Tian felt the boundless power exuding from the metal in the hand of the opposite observer Uatu, and raised his eyebrows. He recognized the thing. Order of the Observer. It is one of the earliest things in the Marvel Universe. There is endless energy in it. The family of observers, which were able to make great technological progress in the first place, all depended on it. This seemingly ordinary little thing even has the power to destroy an entire multi-universe. Rao is a certain threat to Chen Tian now. Thoughts fall. Chen Tian set his sights on another, younger observer, Uruk. Big head baby, it seems that you disappeared before you went to move the rescuers. With a mocking smile, he said, "Your posture is not like a transcendent existence that only makes observations and records without meddling. Instead, it's like a bear child who took the initiative to provoke trouble, cried and went home to sue after being beaten. It's ridiculous. The voice fell. Observer Uruk looked at Chen Tian calmly, you don't have to provoke me, and I have no malice towards you. But your presence really affected the stability of the entire multi-universe, and many of the established points in time changed because of you. Everything could collapse because of you, so we decided we had to erase you before you could do more. After hearing the words of the other party, Chen Tian smiled. Unstable, so you can't participate, so you want to erase. The disdain in his tone became heavier, and his eyes looked at each other with contempt. You observers really have. Because of the active participation of his own family, it then led to the accelerated destruction of a planet, and then he felt that he should not interfere in everything, and should always hide outside reality and observe. How can you describe such a move, you know? Chen Tian paused, his gaze slipped over the indifferent faces of the two observers, and continued, arrogant, and indifferent. You put yourselves above everything and feel that you are a superior being to other beings. Other beings need to look up to you. However, after making a private move, he found that the result was not satisfactory and hid outside reality. Cowardice to the extreme. Advertisement. Every word of his was filled with extreme contempt, arrogant and cowardly, what a twisted race. The voice fell. Uruk, a young observer, frowned for a moment, obviously unhappy. But the observer Uetu stretched out his hand to stop the other party. There is no need to waste tongues and emotions with the same doomed existence. When Uetu said these words, whether it was an expression or together, he could not find the slightest feeling of emotion. But the moment his words fell, the power exuded by one of the first observers became even more terrifying. Throughout the heaven and earth, the sense of destruction that filled it became more and more solid. Right at the moment, the whole body floated and stood in the universe, just ahead, which was larger than the earth. The planet devourer frowned, and quickly said, Uetu, you put away the observer medal first. I will deal with Chen Tian, there is no need to use this thing now. Between words. Its tone was full of majesty, but it was somewhat panicked and disgusted. Once, the cosmic creature named Divine Rune took away half of the observer medal. Subsequently, in a single thought, he killed countless planet devourer duplications in a single universe. Those corpses, piled together, almost piled up an entire universe. So, a certain disgust and psychic shadow of the planet devourer for its existence. His voice fell. Observer Uetu slowly raised his head, glanced at the planet devourer, and slowly squeezed his hand, temporarily suppressing the breath of the metal. However, there was no action to take it back. The obvious meaning is that if you can't handle Chen Tian, I'll do it first. Next second. Wuo. Behind the planet devourer, a silver figure instantly exploded. The speed of that figure was extremely fast, even Chen Tian had to pay attention to see the other party clearly. And when it fell in the eyes of others, it was completely a silver silk thread blooming with brilliant brilliance, suddenly approaching the earth. Wuo. Momentarily, though, the silver line has already entered the earth's atmosphere. A trail of red high-temperature flames was rubbed around. As he progressed, there were sharp friction sounds and sonic booms in the sky, falling from the sky. Meanwhile, there was also an endless stream of air, as he traveled, being driven down towards the ground. On the shattered ground, endless boulders were all blown away by the surging powerful qi. Wuo. The next moment, that silver voice suddenly increased its speed, and the space in front of him was squeezed out of fold like ripples because of his faster and faster speed. Everything in the sky, looking at the past, is a little distorted. The mighty power was like an endless tide at this moment, slamming towards the ground. The menacing murderous machine locked Chen Tian. And Chen Tian also recognized the identity of the visitor at this time. Silver Surfer, Silver Shadow. He looked at the figure whose whole body was bright silver, with a silver pedal under his feet, and gently called out the other party's famous minister. Silver Shadow is an astronomer at the transgalactic planet of Genla. Suddenly, one day, the planet Devourer descended on Genra. He warns all the inhabitants that the planet has been chosen as food for the planet Devourer. Silver Shadow decides to try to negotiate terms with the planet Devourer, who begs the planet Devourer to spare his home planet. The price is that Silver Shadow is willing to serve the planet Devourer for eternity and help him find a suitable planet for food. After considering the gains and losses, the planet Devourer accepted Silver Shadowman's conditions and gave him a powerful cosmic energy. Advertisement. The moment the Silver Shadow Man came into contact with this power, a layer of all silver shell was immediately born in his whole body. And together with memory, good and evil, conscience, morality, etc., completely disappear. After Planet Devourer transforms Silver Shadow Man into a Silver Surfer, he orders him to find a planet to eat. And the Silver Surfer, because of the memory erasure, immediately pointed to his home star and said, "That one can be eaten." But the Planet Eater replied, "I made a pact with a respectable man not to eat that." 953 followed. The Silver Surfer acts as an attendant of the Planet Devourer, following the ladder. And the silver surfboard under the feet of the Silver Surfer is the source of his strength. As long as you stand on it, there will be endless energy, and you can recover infinitely. And when Chen Tian looked at each other, Wu, the Silver Surfer, suddenly accelerated his speed, and bombarded straight towards Chen Tian. On his body, a dazzling red light lit up. This moment, where the Silver Surfer passes, the trail turns from the original silver to crimson. There was also a billowing heat wave that could melt everything, emanating from him. Suddenly, the temperature of heaven and earth is twice as hot as the hottest summer. Even the endless sea water boiled with it. Boom 1. The Silver Surfer bombarded Chen Tian at such a terrifying speed, like a meteor that could smash everything, and crashed down. However, rumble. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling crimson luster. 2 raging crimson beams burst through the air and burst out. Bombarded the Silver Surfer who was rushing towards him. Rumble. In the explosion that shook the world, the menacing Silver Surfer was directly blasted into pieces and scattered in all directions. All the surging momentum is here. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Without him, everyone fell into a long period of shock and speechlessness because of Chen Tian's strength. The 2 observers, as well as the strong people such as Ancient One, frowned and felt that something was wrong. As for the Planet Devourer, he saw that his most powerful assistant was directly killed by Chen Tian, and he fell into a rage. Chen Tian! He roared, stood up, raised his finger and pressed down on Chen Tian. Boom! That finger was like a pillar of terror that covered the sky. If the fingers of the Planet Devourer are regarded as normal finger file size, then the earth in front of you is just a tennis ball file size. Boom! The moment that giant fingertip penetrated the earth's atmosphere, an endless sea of fire burned from its expression. There was even more turbulence, and the violent and boundless terrifying air pressure bombarded the earth fiercely. On the ground, everything began to tremble wildly, landslides and tsunamis, the sky and earth changed color, and a thick curtain of dust rose up in the sky. Countless boulders, earth, and rocks on the earth's surface, huge amounts of seawater, and even floated towards the sky because of the gravitational force that erupted from the Planet Devourer. And then in the next second, boom! Under those boundless pressures that surged down, they were directly bombarded into smashes. This blow contained the monstrous fury of the Planet Devourer, the space was shattering, the heavenly dome was shattering, and everything on the ground was shaking. As soon as when hit, the terrifying power contained in it is unstoppable. As if trying to break down the entire earth. 148. Chen Tian. When his best partner, under the bombardment of the crimson beam blasted out by Chen Tian, turned into flying ash. The planet devourer suddenly fell into an extreme rage state. In his two huge eyes like the sun, monstrous anger churned, and the sound of roaring out directly made the entire Earth tremble. Even all the planets in the solar system have slightly deviated from their orbits. This moment, all the creatures on the Earth felt a terrifying sense of oppression that destroyed the world and the wolves crushed towards themselves. It seems to bombard everything into powder. The behemoth body of the planet devourer floating in the universe suddenly leaned back at this moment and raised its behemoth arm. All the terrifying muscles that covered the purple armor bulged and burst out with infinite power. Those seemingly infinite powers, like turbulent surges, rushed wildly in the body of the planet devourer, and then slammed into his fingers. Boom! In the vacuum universe, as his huge fingers, which were as terrifying as a pillar of heaven, pushed forward, it was actually like a calm water surface, thrown into 10 electric cloth-like ripples. All the stars in the distance were affected by the terrifying power emitted by the planet devourer, and became swaying and flickering on and off. Rumble. But for a moment. Planet devourer, your fingers like a pillar of heaven plunged into the earth. If his fingers are compared to a normal file size, then the earth is in front of him, but the tennis ball file size. This terrifying power seems to be able to subordinate the entire earth. Before his fingers were inserted into the Earth's atmosphere, everything on the entire Earth shook endlessly. Meantime, on the fingers of the planet devourer, a calendar that is not inferior to the Earth original also erupted. The whole Earth, as his fingers approached, began to twist. All the water on the surface began to turn into a series of turbulent surges, gathering in the direction where the planet devourer's fingers pointed. All the huge amount of water on the ground on the contrast of his fingers, even a drop of water like file size, began to float backwards towards the sky. All the clouds in the Earth's atmosphere were also terribly attracted towards the huge amounts of fingertips of the planet devourer. The entire originally blue planet began to fade rapidly at this time, revealing the brown soil layer that was originally covered under the surface of the sea. Thundered. All of this, it's shaking. All the space on the Earth, and even at this time, is covered with dense cracks. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Are we going to die here? This big guy is terrifying. Time. In the mutant camp, some young people looked at the posture of the planet devourer, feeling that everything around them seemed to be destroyed with his finger. Suddenly, the whole person fell into collapse. Everyone's face was covered with paleness. However, Charles and Magneto, the two big parents of the mutant, did not waver in their faces. Instead, he put his peaceful gaze on Chen Tian's body. Chen. Charles murmured. He knew that if it weren't for Chen Tian, then the mutants wouldn't even be where they are today. He remembered the hard-won peaceful times he had spent before. Then for ordinary people, the distinction is very common, but it makes him cherish the peaceful life so much. Those were brought by Chen Tian. If Chen Tian hadn't appeared, then perhaps he would have lost his life under the pursuit of the Caliban Transgenic Institute. Thinking. He turned his gaze to the rejuvenated Logan beside him. The latter also had no fear on his face. Instead, with a faint smile. Leave it to Chen Tian, if our end is doomed to destruction in the disgust of the world. Then, I will accept my fate. He said with a smile. Magneto didn't spend much time with them though. But from the moment Chen Tian said that the freedom that should have belonged to mutant really belonged to mutant, he would not regret following Chen Kaishi. Except for some timid mutants, the rest of the people are basically thinking the same as several older mutants at the moment. Advertisement. And the other side. The Avengers and the people of the Divine Court had in their hearts that if they could get rid of Chen Tian, a huge threat from the multi-universe, then their sacrifice today also has meaning. Right at this moment. Thundered. The huge fingers of the planet devourer have been inserted into the Earth's atmosphere. The vast fingertips, which covered almost all the sky, gave rise to endless heat when they rubbed against the air, and huge flames tumbled endlessly above their fingertips. It is as if the entire sky has been dyed into an endless and boundless, vast sea of high temperature. It seems to destroy everything on the ground. Chen Tian raised his head, and the expression on his face did not change at all. A pair of clear eyes reflected endless firelight, and at the same time, there were dead wisps of disdain. Planet Devourer, if you are angry because of your partner, then you should understand my existence, and everything I do. It's all from my heart. Why shouldn't I exist? He muttered. The next moment, Chen Tian's figure suddenly blurred and flickered, and he flashed forward. Whew! The space where it was before directly exploded into dense space fragments. And his body that was placed in front of the planet Devourer, but the dusty file size, directly burst out at a speed beyond the speed of light at this moment. Boom! Chen Tian's eyes were also filled with anger. Why should I not be recognized if I have power? Thoughts fluttered like wildfire, frantically swaying to burn everything. He raised his fist. Whew! Fast and fast. The figure is in the air, pulling out a dazzling trajectory like a shock. Crashed forward through one sound barrier after another, and the space barrier. At this time, the speed becomes more and more terrifying. Rumble. But in an instant, Chen Tian's fist, which was so tiny that it couldn't be smaller, collided violently with the planet Devourer's huge fingertips, which could cover even the entire sky. Rumble. The moment the collision occurred, a terrifying roar was born. Those who were drawn to the sky by the planet Devourer's arm, huge amounts of seawater, and huge earth and rock fragments floating up. Suddenly, the sound waves generated by the collision were directly crushed into powder bursts. A huge amount of seawater evaporated into an endless steam surge, and the huge amount of earth and rock floating up directly shattered into a fine powder. Meanwhile, on the skin of the fingertips where the planet Devourer collided with Chen Tian's fist, 3 cracks were born with a faint cracking sound. That rift was too small for the planet Devourer, and he hadn't sensed any consent yet. However, for his fist, he was directly blocked by an invisible existence. No matter how much he exerted, he could not advance 1 point further. And feel hesitant and surprised. Click. The next moment, at the fingertips of the planet Devourer, small cracks like dust suddenly began to spread wildly. In the dense cracking sound, those cracks were already crawling all over half of the fingers of the planet Devourer. Then, huge amounts of pain, which was passed on to the perception army of the planet Devourer. Chen Tian, planet Devourer, growled in pain. The next instant, he burst out his own devouring ability directly at his fingertips. Boom! The powder of water and earth that was attracted by his huge body immediately gathered towards his fingertips. Advertisement. And among them, more attraction erupted towards Chen Tian at the fingertips. However, the planet Devourer is not clear of the thickness. The moment he burst into devouring ability. In Chen Tian's mind. Battle detected, rewarded, devouring ability, planet Devourer. In his mind, the prompt sound of copying ability suddenly sounded. Followed by Chen Tian's small body also erupted with endless majestic attraction, which was directly offset by the attraction that burst out from the fingertips of the planet Devourer. The other side. Behind Chen Tian. The people of the mutant camp saw him successfully fend off the menacing, terrifying attack of the planet Devourer. The face was first surprised. Then, his expression was filled with joy. Chen Tian. You are our miracle. The mutants couldn't help but think to themselves. The atmosphere on the side of the Avengers and the Divine Court is completely different from the people on the mutant side. They saw Chen Tian successfully resist the attack. The expression and emotion immediately fell to the bottom. Even the expression on Ancient One's face became extremely ugly. How can it? Yet the next second, her exclamation is not yet fully out. The situation on the scene has changed abruptly again. Click. Even denser, the cracking sound of the explosion instantly erupted on the arm of the planet devourer. But in the blink of an eye, the huge arm of the planet devourer was already covered with dense, fine cracks. Subsequently, boom! His entire arm, all his flesh and blood and bones, actually burst apart at this time. Ah! The planet devourer felt severe pain, roared madly, and fell backwards uncontrollably. The terrifying roar emitted from its twisted big mouth actually stirred up ripples in the vacuum universe and scattered in all directions. Shake all those scattered and floating satellites around it into powder. Chen Tian. However, the planet eater quickly adjusted, turned its attention to Chen Tian again, and drank angrily. A pair of eyes that were the size of a lunar file suddenly burst out with a brilliant crimson luster. Time. Look up from the earth. In the sky, it seems that there are two more suns exuding terrible heat at the same time. 3 wheels of the big sun, which exudes billowing heat, all hang in the sky. The next moment, boom! 2 of the suns suddenly burst into even more terrifying brilliant light, and then turned into 2 violent rays. The terrifying pillar of light bombarded Chen Tian fiercely. And Chen Tian looked at the terrifying pillar of light that exploded towards him. Slowly narrow his eyes. Battle detected, rewarded, planet devourer. Followed by. The sound of copying ability sounded in his head. Meanwhile, Chen Tian instantly mastered a new ray ability. And all the ray abilities obtained before are also superimposed on each other at this time. He was sure. Own rays, stronger than planet devourer. The thought did not fall. Rumble. 2 crimson rays that burst to the extreme burst out in Chen Tian's eyes. Rumble. Advertisement. These 2 smaller crimson beams are several times faster than the beam of the planet devourer. The latter's beam has just shot out. Chen Tian's 2 tiny beams of light had already come first. Fiercely with the attack of the other party, the wolf came out together. Rumble. Suddenly, in the collision of the rays between the 2 sides, a round of corrugations-like substance was created, which swung in all directions. And Chen Tian's beam, although smaller than the beam of the planet devourer, is unknown how many times smaller. But in terms of power, it far exceeds the latter. After the collision, the beam of light that shot out the planet devourer without stopping was pressed back into his eyes. Ah! The planet devourer felt the severe pain transmitted in his eyes, and couldn't help but let out an even more exaggerated shout. He only felt that there were 2 extremely sharp awls, which were inserted into his brain from his eyes, stirring wildly. It made him suffer to the extreme. Meanwhile, the planet devourer can also feel that his body is like a balloon with a hole pierced, and all the energy in his body comes out of his eyes and pours out madly. Then Chen Tian was madly absorbed into his body through the crimson beam of light shot out. After all, the ability copied by Chen Tian is the devouring light that belongs to the planet devourer. In addition to damaging ability, it can also devour other people's energy through beams. Nope. No. The planet devourer felt flustered. He still understands how terrifying this mutant he is facing is. You can perfectly replicate your own ability, that's it. Use it, and you have to be better than yourself. How does this fight? However, the moment the planet devourer killed Chen Tian, the latter was no longer ready to let him go. Weo! Weo! The majestic power of the good king in his huge body was swallowed up by Chen Tian into his own body in just a few seconds. And the planet devourer, with the passage of energy in the body, began to shrink wildly. Wait until the last drop of energy and be sucked clean. The planet devourer, which was originally larger than the head of the earth, was only more than 10 meters tall. The whole person was like a rag doll, falling from space towards the earth. Boom! Looking at the planet devourer, which was only a dozen meters tall, it smashed the surface of the earth. The Avengers and the people of the Divine Court, the despair in their hearts spread madly. They can't give birth to any ideas anymore. After all, even such a terrifying existence as the planet devourer couldn't handle Chen Tian's words. They really couldn't think of it, and there was nothing they could do about Chen Tian. Then. Nope. Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly. There's another way. Thinking about it, she set her eyes on the ancient observer, Yuetu. And at the moment, Observer Yuetu looked at the planet devourer who had smashed a deep pit on the ground, and his expression became solemn. Sure enough, this Chen Tian, as Uruk said, has the ability to replicate like protege. Moreover, it can still be perfectly copied directly, and it can be used without any adaptation period. The most outrageous thing is that the copied ability is not stronger than the body. The thoughts go on here. Observer Yuetu held the observer medal in his hand, and his expression became solemn in the universe. This Chen Tian, who has successfully copied Infinite Gem's ability before, may also be able to copy the observer medal's ability exhibition. He thought quickly, so, there is only one chance, and that is to use the medallion ability directly and kill him in seconds before he copies it. This is the only way to deal with it. Thoughts fall. The ancient medallion in the hand of Observer Yuetu suddenly burst out with an endless and distant terrifying aura that had been left over from ancient times. 149. Airplanes. Next second. All the intense movements in heaven and earth fell silent at this moment, and a gloomy and indifferent feeling filled all corners in an instant. Everyone who was still in a stirring mood felt that cold feeling again at this moment. As if it was still a raging fire in the last second, the air that burned people's hearts turned into an icy place in an instant, freezing to the bone, and the flesh and bones became icy with it. Rounds of horror to the point of almost solidified oppression, churning madly in the air. Lying in a deep pit on the ground, the planet devourer, who had lost an arm, his distorted expression suddenly solidified as he felt the presence of this breath. The observer. Did you really decide? He barely supported his upper body and looked at the other party with a complicated expression. Others may only feel the horror of the observer medal, but the planet eater has truly experienced the power and horror of this weapon. Moreover, at that time, the rune only used half of the observer medal to slaughter his countless individual universes. That horrible feeling would be terrifying even for the planet devourer to look back on at this moment. You can't handle him. The observer Yuetu did not raise his head and said lightly. When the planet devourer heard this, he raised his hand and touched the empty arm, and fell silent. Truly. Now Chen Tian is a huge amount of threat to the entire multi-universe, affecting the stability of everything. If he can't be solved here as soon as possible, then no one can be sure what will happen in the future. The next moment, an even more terrifying power than just now suddenly erupted on the medallion lying between the observer's palms of Yuetu. Like an endless wave of overlapping waves, sweeping in all directions. The blazing sun above the firmament was 3 points dim at this moment. That powerful aura that seemed to have existed since ancient times, in an extremely brutal posture, suppressed everyone's thoughts to death. Surrounded by such a terrifying aura, everyone directly stiffened in place. Dark Doctor Strange's very solemn face suddenly became more and more solemn. It seems that this time, the observer is really ready to use a terrible medal. He muttered in a low voice. Then, in order to resurrect his girlfriend, the 660 fruit touched the absolute point in time of the universe, causing their entire universe to collapse. He didn't want to see that happen again, and if he only had to sacrifice a part, he could prevent more of this from happening. Then Dark Doctor Strange is naturally willing. Thinking about it, he set his eyes on Chen Tian. You, like me, are a mistake. Even your mistakes far surpass mine. So. Need you to disappear? Dark Doctor Strange thought. Ancient One Magician's reaction, and the others who were ready to die, were not much different from him. The other side. In the mutant camp. After Phoenix once again felt the terrifying energy erupting from the Observer Medallion, the expression of a pretty face became solemn. She felt a terrifying power from within. In fact, the Phoenix Force is also one of the most primitive forces in the universe. The world existed when it was just taking shape. Moreover, its total amount is almost infinite. Those of them who have the Phoenix Force are actually just the keys to the entire Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force originally is infinite. It's just that in each different host, strength and weakness behave differently. And Phoenix naturally felt the full presence of Phoenix Force. Advertisement. She was now surprised to find that the terrifying power emanating from the medallion in the observer's hand was almost comparable to Phoenix Force. Is it also an ancient energy like the Phoenix Force? Chen Tian. Between thoughts, Phoenix set his eyes on the thin back worriedly. The other mutants are also worried about Chen Tian. And at this time, Chen Tian naturally noticed the observer Yuetu and once again began to induce the breath of the observer metal. Observer metal. Rao is that he feels a little dignified. After all, of all the powerful beings that exist in the Marvel Universe, the observer metal can be ranked in the top 20. And, Chen Tian is not mistaken. The power of the observer metal is even above the infinite gems. So, although Chen Tian now has a set of infinite gems, he also copied the ability of infinite gems at the same time as BHDC. Today, he is equivalent to having 2 parts of the power of infinite gems. But the observer metal still poses a certain threat to him. Meantime, Chen Tian also became interested in the energy of the observer metal. If he can replicate the power of the observer metal, then he can be more free in the multi-universe. Lots less bondage. The observer metal, but the ultimate weapon that can easily destroy the multi-universe. He murmured. At the same time, his gaze was set on the planet Devourer, who looked a little frightened. This guy knows the power of it. It was when Chen Tian was on his mind. Boom. A mighty and majestic vast energy suddenly burst out in the medallion in the hand of Observer Yuetu. That energy surrounded him. There was a strong aura of destruction emanating towards the surroundings. That medallion energy is terrible. The whole earth trembled madly at this time. Everything was cracking, constantly trembling, and even the energy had not yet exploded. Just slowly brewing, dense cracks have spread on the earth. Meanwhile, all the planets in the solar system, floating meteorites or other small moons, are trembling wildly at this moment. Even the sun in the center became boiling at this moment. On its surface, it suddenly spewed brilliant flames and violent light. In the entire solar system, all the planets are shining intensely at this moment. It is clear that there is still a sun with a lifespan of billions of years, and after feeling the impact of the observer metal energy, it has begun to become extremely unstable. It seems that it can collapse at any moment. Constantly, churning. As for the other planets in the solar system, various degrees of instability have also begun to appear. All slowly have signs of disunderstanding. And the influence of the observer metal is much more than that. The medallion energy is still constantly spreading into the distance. Advertisement. Everything that was affected by the galaxy began to shake. Those twinkling stars are also flickering and swaying at this moment. Everything in the surrounding universe was affected by the activation of the observer metal at this moment. It's like a piece of glass with a very heavy piece of iron, and the huge amounts of pressure weigh everything down. It seems that in the next second, everything will fall apart. On Earth. Observer Yuetu looked at Chen Tian with serious eyes. After witnessing Chen Tian's perverted copy ability, he already understood that this guy definitely couldn't continue to stay in this world. Otherwise, everything will come to an unknowable, unstable end. If time passes any longer, I am afraid that there will be no more restrictions on his existence in all multi-universes. At that time, the fate of all existence will be out of control and fall into the abyss. Thoughts are not falling. Observer, Uedu, continued to speed up the activation of the observer metal. After all, the observer metal has such a powerful medallion energy that it will always be dormant when it is not used on weekdays. Rumble. As the metal was activated more and more, everything in the entire Marvel main universe began to falter wildly. The fury to the extreme, like a terrifying tide of thick energy, starting from the Earth, quickly spread to every corner of the universe. Everything was covered with dense cracks. Every planet turned into a porcelain full of cracks and shattered at the touch of a touch. The observer understands that with the observer metal fully activated, without even activating ability, the entire monolithic universe will be destroyed. After all, this is enough to destroy the existence of the multi-universe. Thinking. Observer Uedu raised his other hand. Space manipulation. Airplanes. An invisible force instantly enveloped Chen Tian. The latter knows what this guy wants to do. However, Chen Tian glanced at everything around him that he had begun to endure, and he did not resist. Let the majestic force of space wrap yourself up. Whew. Next second. The terrifying power in the air suddenly dissipated at this time. The majestic energy that squeezed the entire universe to the point that it could collapse at any moment disappeared immediately. Fang has reached the brink of collapse, and thus has obtained peace. And those people on Earth, when they come back to their senses. It was discovered that Chen Tian and the observer Uedu had disappeared. Where did they go? Is Chen Tian solved? Suppose the Black Widow of the world asked this question blankly. As those terrible coercive pressures disappeared, and those rushing endless energies dissipated, she began to feel that her whole body became relaxed. The oppressive feeling that had suffocated her before was gone. The thoughts in his mind followed and everything was restored. No, they went to another space, Chen Tian's confrontation with Uedu, and this is the beginning. Observer Uruk said with a solemn expression. Uedu sensed that if he continued in this universe, the entire universe would be destroyed before he could make a move. The Avengers and the people of the Divine Court, hearing these words, the expressions on their faces began to become complicated again. It turns out that Chen Tian needs the means to destroy the entire universe. Can the group be right? It's simply not what they can deal with now. Even if you are prepared to sacrifice yourself, it is completely useless. Advertisement. Fortunately, now the observer has struck. Otherwise, you don't know what to do. Between thoughts. Tony Stark set his sights on mutant not far away. He took a deep breath and didn't rush into anything. Now all the results still depend on the end of Chen Tian. If Chen Tian is solved, then anything can be said. Even if these mutants are powerful, they can handle it. If it's a matter of contrary, dealing with some mutants won't be of much use. Ancient One magician Captain Marvel is also thinking at this moment. The Avengers and the Divine Court began to secretly hope that Chen Tian could be successfully solved. And in the opposite mutant camp. After hearing the words of the observer Uruk, Logan's expression wrinkled his brows and began to become more and more solemn. Damn it! These guys really do everything. It's too much. He cursed in a low voice. However, the words were filled with worries about Chen Tian. Then Charles reached out and patted Wolverine's shoulder. All we can do now is pray for Chen Tian. Charles said slowly. Now he has returned to his youthful appearance, but his eyes are still full of the unique wisdom and vicissitudes of the past years. He didn't have to come back, but he came back for us. Charles said slowly. Yes, Chen Tian knows more than we do. Magneto also said from the sidelines. The rest of Mutant could only wear worried expressions, secretly praying that Chen Tian would return safe and sound. Meanwhile, after Chen Tian was wrapped in spatial energy, he felt that the space in front of him became distorted in the next moment. Wait until he opens his eyes again. He found that he had been transferred by the other party to an independent alien space wrapped in prismatic crystals in all directions. Next second, Uetu, an observer holding the medallion, teleported in. "Chen Tian, I think this is the end of the matter," he said with a solemn face. The sound was like rolling thunder, and it rushed towards Chen Tian. The words did not fall. Observer Uetu also did not want to talk to Chen Tian anymore, and directly raised the medal in his hand. Rumble. Moment. The body of the observer medal instantly bloomed with a dazzling white light, dyeing everything a dazzling white. At the same time, there were endless majestic terrifying white energy, which burst out violently from the medallion, turning into boundless terrifying waves, and pouring towards the direction where Chen Tian was. The entire surrounding space was vibrating madly at this moment, and the terrifying energy that swept by it was driven to produce dense fold ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Boom! In the air, all the energy in all corners instantly became furious. It is like a stormy madness, like 1,000 waves, roaring and flapping towards the sky. Boom! All the spaces touched by those energies are rapidly shattering. On the opposite side, Chen Tian, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth at the moment when the observer Uetu prompted the medal. The prompt in my head immediately sounded. Battle detected, rewarded, energy cohesion, observer medal. 150. Boom. Where you see it, pieces of white and turbulent energy suddenly turned into a shocking wave that surged to the extreme, stirring everything in this independent space. It was the observer Uetu who urged the observer medal and sent out the onslaught. The entire space shook violently at this moment, and the unimaginable white energy rushed down directly in front of Chen Tian. Battle detected, get ability, energy gathering power, observer medal. At this moment, Chen Tian's cold voice sounded in his mind. He paused, and then boundless surprise appeared in his eyes. Success, not only the infinite gems, but even the ability of the observer medal can be copied. When Chen Tian sighed. His body is also at this moment fluctuating infinite changes. A wisp of the initial energy that belonged to the beginning of the universe began to condense in his body. This huge energy is not much compared to the energy of the 6 infinite gems copied before. Even, there is more than that. The new bloodline formed by the condensation of several bloodlines in Chen Tian's body, after adding this huge energy in his body, began to evolve wildly. Compared with the original, it has made great progress. Everything is moving in an infinite direction. After all, the observer medal is enough to rank in the top 20 in the entire Marvel. At this moment, Chen Tian has the ability in it, how can the progress not be great? Chen Tian is confident that even in the multi-universe, the 5 gods directly appear in their own bodies, and when they fight with themselves, he has the power to fight. It's really nice. His eyes flickered. The next moment. Boom. The boundless energy in front of him slammed down towards him, instantly engulfing his figure. One after another earth-shattering torrents of energy were like the most turbulent underwater undercurrents at this moment, each carrying the power that was enough to smash a universe, and fiercely impacted Chen Tian's body. Boom. Those majestic energies seem to be endless, boundless, and there is no end in sight. It's hard to imagine if there is really a limit to the energy in the observer medal. However, what is certain is that when the observer Uetu urges all the energy in the observer medallion, everything is collapsing madly. The surrounding edges of the independent space, which were like diamond-cut facets, began to twist wildly under the washing of those boundless energies. Up. That is the boundary of a world, and it can withstand the infinite void power of the void, which can ensure solidity. However, is it such a solid world boundary, or within the observer medal, the majestic and terrifying energy washed away, began to shape-shift, and gave birth to dense cracks? Observer Uetu naturally noticed all this, but he could not keep his hand. He knew that the existence in front of him, called Chen Tian, had the terrifying potential to replicate all abilities. The observer Wu was very afraid, and the ability of the inspector's medal, was also copied. So, he already knew in his heart that as long as he made a move, he must directly kill the other party, and he could not leave a single leeway. After all, if you accidentally get Chen Tian to copy the observer medal's ability, it's troublesome. Before, he just copied the ability of 6 infinite gems, which was already so difficult to handle. If Chen Tian also copied the observer medal's ability, what kind of consequences would eventually happen, observer Yuetu could not imagine. Endless years ago, after Protégé appeared, what happened in the multi-universe is still vividly remembered. That terrible fellow, even the 5 entities that were born with the beginning of the universe, almost completely devoured the cord of life. Messed up the entire multi-universe into a pot of porridge. All this is on the verge of imminent destruction. She even calls her multi-universe's only true God which will replace OAA. Advertisement. Observer Yuetu doesn't want to see that happen again. After all, the most important thing in the universe is order. The existence of disorder hastens the demise of all things. And while he was thinking about things with a solemn face, thundered. The energy in those independent spaces is still constantly surging. Stir everything and everything fiercely. It turned into countless turbulent torrents, with the terrifying power to crush everything, and bombarded towards Chen Tian. Boom! Boom! The whole space, under that endless energy, constantly trembling. The white medallion energy is even more constantly. On the edge of the independent space, the cracks are dense. Next second, the entire space could no longer withstand such a huge energy impact. Even if the main target of those energy bombardments was Chen Tian, it was only a small amount of energy that emanated, and it was not something that this independent alien space could withstand. Boom! With a huge amount of bombing, the entire independent space finally could no longer withstand it, and it was directly blown to smithereens. Countless fragments of the world like shards of glass splashed everywhere. And with the disappearance of the world, the bang just now disappeared with it. Those fierce energies, in the absence of the suppression of space, and the boundless void became more and more turbulent and furious, like boundless millstones crushing everything and falling towards the center. Boom! Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in the center of those white energy torrents. All the world fragments in the surrounding independent space, at this time, those turbulent torrents of energy attracted to the center and were easily crushed into powder. Boundless destruction and disorder are vividly expressed from these white torrents of energy. Chen Tian, this time is really over. Observer Yuetu looked at the torrent of turbulent energy in front of him and couldn't help but mutter. Now, after the observer medal was fully activated, it displayed a terrifying destructive power that even he, the man holding the medal, was shocked. He was sure that if he dared to step into it, he would probably not be able to hold out in it for even a second. It would be like those world fragments that were attracted into by the torrent of white energy, and they would be crushed into powder in an instant. Thundered. The next moment, that surging terrifying energy suddenly crushed everything that could be destroyed around it into pieces. Inside, there was a sudden sense of boundless rolling vibration. All the void around it collapsed wildly under the attraction of this boundless torrent of energy, bursting out with boundless attraction power. It actually formed a vast black hole. Devour everything around you from nothing. Looking at the past like this, I don't want to feel any sense of life at all. It's over. It seems that Chen Tian is completely over this time. Observer Yuetu felt the terrifying aura emitted by the black hole in front of him, and his body, which had been tense, unconsciously relaxed. However, the next moment, "Do you think I'm dead?" Chen Tian's voice suddenly came out of it. The moment observer Yuetu heard this voice, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and his body tensed even more. Advertisement. This voice was enough to make him feel a terrifying experience of falling into hell. How is it possible not to die yet? How could it be? He suddenly couldn't control the thoughts in his heart, and at this moment, it directly turned into infinite surprise. You have to die. Observer Ueda roared, raised the observer medallion in his hand, and suddenly urged the ability in it. Boom! Suddenly, the medallion, which looked ordinary and was surrounded by endless energy, directly burst out with boundless white energy at this time. In a raging gesture, the wolf rushed towards the observer's Ueda's body. The next moment, after the observer Ueda absorbed this majestic to almost boundless energy, his entire body suddenly began to expand wildly. In the blink of an eye, observer Ueda's body has even swelled to a file size that is far larger than the planet Devourer. Even half of the universe is difficult to carry down. In every corner of his body, boundless white energy areas swelled. Even, every centimeter of skin, all the musculoskeletal inside, has been filled with boundless energy belonging to the observer metal. A pair of eyes spewed out endless dazzling white divine light, dyeing the boundless black hole void in front of him into a white expanse. Chen Tian. You must die. Observer Ueda looked at the center of the black hole in front of him and roared angrily. With the body filled with boundless terrifying power, he is full of endless confidence at the moment. He wants to do everything for the stability of the entire multi-universe. Ask for flowers. Next second, the observer Ueda raised his huge hand, and all the surging terrifying power in his body gathered into his palm in a single thought. Far larger than the ordinary fixed star, hundreds of times larger than the huge palm, endless white brilliance suddenly flowed. Inside it, there is a luster of power that destroys everything, and an aura of destruction that crushes everything. The next moment, die! Observer Ueda roared, and the wolf slammed down towards the black hole in front of him. All the aura of destruction in the void rolled up with this palm of his hand. Even if it is destruction, under his palm, it is even destroyed again. Thundered. The void shook. Observer Ueda slammed his palm on the boundless black hole. Rumble. In violent concussion. The originally fierce expression on the observer's face changed drastically, from anger to horror. Because he felt that within that black hole, there was a terrifying force that erupted in it. Against his palm. And then, push him back little by little. It's Chen Tian. You. The observer Ueda felt this, and his eyes were filled with horror. And the expression on Chen Tian's face inevitably brought a bit of joy. Advertisement. It also seems to be echoing in my ears the sound that I copied, the sound of ability. 0. Battle detected, rewarded, metal power, observer metal. Chen Tian was just observing Ueda and slamming towards him. Once again, he successfully copied the ability that the other party can put all the power of the medallion, integrate, into the body, and then strengthen the ability of his own strength. Whoa! Moment. Chen Tian felt that a boundless terrifying force suddenly surged in his body. This power is so huge that it can even make Chen Tian feel that with just one punch, he can destroy everything that stands in his way. As for the expression on the face of the observer on the opposite side, Ueda once again changed from shock to gloomy. No, I have to erase you here. He roared. The force on the hand is increased, while the other hand is tightly held by the observer metal. Airplanes. Above the medallion, an even richer white energy burst out in an instant, surging towards his body. Continue to bless the power of the observer Ueda. However, he didn't know that Chen Tian on the other side was also madly copying the power of the observer metal at this time. The power in the body, at the same time, also became more turbulent. Observer, I also send you a word. Chen Tian felt the increasingly turbulent power in his body, and a pair of clear eyes began to project a rich white brilliance. Even the surrounding void was dyed white because of this. The words did not fall. He suddenly exerted his strength and directly turned the huge palm of Observer Uatu out of front of him. The latter's chest and the huge head that was like an endless mountain at this moment were directly exposed to him. Chen Tian looked at the other party, and the corners of his mouth outlined a disdainful smile. "It's time to end." He spoke gently. The voice fell. Rumble. His figure flickered faintly, and the black hole that had just formed behind him opened directly. And Chen Tian himself had already turned into a white line and rushed to the Observer Uatu at extreme speed. He raised his fist high. "Everything that stands in my way will be destroyed." The tone is cold, making the final judgment. Observer Uatu looked at the scene with a horrified face. He felt boundless fear and was directly engulfing himself. A cold feeling of imminent death quickly spread in his heart. Next second, all the energy that was surging in Chen Tian's body suddenly condensed into his fist at this moment. In fact, everything that went wild suddenly condensed into a point at this moment. Like a volcano before its eruption, it looks calm, but in fact it has accumulated boundless energy. Rumble. Chen Tian punched. The power accumulated to the extreme suddenly exploded at this moment. The boundless power is like an endless wave, rushing forward and seemingly destroying everything. There is simply no stopping it. All the forces that dare to stand in front of this fist seem to be easily crushed and begged by this force. 151. As Chen Tian's punch rushed forward, all the surrounding voids rolled wildly at this moment. Everything shook suddenly at this moment, and it seemed that everything was about to collapse. Chen Tian's fist bloomed with a dazzling white luster at this moment, which was the majesty that belonged to the power of the metal. And the copied bloodlines and all the power in his body suddenly converged at this moment. This magnitude, even multi-universes, can be easily destroyed. Not to mention an observer. Except for the patriarch within their family, the observers had not yet reached the level of gods. And now Chen Tian, even when he only copied 6 infinite gems, he initially possessed the cosmic god level ability. It can be easily crushed, all observers except the observer patriarch. And now that he has copied the ability in the observer metal, it can be said that Cheng Wu can now be said to be standing at the peak of the multi-universe. In this way, he exerted all his strength, and it was naturally terrifying. Facing the observer of his punch, Uatu was even more desperate to the extreme at this moment. Because he found that he faced Chen Tian's punch, there was no room to fight back. You can't even dodge. The terrifying coercion like a tide locked him in place, and there was no room to move at all. Those majestic forces churn wildly, like an endless tide and your endless cage, locking him to death. The expression on the observer's face suddenly stopped, and then changed abruptly. His eyes were full of horror, and he seemed to have thought of something. Bear the terrifying coercion transmitted from Chen Tian's fist, and watch the round after round, like a wave. There is also the energy of 2, 3 in the white expanse. He understood. Chen Tian has successfully copied the ability in the observer metal into his own ability. The worst fears happened. The thing that Observer Uatu had been worried about was whether Chen Tian would copy the ability observed by the metal into his own ability like the infinite gems. So at that time, he didn't do it, and as soon as he did it, he directly exerted the full power of the observer metal. The goal is to kill Chen Tian before he copies the observer metal's ability. However, it turned out that Chen Tian survived tenaciously after observing the medallion's full force, and also activated his ability to copy the power of observing the metal into himself. Thinking of this, the observer Uatu has fallen into deep despair. You must know that before this, it was just Chen Tian, who had the power of infinite gems, and he had no ability to compete at all. One can only pin your hopes on the observer metal, one of the most powerful weapons in the observer family. However, even the observer metal cannot erase Chen Tian at full power. So now that Chen Tian has the ability of observers, medallions, and infinite gems, there is nothing he can do to deal with effectively at the moment. Not only him, I'm afraid that now the entire multi-universe, who can be called Chen Tian's opponent, there are not a few left. It can even be said that even if those cosmic gods come over at this moment, they may not be able to deal with him successfully. Just like Protégé back then, when Protégé faced the 5 entities that were born with the beginning of the universe of the life cord, he devoured more than half of the latter, absorbing almost all of it. And now Chen Zheng is clearly on the same path as Protégé. Such a development of things made the observer Wu Frog 2 feel extremely powerless, all thoughts in his heart completely fell, and only a cold feeling occupied his entire body. Chen Tian, I hope you will stop being obsessed and stop as soon as possible. If this development continues, everything will go to an inevitable collapse path, and then everything in the multi-universe will be destroyed because of you. Thinking that he had completely lost the strength to resist, Observer Yuedu had no choice but to try to get Chen Tian to receive by persuasion. I've never done anything wrong, I'm just alive, why say I'm obsessed? It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. Advertisement. Chen Tian felt that when he heard the other party's words, he smiled coldly, and his eyes were all contemptuous. The voice fell. The punch that it threw out suddenly increased its speed. The surrounding canopies became even more agitated, and all the void seemed to be like a pot of disturbed porridge churning madly. This punch was unstoppable and slammed forward. Rumble. Chen Tian contained a punch with all his strength, and instantly smashed into the observer. Suddenly, the observer Yuedu felt as small as an ant, and there was an incomparably huge mountain, all collapsed, and all of them fell fiercely on his body, as if to crush him into powder, majestic and terrifying, unstoppable. Ah! HHH! Feeling the huge amounts of pain, he inevitably cried out in pain. Next second, his whole body fell back violently as if off a string, and the speed was extremely fast, drawing an after-image that could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. A white line was drawn in the void. Meanwhile, observing the center of Yuedu's skull where he received a punch from Chen Tian, a very obvious golden fist mark was printed. As his body flew upside down, there was still an endless furious energy, which surged towards his skull and quickly dispersed to all corners of his body. Click, click. As his body retreated, dense golden cracks like spider webs began to appear, and the fist marks on his forehead began to scatter towards his body. From a distance, the observer Yuedu looks like a porcelain doll whose whole body is covered with gaps, and it may be directly broken when touched casually. Marvel Universe Earth thundered. After Chen Tian and the observer Wu Atu disappeared, the calm sky finally recovered, and suddenly began to emit a terrifying sound. What happened here? God King Odin looked up at the sky, his old face tinged with exhaustion and doubt. Could it be that Chen Tian and the observer have already divided the winner and loser? If Black Widow's big, jewel-like eyes are filled with excitement, and his eyes are constantly looking at the sky. At the same time, I couldn't help but guess in my heart. At this time, other people around also thought of this possibility, and there was hope in their eyes. You must solve Chen Tian. Dr. Banner's face was as wrinkled as an orange peel, and his heart was full of worry. After all, Chen Tian's terrifying power had left him a lot of shadows before. Until this moment, the Hulk personality in his body was still unwilling to come out of the root, and he did not respond to his call, obviously frightened by the power that Chen Tian had previously displayed. This is the first time that Hulk's personality has performed like this, and even if he didn't want to come out before, he was just afraid that others would dislike him. This was the first time that he had become afraid of other people's force crystals and did not dare to come out. Don't worry, I think there is a high probability that Chen Tian will be wiped out this time, because that Observer Lord directly used the Observer Medal, the most powerful weapon of the Observer clan. If you can't get rid of Chen Tian, I really can't think of anything else that can deal with him. God King Odin also felt the mood of everyone behind him, so he turned around to boost everyone's morale. That's what he does best. And mutants sighed. Unlike the other side, the faces of the people on this side are deeply worried. Advertisement. When they heard God King Odin say that this time the observers were using the most powerful weapon in their family, the mutants' worries suddenly increased. Everyone, we have come this far now, and Chen Tian has been walking ahead of us to block the most storm, but he has been silent all this time. As the eldest parent, Dr. Charles also began to encourage everyone, now that Chen Tian has given everything he has, we should be more optimistic about him now. Yes, by now we can't do anything, and all we can do is trust Chen Tian. Magneto on the side said the same. Hearing the words of the two elder parents, the mutants behind them began to clench their fists and secretly pray for Chen Tian. Next second, thundered. Above the sky, a terrifying roar suddenly descended, and the sound wave created by that terrifying sound turned into a sound wave-like substance, spreading out in all directions in a turbulent manner, and all the broken king stones on the ground shook with it. Immediately afterwards, an exaggerated spatial crack was violently torn out of the sky. At this moment, everyone who originally had different thoughts converged their thoughts and set their eyes on the crack. If nothing else, that battle to another space should have come to an end at this moment. Who wins and who loses? Such a question permeated everyone's hearts. Followed by, in the exaggerated spatial crack in the sky, a body full of cracks fell, giving them the answer. That's the observer Uedu. At this moment, he looked embarrassed, with a very obvious fist mark embedded in the middle of his huge head, and a dense golden crack like a spider's web, spreading out from the center of that fist print and occupying his whole body. Looking at it from a distance, you can feel the breath of the observer Uedu withering. What? The moment they saw each other's figures, the expressions on the faces of the Avengers and the people on the Divine Court side were stiff in the wind. God King Odin's face is even more wonderful, constantly changing. He had no idea that this would be the case. Even the strongest weapon of the Observer family, which is enough to destroy the existence of the multi-universe, can't handle Chen Tian? Not only could it not be handled, but even the Observer Uedu was beaten into such a miserable appearance. Beside him, the informed Ancient One magician, Captain Marvel and Dark Doctor Strange, the expressions on their faces were also extremely wonderful when they saw this scene. The other side. When everyone in Mutant saw this scene, they all had a surprised expression on their faces. Chen Tian won again. From the day he appeared, he had always been an invincible existence in anyone's eyes, without any difficulty. There are no powerful enemies that can pose a threat to him. And nothing has changed until now. No matter how powerful the opponent said that Chen Tian's opponent was and how terrifying the weapons he prepared were, it was Chen Tian who won in the end. Today he did it, he still did it, and I believe he will do it. The expression on Wolverine Logan's face was unusually bright. The corners of his mouth almost split to the root of his ears. This kid has never disappointed anyone, no matter what I do, we just have to trust him. The other people next to him also breathed a sigh of relief on their faces, and many people laughed happily, and then called Chen Tian's name in unison. The Avengers and the Divine Court. They were depressed by the failure of the Observer Wuatu, and the cheers of the mutants were more like a leak in the house and raining overnight, which made their mood even worse. Advertisement. Down. This battle is not simply an observer losing to Chen Tian, but multi-universe losing to Chen Tian, and all of them losing to Chen Tian. Elder. Just as everyone else fell silent, the observer Uruk leaped up with an extremely frightened expression and flew towards the sound of falling in the sky. However, when the observer Brook had just taken the other party into his arms, he suddenly froze because he felt a horror falling violently from his head. Pressure. The terrifying killing intent was like this class, completely wrapping itself inside, like a mang's back. The observer Uruk's eyes trembled, his pupils shrank fiercely, and he slowly raised his head. I saw a beautiful face appear in front of my eyes, and at the same time, the other party raised his fist high, burst out with majestic and endless power, and smashed towards him. That terrifying force was so sharp that there was no room to dodge at all. Rumble. The terrifying power was extremely powerful, but it was directly sealed on the two observers in an instant. Observing Uruk, he only felt as if all the universe and him were pressing on his body, and he fell violently to the ground without resistance. Their figures even left 5.5 clear traces visible to the naked eye in the space. Meanwhile, Ancient One Magician watched as they smashed towards the ground as a whole, breaking through one space after another, and the expression on his face became serious. She knew that if two figures were hit, the destructive power would be more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. In the next second, she raised her hand without hesitation and outlined a huge amount of formation. The majestic magical energy wrapped everyone else in it. Then the space flashed. All were transferred further afield. The next moment, thundered. The figure of the observer slammed to the ground. The earth-shattering roar that instantly shook the mountain and drove towards the sky. Moreover, the underground rock formations were directly shaken to smithereens, floating towards the sky. A sea of rocky covers the sky. The ground trembled. Along with the tremors were the hearts of the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court. Damn it! That Chen Tian must have copied the power of the Observer Metal again. At this time, the planet devourer suddenly came back to his senses, and his heart suddenly became agitated. However, in the next second, all his thoughts froze to the freezing point, and he couldn't do any thinking. The whole body froze in place. Just because. The sea of rocks that covered the sky has gradually dispersed. The terrifying pit thousands of meters deep was revealed, and the two observers lying dying in the center of the pit, unable to move at all. What's more, the figure of the boy who stepped on their backs. That figure dispersed with the dust mist that covered the sky, and was slowly raising its crimson eyes, casting a dangerous gaze in the direction where the planet devourer and the others were. 152. The moment he felt Chen Tian's gaze, both the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court felt the terrifying oppression of the ultimate horror. At the same time, looking at the two observers who were trampled underfoot, for a while, everyone felt a great sense of oppression. It's terrible. Unexpectedly, even two multi-universe level existences could be trampled under his feet so easily, and there was no backhand at all. Moreover, everyone knows that the current Chen Tian is far from reaching the limit of strength. There's plenty of room to grow. If Chen Tian is allowed to continue to grow, it is impossible to imagine what level he can reach in the future. The thoughts go on here. If Black Widow's body had trembled uncontrollably and furiously, and a beautiful face had become bloodless, the pair of clear and beautiful eyes were eclipsed, there is no hope for a platform. Is it? Is destruction the foregone conclusion? She muttered in a low tone. When the 6 gems Ultron appeared in their eyes again, their world collapsed into pieces little by little, and everything turned into flying ash. That sense of powerlessness and boundless despair emerged in the same instant, filling every corner of Black Widow's body. She could barely stand, her legs were so soft that she could collapse directly on the ground at any moment. The main universe on the side, Black Widow, noticed her current performance, and quickly stretched out his cold little hand and circled the other party. Do we still have hope? If Black Widow lifts his eyes, he looks like a helpless child who has lost his toy. I don't know. Black Widow bit his lip, his gaze flickering and complex. As for Dr. Banner, who comforts others when he is sad on weekdays, now he can't say a word. Tony Stark looked at Chen Tian, and at the two observers who were trampled by him, also with complicated faces. Chen Tian. Perhaps, we were wrong from the start. He took a deep breath. I remember we could have been friends. No one expected things to get to this point. Tony Stark vividly remembers the conversation he had with Chen Tian when he first met him. 18 Both are interested in each other, and they are not sociologists, they just need to be interesting to become friends. However, now it has become an unending enemy. Tony Stark also did not expect that an interesting person would become like this. Many times, some choices are not that person's will. Rather, it is the reality of helplessness. Step by step, it was pushed to a point that was completely contrary to the original will. Meanwhile, Ancient One Magician and Doctor Strange, even more unable to say a word. His eyes were fixed on the two observers who were trampled by Chen Tian. Others, perhaps, do not understand. But they know what the observer really possesses. That's a real multi-universe level of strength. Now Chen Tian, has the sky reached such a terrifying point? Even the observer metal can't handle him. Ancient One and Dark Doctor Stur looked at each other and saw a deep hint of concern in each other's eyes. And Captain Marvel, who had always seemed extremely confident and said that he wanted to avenge Nick Fury, has been silent. As for the Planet Devourer, who only had one arm left, the expression on his face was difficult to see the extreme. Previously, the rune only held half of the observer metal, and in a single thought, he erased the duplication in countless individual universes. The power of the Order of the Observer could not be clearer than the Planet Devourer. However, when Chen Tian faced the observer Weitu who held the metal, not only was he not erased by the other party, he was not even half injured, but he was also seriously injured along with the latter. It stands to reason that even if the observer Weitu is not the opponent of this Earth mutant, the gap between the two sides should not be so large. At this point in his thoughts, the expression on the face of the Planet Devourer suddenly changed, his eyes were endlessly shocked, and all the corners of his face trembled madly at this moment. Did you say? He thought of a frightening possibility. Advertisement. That is, Chen Tian directly copied the observer metal ability. Only this possibility can explain why the two observers are so miserable. Come to think of it, the Planet Eater felt that he could no longer remain silent. He strode forward. Chen Tian. With a serious expression, he spoke out in a solemn tone. Its sound was like Hongzhong de Lu, which directly attracted everyone's attention. And Chen Tian also slowly raised his head and looked back. You still dare to speak so loudly now, didn't you just get hurt? He looked at the Planet Devourer with a smile. The latter narrowed his eyes, and his tone remained unchanged. I warn you, turn back in time at the end, don't go further and further on the wrong road. Otherwise, I will kill you in every effort. The words of the Planet Devourer were filled with endless anger and vigilance. It is really Chen Tian, the strength he has shown, is too perverted. His whole person has now become an unstable time bomb in the eyes of the Planet Devourer. It could explode at any moment, posing a painful threat to the entire multi-universe. Chen Tian must be suppressed before he really grows up. And at the moment, the Planet Devourer who descended on the Marvel Universe is not his real body. Galactus Ontology is a true multi-universe level deity, and if the ontology comes directly, if it accidentally fails to control the power, it will bring huge amounts of influence to the entire universe. Therefore, what stands in front of everyone at this moment is just a duplication of his. Definitely, this duplication can also obtain force zones directly from the ontology. And if duplication dies, then the pain of duplication's death will also be transmitted to Galactus itself. Merely. Now looking at the situation after Chen Tian appeared, I couldn't help but think too much. I'm going to dispose of you now. He suddenly let out a roar with endless anger. The voice just fell. Airplanes. His body suddenly expanded, and at the same time, some majestic cosmic power crossed the boundary of the dimension and was directly transmitted to his body. That's the power of the Planet Devourer's body. At this moment, you can see that the eyes of the planet devourer began to burst out dazzling endless divine light. At this moment, the body was shrouded in superb brilliance. The terrifying coercion-like substance burst out in this instant, covering all directions. Everything in the universe trembled with his anger. Next second, he didn't say anything more to Chen Tian, and all the power in his body suddenly erupted, and his towering body like a mountain suddenly burst out at an extremely terrifying speed. Bombard towards Chen Tian. All the surrounding air was violently pulled with his movements, and together with all the space that entered the target, ripples were visible to the naked eye. Boom! The ground where Galactus stood before exploded directly, and layers of huge rocks rose up into the sky, exploding a terrifying pit thousands of meters deep. And he himself also flashed directly in front of Chen Tian in an instant. A huge amount of fist, just gathered gas. Chen Tian stood in front of him, but only at knee height. Suddenly, planet devouring is like an endless mountain that is leaning forward and falling, and it seems that in an instant, it can directly crush him into powder. Whew! The giant fist of the planet devourer fell, and the energy contained in it surged madly with his shot. In an instant, all the spaces were filled with terrifying energy zones of the turbulent department. And that round of giant fists directly bombarded Chen Tian in an instant. Feeling the majestic energy to the extreme, bombarding the paving, Chen Tian's expression was still calm. A pair of eyes, still ancient. You really don't know it hurts. He spoke indifferently. Advertisement. The words did not fall. Chen Tian had already extended a hand. The hand that was as white as jade and had distinct knuckles, but the planet devoured a finger file size. Rumble. The next moment, two arms that were far apart in size collided together so fiercely. In an instant, the torrent of energy like a tidal wave of the sea burst out from the collision site and rushed out in all directions. An endless thick curtain of dust rises into the sky, and the rock formations deep underground blow into the sky, splashing a thick sea of rock covering the sky into the sky. When the terrifying aftermath spread out towards the surroundings, together with the entire ground and sky, they all trembled madly at this moment. Whew! Next second, another powerful airflow blew out from the place where the two collided. The dust curtain that covered Chen Tian and the planet devourer suddenly dispersed, revealing the two who bombarded together. Then, the scene that fell into the eyes made everyone feel shocked. That is, Chen Tian, who could not reach the knee of the planet devourer, actually just stood still, stretched out a hand, and easily followed the former's terrifying punch. Not even the movements have changed by half a point. And just when everyone was sluggish and didn't know what to say. So weak. Chen Tian, who blocked the planet devourer's fist, slowly wrinkled his brows. It's just this level, you. Why do you say you want to deal with me with a high-minded posture? The words did not fall. Chen Tian's figure flickered vaguely, and it actually flashed directly behind the planet devourer. Its speed was so fast that even the planet devourer did not sense where the teenager on the opposite side went, and the next moment he felt that the two back knees were terrifying to the extreme high-temperature laser. Wolf. That terrifying energy is too majestic and terrifying, and the destructive power is even more amazing. Even the planet devourer did not react, using the power of devouring to devour and absorb the terrifying energy from the bombardment. He felt that the skin, muscles, and tendons coming out of his back knee had been shattered by the powerful laser. Poof! The next moment, the planet devourer's body then lost its support, directly facing forward, and knelt forward with a bang. His body was even denser than steel, and the entire ground trembled as he thundered down in front of him. Chen Tian, who was standing behind him, slowly converged the laser that burst out from his eyes. Chen Tian continued to speak, and at the same time, his figure. It flashed again and flashed directly above the head of the planet observer. I want you to get on your knees. He roared and thundered his hand. Whew! Moment. Chen Tian's palm seemed to directly cross the endless space and directly pressed on the head of the planet devourer. The latter was furious. Chen Tian, you are insulting me. The planet devourer roared angrily, the endless majestic power in his body surging and churning, and his two arms were raised and shot overhead. Arfo! As soon as he made a move, the strength in Chen Tian's hands suddenly increased. In a flash, the planet devourer felt the boundless power, and suddenly erupted above his head, unstoppably pouring down. Ah! He roared and wanted to resist, and his whole body suddenly erupted at this moment. At this moment, the planet devourer found out in despair that Chen Tian's power was far beyond himself. This duplication of his own, he can't even resist in the slightest. The strength is in front of Chen Tian, weak as a powerless child. Boom. Advertisement. When the planet devourer's heart was shaking wildly, Chen Tian had already forcibly pressed his head and slammed it to the ground. The ground is entangled, and the rock formations rise up from the sky. Insult you? I'm just telling you where the entanglement is. Chen Tian smiled wickedly and raised his fist. 893 just fell. Boom. A pair of fists fell one after another like a storm. Every punch contains the ultimate power. But in an instant, it has already bombarded tens of thousands of laps. The entire huge amount of the planet devourer's head was already covered with dense cracks, and even the wool was blurred. Followed by Chen Tian straightened up and slowly withdrew his hand, but his eyes were already glowing with a dazzling red light. Rumble. Two crimson beams containing endless majestic energy burst out from his eyes in an instant. It hit the head of the planet devourer. Those terrible high temperatures instantly poured in along the cracks on his skull, and all of them, the cracks began to glow with crimson light, and wisps of terrifying heat diffuse from it. Next second. Boom. The entire head of the planet devourer was directly shattered into the debris of the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Tian's gaze slowly fell on Ancient One Magician and the others. Next, it's your turn. A sinister smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. You. Ancient One Magician, God King Odin, and others suddenly felt a terrifying murderous wave coming to the surface, their hearts were tight, and their scalps were numb. It's just that there is not even a little time to react. I saw Chen Tian's figure in the distance suddenly burst, and he actually appeared directly in front of them. Rumble. A punch came at them. Rao is Ancient One, Odin, Dark Doctor Strange, and Captain Marvel are all rebels, all to no avail. The four of them are reasonable, still like ants in front of Chen Tian, and have no power to resist. They only felt a terrifying force, which bombarded them, flying all four of them out, and spraying blood wildly in the air. Ground. The dying observer Uruk looked at Chen Tian's eyes flashing, you will pay for this. The words did not fall. Boom. But the direct figure instantly flashed to the two observers. Grabbed the heads of the latter two and collided fiercely. Before Uruk could finish his words, the huge head cracked together with Ueda's head, and exploded into golden shards in the sky. That's a lot of nonsense. Chen Tian shook his hand and looked indifferently at the two headless corpses that fell to the ground. Two observers. Time. Everyone felt the air around them, and suddenly became extremely oppressive. Meanwhile, outside of reality, there is another powerful cosmic god in the multi-universe, slowly turning his eyes and looking at the earth across countless spaces. Lok Chen Tian. A small planet, so much happened. His voice is majestic and full of majesty, carrying the sense of endless years. Perhaps it's time for me to stop this ridiculous farce. 153. Since its inception, the Marvel Universe has experienced many changes of birth and destruction. And now, it is the universe of the seventh world. When the universe in this world was born, the four most powerful beings in the entire multi-universe were born at the same time. annihilation, eternity, death, and infinity. They possess terrifying powers that surpass the entire multi-universe, and each being is almost omniscient. As for the planet Devourer, it was the only surviving life form when the universe collapsed in the previous life, absorbing the remaining energy of that universe. The strength of its body is not much different from the above four existences. So, these five beings, including the Planet Eater, are known as the five creation gods in the Marvel multi-universe. It almost represents the pinnacle of combat power in the Marvel multi-universe. On top of the multi-universe, there are other existences at the Almighty Universe level, and the existences that reach this level are all true omniscient and omnipotent. And just after Chen Tian killed two observers, as well as the duplication of the planet Devourer, outside the reality of the monolithic universe, a huge existence is in the void, crossing the boundary between time and space, watching Chen Tian's existence. Unexpectedly, on a small planet, there can be a multi-universe existence without warning. This being muttered. The words exude the breath of ancient years, but there is infinite majesty. He has a golden body throughout, and every inch of his body surface is perfect enough to be flawless. His chest was an energy source that exuded endless blue brilliance, and the energy in it was extremely majestic and profound, even taking just one wisp of it was enough to destroy 10 monomers. Face. Its head floats away from its body and floats above its shoulders, with a total of 3 faces. They represent justice, revenge, and need. Above his head, a purple silk scarf dangled. The positive face of justice is completely exposed, the face of vengeance is half covered, and the face of demand is completely covered. He is the most powerful existence in the entire Marvel universe and reaches the Almighty Universe level. Court of Life. In this Marvel universe, the Supreme Being, I don't know how many years it has existed. And what he usually does is maintain the balance of the entire multi-universe. As a matter of fact, in the eyes of the Court of Life, Chen Tian, or everything else, is just a natural product of the change of the universe. Therefore, when he noticed the other party at first, he did not pay much attention. However, only at this moment did the Court of Life discover the horror of Chen Tian. Reminds him of Protégé, who almost devoured himself completely. That feeling of powerlessness made the Life Court immediately think of dealing with Chen Tian as soon as possible. Wu. Just when the gaze of the Life Court on Chen Tian's body gradually became solemn, the surrounding space began to fluctuate spontaneously. Immediately afterwards, a spatial crack was torn open. A figure that also exuded majesty immediately appeared in front of the Court of Life. I saw that the body of the visitor was composed of endless starry river-like energy, and endless brilliant starry rivers shone on it, dazzling. Mysterious and powerful, it gives people a sense of majesty that cannot be seen directly. Even compared to the Court of Life at the Almighty Universe level, it's only half a chip. And this powerful existence is the eternity of one of the 5 creation gods. A god that symbolizes the sum of time of the entire universe. It's easy to manipulate the timeline within the multi-universe. At the same time, he also maintains the balance of the multi-universe a lot of the time. Court of Life, you should know my intentions. He looked at the Court of Life and slowly spoke. As you speak, the sound of every word changes constantly, from young children to old people, gradually to the pale. Advertisement. The balance of the multi-universe is about to be upset by a mutant on Earth. Eternity continues to speak, and the voice continues to change, gradually changing from old to young. We need to deal with it, things can't go on. Saying that, he paused for a moment, and his tone became solemn, otherwise, the entire multi-universe will appear the next protégé. This statement came out. In the 2 multi-universes present, the atmosphere before the existence standing at the pinnacle began to become solemn. Eternal continued, now that existence named Chen Tian has copied the infinite gems, as well as the ability of the observer metal, we need to deal with it together. That's exactly what I mean. The words of the Court of Life, full of rolling majesty, were also filled with solemnity. Multi-universe can no longer afford to appear another protege. The voice fell. The Court of Life and Eternal looked at each other with extremely serious eyes. Subsequently, around these two behemoths, spatial ripples began to appear. Meanwhile, Marvel is the main universe Earth. As Chen Tian kills the planet Devourer, he then easily blows the heads of two observers. The air present fell into extreme silence. Ancient One Magician was on his back, and his scalp was numb. That's it? She is completely gone from the past. No matter what she faces, she will be calm and elegant. His eyes were filled with panic and unease. Things have developed to this point, and everything has completely exceeded her expectations. At the beginning, she thought that even if everything organized on Earth, even if she couldn't directly dispose of Chen Tian, she could stop the other party from staying in this universe. Where to think? Chen Tian didn't have to exert force at all in the face of them. Just snapping his fingers was not something that all of them could fight together. It wasn't until later that the planet Devourer and the observer Ueda took the observer medal and shot one after another. This gives Ancient One Magician hope. Thinking, although the people of their Earth are not Chen Tian's opponents, but the gods make a move, they can dispose of Chen Tian no matter what, right? Then reality began to reveal its cruelty. The planet Devourer is powerful enough to penetrate the planet and is easily defused. Imposing enough to destroy the multi-universe observer medallion, it still can't cause him half a point of trouble. There is even Chen Tian who has gained an even more powerful power zone. Until now, even the planet Devourer in the single universe burst out with all his strength, and in the face of Chen Tian's offensive, he didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. Now, is anyone else stopping him? Ancient One Magician's eyes flickered, and she felt her voice tremble. As for others hearing about Ancient One Magician for the first time, there will be such a helpless side. Dark Doctor Strange gave her a complicated look. In his memory, Ancient One Magician, even in the face of death, has maintained an extraordinary attitude that does not change in front of him. No matter what happens, it will not make her have the slightest mood swing. Now Ancient One Magician has such an expression, which is enough to show how terrifying the crisis brought by at the moment Chen Tian is. Come to think of it, the heart of Dark Doctor Strange also fell to the bottom. He was trying to redeem what he lost, so he did whatever it took to take a wrong path. This is the shadow that the Dark Doctor Strange has been lingering in his heart. Later, when he knew that he still had something to redeem, he did his best. Pity. Still nothing has changed. Even to watch everything disappear again. The God King Odin on the side, supported by the other divine court warriors, stood up with difficulty. Wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Chen Tian with a solemn expression, everything. Is it really going to end? Advertisement. The previous Chen Tian was far from what they could stop. And now, he is even more invincible. Multi-universe. There is no hope. Suppose Black Widow and the overworld Black Widow hold hands and sit powerlessly on the ground. Those divine court warriors who were mentally prepared and ready to sacrifice their thoughts no longer had a luster of wealth in their eyes at this moment. After all, they had realized that in the face of Chen Tian's existence, no matter what posture they did, it would be completely useless. How they end up depends only on the mood of the other party. This sense of despair that everything is in the hands of others makes the divine court warriors almost feel suffocated. Is there really no chance? Tony Stark's eyes were bloodless at the moment, and his gaze was dull and dazed. Everyone else around, too. And the other side. In the mutant camp. Everyone looked at the sky with reverence. Everyone's eyes flickered. In a trance, they saw the future that Chen Tian had told about, the day it would come true. Chen Tian himself slowly raised his head at this time. He felt something, crossing time and space, approaching the earth. Next second, thundered. On the ground, everything that had just fallen silent began to shake. The rubble scattered on the ground began to shake constantly. After many twists and turns, it is rare to calm the deep space of the universe, and suddenly change sex. Now it's clearly the afternoon, and the sun is high. However, at the moment when heaven and earth began to tremble faintly, all the stars in the entire universe suddenly began to show their extremely dazzling brilliance. It belongs to the afternoon sky. In an instant, a dazzling river of stars with endless light appeared at the same time. They suddenly appeared against the light of the sun. All the stars are desperately blooming with their own extreme light, and seem to be excited, welcoming the arrival of some great being. The next moment, but there were endless nine-colored clouds, condensed out of thin air from the air, drift towards the sky, stretching the external force. On those nine-colored clouds, there is a dense light, and it seems that within each cloud, there is a version of the galaxy. The next moment, those deep space starry rivers suddenly became more dazzling. All the colorful clouds began to spin and churn. There is also a coercion that seems to cover the sky, falling from the heavenly dome. At this moment, everyone felt an irresistible majesty and powerful aura, shrouded towards them. The ground, which was already trembling, suddenly became more and more vibrant. In the universe, all living beings felt the incomparable magnitude of infinitely high at this moment. No matter who it is, they feel that they are just as small as dust. Subconsciously, one creature after another, instinctively wanting to kneel. Even with Ancient One Magician and Odin, and Captain Marvel, feel the sudden changes between heaven and earth. Their faces were first puzzled, then suddenly realized, and then several people's eyes widened, and expressions of extreme joy and excitement appeared on their faces. They thought of it. At the moment, everything that appears at this moment is that the Supreme Being in the universe has come. Cosmic gods, notice this. There is still hope for redemption. Ancient One Magician trembled uncontrollably, but this time it was not because of despair, but completely because of excitement. Advertisement. This is the gods of the universe, come in person. God King Odin couldn't control it and showed a clear smile. A feeling of hope was born in his heart again. For example, today, the breath that began to descend is obviously countless times stronger than the previous planet Devourer's duplication. Seemingly, this time it is a multi-universe level cosmic god who has directly descended on the body. If this is the case, then maybe everything will turn around. After all, reaching that level already represents the existence of the entire multi-universe level. Captain Marvel and Dark Doctor Strange were equally excited. As for others who do not know the existence of cosmic gods, although it is not clear what is going on. But looking at the expressions of several people and feeling the breath between heaven and earth, I immediately understood that a turnaround was about to appear. Time. They couldn't help but look forward to it. And the mutants, whose previously joyful faces suddenly began to solemnize. As for Chen Tian, he also raised his head to look at the sky and slowly narrowed his eyes. The court of life and eternity are here, and I really have cards. He flashed a smile and muttered to himself. In addition to the only creation god, OAAA, there are also transcendents. These two guys can almost represent the pinnacle of combat power in the Marvel multi-universe. I didn't expect to be targeted by these two big guys so quickly. Just when Chen Tian's thoughts were constantly in the distance, Charles couldn't help but worry, Chen, if you really can't bear it, let's go back. His eyebrows were filled with deep worry, you've already endured too much. True. Charles also hopes that mutant will have the right to live freely in the Marvel universe. However, they are not unreasonable people. If Zhao's knows that things cannot be done, then naturally he can only retreat to the second. Previously, they had experienced more difficult days, and they could not compare life in the Marvel Universe, which was a small regret that was completely insignificant. Yes, Chen, don't force it. Wolverine Logan also advised. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. Rest assured, I said that in the future, no matter which universe, we mutant will have the right to live freely. He said in a relaxed tone, since I dare to say it, then it will naturally be realized. Whether it is the so-called gods or everything else, everything that dares to actively block me, I will bulldoze it. Just as Chen Tian's voice fell. Bang! A terrifying explosion suddenly passed down above deep space. The boundless majesty that had been slowly falling down before became urgent at this moment. If these breaths were just a stream that was not hurried before, then at this moment, it was instantly violent and furious, turning into a rushing river that was enough to wash away everything. Rushing and furious, it is falling. Moreover, the main target is Chen Tian. Chen Tian, you deserve to be judged. The next moment, a huge voice that exuded the breath of endless years and supreme majesty, like Hongzhong De Lu, bombarded towards Chen Tian from those falling breaths. Thundered. It's just a few words that fall. The ground around Chen Tian instantly cracked, setting off infinite rock formations and splashing towards the sky. The space beside him was even shaken by the sentence, and endless fold ripples were shaken. Rumble. Investigate. Followed by. In the sky. Suddenly, an endless spatial crack broke out of thin air. In an instant, there was an aura of majesty that could not be extended, rushing out from that spatial crack, suppressing all living beings, and they couldn't even raise their heads. Two behemoth figures that seemed to be able to crush everything, and in the next second, they exuded a supreme majesty that could not be seen directly, and slowly descended from them. 154. Boom. As those two figures slowly descended from the two terrifying cracks above the firmament, they slowly appeared. The air around them is shaken. In the sky, the blue sky stared at the brilliance of the sun, and the countless stars who still bloomed their light to the extreme were flickering madly at this moment, as if doing his best to pay tribute to those two supreme beings. The nine-colored clouds and fog that were constantly churning in the deep sky were even more turbulent. The streamers of light, which are like substance, descend from the sky dome in a dense manner, decorating all the spaces used into an extremely brilliant appearance. The majesty and supreme noble aura of the divine to the extreme immediately spread out from those two figures. All the shaking of Fang Cai stopped at this moment. They no longer trembled, but with absolute awe, the two figures knelt down reverently. Heartfelt convinced. The great court of life, with the eternal gods. Even God King Odin felt the threat from the comber. He converged his usual majesty on his body, and bent down to bow deeply to the other party. If nothing else, he should know the purpose of the other party's return. That's to deal with Chen Tian. Therefore, in addition to being in awe of the strength of the two comers, his heart was full of ardent hope. Looking forward to the court of life and eternity, which can solve the Chen Tian who is causing them headaches. After all, after Chen Tian showed his absolute strength before, God King Odin already understood that Chen Tian at this moment was definitely not something they could resist at this moment. Now the only person who can solve Chen Tian is the Supreme Cosmic God. An ancient one magician looked at the comber, and the excitement on his face became more and more intense. She guessed right. The multi-universe balance of the life court and eternity, one of the five creation gods, descended directly onto their universe. At the same time, he felt the breath of both of them, and gathered on Chen Tian from the moment he appeared. Ancient One Magician can finally be sure that the court of life and eternity are here to deal with Chen Tian. In this way, she began to look forward to it in her heart. Today's Chen Tian is an observer who can easily erase even an observer holding an observer medal. Only these powerful gods standing at the top of the entire multi-universe can be his opponents. Who are they? Tony Stark bears the mighty majesty of the court of life and eternity, spreading in all directions like a tide of turbulence. Reluctantly controlling his body from continuing to tremble, he swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty. Previously, after seeing the powerful majesty of the planet 637 Devourer, he was already the most powerful existence in the world. However, the two figures that appeared now were actually countless times more powerful than the planet Devourer. So Tony Stark was shocked. However, a feeling of hope also arose in his heart. If it's them, can it be taken care of? No matter what, no matter how powerful Chen Tian's copy ability is, there will always be a limit, right? What kind of ability can ignore the law of conservation of energy? How strong the other party is, how strong can he be? Tony Stark is like a drowning man, desperately grasping for the straw he can catch. Madness comforted himself in his heart. And the two Black Widows who were already sitting on the ground were even closer together at this moment, staring at the sky and descending with majesty to the extreme. Such a powerful existence has already arrived. Does it mean that things are about to turn around? If Black Widow's performance is also the same as Tony Stark is similar? She asked with a trembling voice towards the main universe Black Widow. Advertisement. At this moment, if Black Widow is completely gone, no matter what he faces, he can maintain a confident posture. After all, in this extremely short period of time, everything that happened was far beyond her three views. It was completely beyond the limits of her imagination. And the main universe next to her, Black Widow, is no better than her. The expression on his face also looked both nervous and dazed. It'll be okay, it'll be okay. He muttered comfort. As for the Dark Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel, the existence of the two-level universes is even more impossible to say at the moment. My heart is full of shock in addition to the cord of life and the advent of eternity. It is filled with indescribable bitterness. Today's battle has become a multi-universe level God battlefield. Whatever the outcome, it is no longer possible for them to influence. They at the moment, like ants in a storm, following a terrible wave that may overturn the entire world at any time, churning wildly. It could be destroyed at any moment. The only thing that can be done is to look forward to it. However, since they all appear together with the life cord and eternity, there should be no problem dealing with Chen Tian, right? Captain Marvel said with some difficulty. At this moment, she has completely lost the confidence in her own strength in the past. After all, Chen Tian is breaking her imagination time and time again. Things have come to a point beyond their control, and Captain Marvel has completely given up trusting his own judgment. No problem. Dark Doctor Strange, after hearing Captain Marvel's words, said firmly, the cord of life and eternity, but the most powerful existence in the entire multi-universe. And that Chen Tian, no matter how strong his ability was before, but in the end, he has just grown up. Even though his potential is endless, his growth time is too short. Saying that, he took a deep look at Chen Tian. In terms of background, Chen Tian is definitely incomparable to the cord of life and eternity. When Dark Doctor Strangle said this, there was not much confidence in his eyes. But the reason why he said this was because if even the life cord was no longer Chen Tian's opponent, he could not imagine who else could handle Chen Tian. Behind him, the other Avengers and Divine Court warriors heard his words. He knelt down reverently and prayed to the two descending cosmic gods constantly, hoping that they could help the entire multi-universe to successfully survive this crisis. The other side. In the mutant camp, everyone felt the terrifying majesty that overflowed from the cord of life and the eternal advent, and the expressions on their faces suddenly became more and more worried. Even though Chen Tian just said to be confident in him. However, just look at the past this way. The divine light that blooms in the cord of life and eternity is too eye-catching. In a trance, all the mutants saw in them the passage of time, the cycle of life and death, and the creation and destruction of the universe. The kind of breath that seemed to be enough to crush everything was so that the person could not look at it directly. So terrible. Even Charles, who has a strong mental ability, can't control his mind in a trance the moment he sees the court of life. This was the first time he had ever had such a small experience. If Charles felt like an ant before the Observer and the Planet Eater, now he feels like nothing more than an extremely tiny speck of dust. When facing the former, although the other party is strong, he at least has something to control. But at this moment, in the face of the court of life and eternity, Charles feels that he is powerless to resist, and even moving is a luxury. What kind of terrible creatures are the two beings who have descended this time? He said with a trembling voice. As Charles, who has weathered countless storms, he is known as the most noble brain, and all his thoughts at this moment are filled with boundless fear. All that remains is fear. Advertisement. The terrible sense of oppression from the paving made him want to retreat. Chen Tian. Is there really no problem? Although it has already been said, it is necessary to completely believe in the Chen bottle. But with this experience, Charles still began to worry about the other party uncontrollably. As for his old friend Magneto, he was also unable to say anything at this time. I only felt that the aura surging in front of me was like a tide, which was terrifying. Even breathe carefully. Chen Tian. Wolverine Logan looked at Chen Tian with complicated eyes. Don't force it if you can't hold on. He muttered to himself. Phoenix on the side took a deep breath, looked at Chen Tian's back, and muttered, Don't worry, I feel that even in the face of such a powerful existence, Chen still has his own plan. I don't feel the fear of sharing, Vip, in him. The emotions that Chen has are only confidence and joy. If there is any negative emotion, it is only a little undetectable accident. Wait for her words to fall. The flicker beside him and Shadowcat KD also said weakly, we just need to trust Chen Tian. The other mutants, although somewhat frightened, were equally firm in their belief that Chen Tian should be confident after hearing these words. As long as this teenager stands in the way, nothing will hit them. Meanwhile, as Phoenix said, Chen Tian was not so surprised by the emergence of the Court of Life and Eternity. From the day of his return, he was mentally prepared. If there really is any conflict in the Marvel Universe, it will definitely be noticed by the Court of Life and Eternity. After all, the latter two were originally responsible for maintaining the balance of the multi-universe. And his own existence, I am afraid that after the battle with the Avengers and the Divine Court, has completely become an uneasy factor. Attracting the two of them is not too surprising. However, I will still be surprised that the two of you can actually appear at the same time, and come so quickly. Chen Tian looked at the sky, exuding endless brilliance and majestic voice, and smiled lightly. Am I worth making you nervous? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows easily. As Chen Tian's words fell, the righteous face on the front of the Court of Life slowly spoke, Chen Tian. You should know why we are here. He spoke. The sound was like thunder on the ground, and every word seemed to ring directly in everyone's ears. It contains endless majesty, as if falling from the 9 heavens. I advise you, it's better to stop as soon as possible. This universe can no longer withstand your continued misconduct here. He said slowly. After hearing the other party's words, the expression on Chen Tian's face became strange. Fool me. I didn't. Taking the initiative to destroy anything, I just want to fight for the freedom I deserve. Receiving Chen Tian's answer, the Life Court was silent for a while. But, no matter what, now the whole universe is shaking because of your appearance. If this continues, the whole universe will collapse as a result. The Court of Life continued to persuade. The words fell. On his body, a dazzling boundless divine light was reflected, dyeing everything in his sight into a golden expanse. Meanwhile, advertisement. It also had a deep coercion, and it dispersed with a bang. All the stars above the deep space bloomed with dazzling light to the extreme at this moment, reflecting the momentum emanating from the court of life. Every corner of the entire universe is immersed in a sacred atmosphere because of this. This is the effect that an all-round level powerhouse can achieve by showing his might a little. It's just that the court of life is not in a hurry to directly attack Chen Tian, because he is deeply afraid of the latter's ability to copy. Looking at the confident smiling face on Chen Tian's face, it even made the life court think of the protege that appeared endless years ago. That guy at the time, but almost swallowed him up entirely. If not necessary. The court of life still wants to minimize that kind of thing as much as possible. After he bloomed his rolling power, he continued to say to Chen Tian, I know that you have the ability to teleport in dimensions, and you can teleport between different dimensions. The multi-universe is endless, and you can choose a place to live in that suits you better. You don't have to be entangled in this universe. When he said this, the momentum exuding from his body became stronger and stronger. The expressions on the faces of the affected mutants changed suddenly. Charles looked at Chen Tian and stopped talking. He really wanted to persuade Chen Tian, whether he wanted to listen to the other party's proposal. In any case, this big golden fellow, the momentum exuding is too terrifying. Charles, very worried, Chen Tian will pay a lot of unnecessary costs because of this, and the gains will outweigh the losses. The expressions on the rest of mutants' faces were all the same concern. Chen Tian has already paid too much for them. If you really have to face any great danger, they would rather Chen Tian give up than face any risks. However, unlike others, the expression on Chen Tian's face was as calm as ever. And as the voice of the court of life fell, the young man suddenly showed his angry side. I advise you not to say such arrogant words. He raised his eyes, his gaze was indifferent. I just want this main universe that belongs to me and was born. Since you think I'm not easy to get along with, then why don't other creatures leave this universe and ask me to leave? Chen Tian's tone was filled with anger and disdain. I still say that, why? It's really a pleasure that so many of you gods have appeared one after another just to deal with me. Saying that, the corners of his mouth hooked all contemptuous smiles. Or do you say? Are you afraid of me? I exist to guard the balance of the universe, and you broke that. The court of life immediately said, your appearance not only caused the country of this universe to collapse, but even the universe you went to had problems. I can't sit idly by and watch you go on like this, and I hope you can make a smarter choice. This statement came out. Chen Tian's heart for the other party's speech. The unemployment in the heart is even more turbulent. He knows that both himself and the court of life now have the ability to restore the order of the universe with a snap of his fingers. All the rhetoric is just an excuse to reject oneself because of fear of one's own strength. The thoughts went on here. Chen Tian didn't even have the desire to speak. After all, the idea that the other party wants to expel himself is already a sure thing. I'm afraid nothing can change. On the opposite side of the life court, Chen Tian did not answer. He continued, you can create an independent universe outside of reality, so why waste time here? 155. You can build your own independent universe outside of reality, why do you have to waste time here? The life court looked at Chen Tian with serious eyes, and asked such a question. As long as you promise to build a universe that belongs to you, then in your universe, you can do whatever you want, even if it is destroyed or shattered, it is all up to you. There won't be any being there to disturb you. Chen Tian slowly frowned when he heard the other party's words. I said that I just want to have the right to live freely in this universe where I was born. As for whether to leave or not, it should also belong to my freedom, not to be forced by anyone. Saying that, his gaze became sharper. Even the court of life should not deprive me of this right. But your actions will destroy this universe, and now yours is a huge giant for a universe. The court of life said solemnly, your every move, although completely insignificant in your own eyes, brings huge amounts of impact to a universe. Even bring destruction to everything. You are too young, but the power you have is too terrifying, and the universe with you may collapse at any time. He paused for a moment and continued, just like the world you fought with the 6 gems Ultron, you only took each other as a target, but with all your strength, you even shattered several universes. Even things in the universe are too fragile in front of you. In a word, everyone else in the room fell silent. Among them, if the expression on Black Widow's face is particularly complicated. She knew what the Court of Life said. At that time, she watched as the 6 jewels Ultron and Chen Tian fought and shattered her world. Chen Tian, on the other hand, listened to the words of the Court of Life, but smiled indifferently. That universe, even without my existence, will be destroyed, I just happen to be there. As for the other shattered universes, there is no life. At the time, I could have noticed it all. Hear Chen Tian say this. The Court of Life fell silent. Although he wanted to continue to refute Chen Tian, the latter said that was indeed the case. Admit it, you are just a false fear of me, and what you are worried about has never happened to me. Chen Tian looked at the other party's reaction, and the expression on his face became more and more contemptuous. I'm just a fast-growing creature, so you are afraid of me and become an existence that will disturb the balance. But I never thought about what I was going to do. Although you people have great power, you are also really proud. Chen Tian's gaze swept over the faces of everyone present. He paused on the faces of Ancient One and God King Odin, respectively. Each of you feels that you are on the side of justice, and you feel that the existence beyond your grasp needs to be erased. You can't accept something beyond your own comprehension. As Chen Tian narrated, the expressions on the faces of those present became more and more complicated. You put yourselves high in the position of the judge, overlooking everything. And yet, when you met me, you found that you had lost that qualification, so you panicked. I feel that the situation has changed irrevocably. But all this time, what was wrong with me? I just want to keep my place where I was born. Chen Tian's words end here. The Court of Life and the Eternal, or the Avengers and the people of the Divine Court, fell silent. And the mutant camp this side. It was with Chen Tian's telling, the emotions in his heart became agitated. All of them have experienced this feeling that Chen Tian described. Magneto clenched his fists even more. Admittedly, it must be admitted that there are mutants with extraordinary powers, and when they grow up, they will do things that hurt other people. But that doesn't mean everyone has the intention of hurting others. However, Mutant has been ostracized by the whole world. After suffering injuries again and again that should not belong to him, Magneto decided to solve the conflict by force. If they were discovered to be mutant, those people in human society would not be cold to themselves, and even use all means to kill themselves. Advertisement. I'm afraid Magneto won't be what it was later. There is also Charles and Wolverine, who made a lot of contributions to the maintenance of peace in the whole world. However, because of the connection of other mutants, it has become the appearance of not seeing the sun in the back. Even ordinary life is terrified, like a mouse in the gutter. But since he was born under this blue sky, who wants this? I can leave my home, but that's because I willingly, if forced. Then hit. That's when everyone mutant's mood starts to get excited. Chen Tian calmly looked at the Life Court again. Life Court, as long as you don't interfere anymore, then I guarantee that this union will continue. Hear Chen Tian's words. The Court of Life slowly raised its head. On it, the positive face has become the demand risk that has been completely occupied by the purchase of coins before. Which face the Life Court will show depends entirely on the mood of the person facing him. He glanced deeply at Chen Tian and pondered, since you said such a thing, it is not impossible for me not to continue to interfere. What about the conditions? Chen Tian said without hesitation. He didn't believe that this guy was such an easily persuaded existence. Even if Thanos gathers 6 infinite gems and prepares to erase the entire universe, the Court of Life says that such a decision will not affect the balance of the universe. So refuse to shoot. The Court of Life is completely a guy who is indifferent to the extreme. Only by making him make a judgment that he can really keep the universe going will he stop. And just a few simple words, he must not change his mind. Sure enough. Next second. I need you to prove your ability. The Life Court raised his head and said condescendingly, prove that you really have the power to control yourself and keep the universe afloat. No problem, how do you need me to prove it? Chen Tian shrugged, his tone relaxed. But in his heart, he thought that the proof in the mouth of this Life Court would definitely not be so simple. After hearing Chen Tian's words, the Life Court on the opposite side immediately said, as long as you can take my 3 moves, I will admit that you have the ability to maintain the stability of the universe. At that time, I will voluntarily withdraw from this universe. This statement came out. People in the distance began to look at each other after hearing this. Ancient One Magician, on the other hand, frowned. She had also heard the legend of Protégé. That guy, but even the Court of Life continues to be completely devoured. Later, it was the Court of Life, and other gods, who paid a very heavy price to seal the terrible guy Protégé. She estimated that the Life Court would make such a decision, probably to test the limits of Chen Tian's ability to replicate. No, like the Protégé of the past, together with the ability of the Court of Life, can be copied indefinitely. If it really can, then continuing to fight head-on with Chen Tian is obviously not worth the loss. After all, this will make Chen Tian gain stronger ability, become more powerful and more difficult to control. And the Court of Life, when making this decision, actually had in mind that was not much different from Ancient One Magician's speculation. He just wanted to see if this Chen Tian was really as terrifying as the original Protégé. The original Protégé, but from the birth of the multi-universe, the powerful race Cosmic Truth Sect, which existed since the birth of the multi-universe, gathered all its strength to create a powerful artificial human. Worshipped as a god by the Shinrikyo sect. That's why you have that terrible potential. And this Chen Tian, the Court of Life has searched all the timelines, and has not found any special origin of Chen Tian. Therefore, he guessed that Chen Tian's potential might not be as endless as Protégé's. Advertisement. You may not be able to replicate your own ability. If Chen Tian didn't have Protégé's potential, then the Court of Life wouldn't let the former go so easily. After all, no matter how Chen Tian promised, he would not let the universe collapse. But in the endless years, the Court of Life has seen many existences that have gained power, lost in powerful power, and finally done irreparable things. Otherwise, the Court of Life, as well as the other gods, would not be such an enemy to Chen Tian. And in the Court of Life, thoughts are constantly going on. Chen Tian slowly raised his head. So, can this test begin? As a matter of fact, he didn't know the mind of the Court of Life. But in any case, all peace is based on each other's strength and unfolding it. In this world, there is no respect for no reason. As Chen Tian's words fell, the Court of Life also set its sights on Chen Tian, and at this moment, his fully exposed face turned into a slightly hideous risk of revenge. So, let's get started. He slowly spoke, and his voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the earth. The next moment, the Court of Life directly raised its hand. Boom! In a flash, an endless amount of majestic energy erupted from his golden palm. The boundless energy surged and condensed into a golden torrent, tumbling like a terrifying wave. Roared and bombarded Chen Tian. In that boundless energy, the moment roared out. The whole universe began to shake wildly. All the surrounding space was wrinkled and rippled like substance at this moment, followed by dense cracks spreading from the space. Ask for flowers. Everything seems to be about to disintegrate and collapse at this moment. Click. The dense spatial cracks instantly filled the space where those energies passed. Subsequently, those spaces were directly broken down into fine particles. Together with all the substances in the place they passed, after being contaminated with the aura of that golden torrent, they all directly disintegrated into particles. The boundless aura of collapse rushed into the sky in an instant when that boundless and endless golden torrent was generated. In the boundless deep space universe, spread the word away. In the sky, all the stars and rivers of stars that bloomed with extreme light began to flicker wildly and shake. It seems to be faintly about to crumble. That terrifying aura seems to be ready to destroy everything directly. What a terrifying aura! This breath is even 10,000 times higher than when the observer metal is running at full strength. Tony Stark's eyes widened as he watched the billowing golden torrent blast towards Chen Tian. Suddenly, he only felt that his body began to disintegrate with the roar of that torrent. It's terrible. Tony Stark only felt that when he faced that torrent, his thinking was almost directly frozen, and he couldn't think normally at all. The bottom of my heart is already occupied by boundless fear. It is clear that the target of that torrent is Chen Tian. Advertisement. He was just watching from afar. But Tony Stark still had a feeling of endless fear in his heart. Everyone else, the feeling that arises at this moment, is also the same as Tony Stark is not the same. In the face of that boundless torrent of decomposition, they only felt that they were nothing more than a speck of dust that was extremely small. In the next second, it will be directly shattered by that terrifying boundless power. Unstoppable. As for the stronger Ancient One magician, Odin, Captain Marvel and Dark Doctor Strange, you can feel the horror even more. This power, I am afraid that even the multi-universe can be directly erased, and everything it touches will be directly decomposed into molecules. Ancient One magician trembled and muttered, "Is this the horror of the court of life? A casual attack is a molecular-level bombardment." And the next moment. But her eyes lit up uncontrollably. The same is true of the reaction of God King Odin. His face changed slightly, and he turned his gaze to Chen Tian, who was about to be bombarded by the golden torrent. His thoughts were connected, and he thought of something. As a matter of fact, everyone had already thought about how best to deal with Chen Tian with the ability to replicate. That is, before he launches the copy ability, he directly destroys it. Don't give him any chance to copy ability. In this case, then Chen Tian can be directly obliterated. However, the previous Chen Tian was too powerful. Even under the full power output of the observer metal, it could not be directly erased, and it was still given to this guy to copy the medallion ability. Opportunity. In the end, both observers fell to Chen Tian. Ja. Now it is the almighty universe level who is the other extremely strong, the life court that has absolute judgment over everything in the universe. Maybe, this time you can really dispose of this troublesome guy directly. Dark Doctor Strange's eyes lit up, and even his voice trembled with excitement. Such a terrifying energy bombardment seems to directly wipe out Chen Tian without giving him a chance to react and copy ability. Captain Marvel, who had been in a low mood before, also raised his head at this moment, his eyes flickering to look at the direction where Chen Tian was standing. This. Chen Tian probably has no other way to save the day like before. This is undoubtedly great news for Captain Marvel. After all, when she returns and learns that Chen Tian has slaughtered the entire SHIELD and her old friend Nick Fury, she has decided to destroy Chen Tian no matter what. Mutant, dispose of. Then, after seeing Chen Tian's terrifying strength, it made Captain Marvel's heart fall directly to the bottom. Yet at the moment, watching the Court of Life make a move, it created such a terrifying aura. It also gave hope to the surprised other party. The other side. The mutants, however, also felt the endless disintegration that emanated from the first move of the Court of Life. Everyone's hearts, all of a sudden, were directly suspended. Chen Tian. Phoenix felt the Phoenix force in his body, and he actually gave birth to a feeling of trembling and fear, and the expression on his face suddenly became more and more worried. In the distance, Chen Tian felt the power that could decompose the existence at the molecular level. Raised an eyebrow. The next moment, in my head, the cold sound of copying ability sounded. Battle detected, rewarded, molecular disintegration bombardment, Court of Life, 4. Advertisement.